The scene opens in the emergency room of XX Hospital. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. A medical team surrounds a patient on an operating table, their faces etched with worry. A doctor urgently inquires about the patient's condition. The patient's blood pressure is dropping dangerously, he has lost a significant amount of blood. A nurse is instructed to quickly retrieve blood for a transfusion. As the medical team works frantically to clamp the patient's arteries, the patient's heart rate plummets below average. A doctor notes the alarming drop, discovering an infection stemming from a metal fragment extracted earlier. The situation is critical, any further delay will lead to cardiac arrest. A doctor announces his intention to perform CPR, beginning the life-saving procedure. A surge of energy emanates from the patient as the CPR is performed. The heart monitor displays erratic readings. In the sterile environment of an operating room, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. A nurse reported to the lead surgeon, Jin Yusung, that the patient's heart had completely stopped. Yusung, his face partially obscured by a surgical mask, stared intently at the lifeless body on the operating table. The grim reality settled in, the patient was gone. The weight of the situation was palpable as the distraught mother of the patient collapsed, crying out for help. Overcome with grief, the mother lamented the suffering her son had endured because of her perceived shortcomings as a mother. She desperately pleaded with Yusung to save him. Her tears flowed freely as she emphasized her son's importance to her, calling him her only son and everything to her. Despite his exhaustion, Yusung remained focused on the patient, his face etched with determination. The mother's desperate plea, "Please save him," echoed in the silent operating room. He fought against the odds, pushing his skills to their absolute limit in a final, desperate attempt to revive the young man. Despite his best efforts, the young man's death was confirmed. The official time of death was recorded as 22 hours and 49 minutes after the initial incident. The cause of death was determined to be an infection from an external wound, coupled with brain death due to excessive bleeding. Jin Yusung, the brilliant surgeon known for his miraculous skills, found himself defeated. He closed his eyes, the weight of his failure heavy on his soul. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in dire straits. A devastating car accident left him clinging to life, his body battered and broken. His whispered plea for divine intervention a testament to his fading strength. His hands, usually steady and precise, trembled as he clutched at his chest. A silent scream of pain and fear echoing in his heart. But even as death threatened to claim him, a strange energy pulsed within, a faint light in the encroaching darkness. A frantic energy that propelled him forward, defying the inevitable. In the operating room, the surgical team worked tirelessly, their movements a blur of focused intensity. The surgeon's voice, sharp and commanding, cutting through the tension. "The surgery is not over yet," he declared, his resolve unwavering. He barked orders, his team responding with practiced efficiency. "Everyone, go back to your positions. Prepare the log and check his vitals. Dr. Lee, please help to transfuse the blood faster." The atmosphere crackled with urgency as they worked against the clock. "We'll start by checking the metal fragment that we've extracted from the patient." A surgeon calmly explained their next steps, his voice a steady counterpoint to the chaos. And performed the tetanus check at the same time. Despite the grim circumstances, a flicker of hope ignited in the room. "We can still save him," the surgeon declared, his gaze unwavering, a quiet confidence radiating from him. A surge of brilliant, cyan energy emanated from the operating table, its luminescence illuminating the sterile environment of the operating room. A question hung heavy in the air, voiced by one of the observing surgeons: what was the point of operating on a patient already deceased? Another surgeon, however, countered, stating that this case was different, hinting at a unique doctor whose abilities were yet unknown to the others. A third surgeon, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression, explained that in terms of medical technique, the subject doctor was an unparalleled authority. Initially, even he had been unaware of the doctor's extraordinary capabilities. The camera focuses on the backs of three surgeons, their attention fixed on the patient on the operating table. The scene is tense, the air thick with anticipation. But it was revealed that this particular surgeon, Shin Yusung, possessed the ability to save even the dead, a skill that earned him the moniker Hands of God. A bright light pulsed from the operating table, a surge of energy that mirrored the earlier display. The scene is charged with power and mystery. The day ended with a successful surgery. A sense of accomplishment filled the air as the medical team celebrated their collective success. Jin Yusung, the gifted surgeon, opened a can of what appeared to be coffee. He took a long sip, a sigh escaping his lips as he savored the drink. A moment of well-deserved respite after a long and demanding day. Despite the late hour, Yusung reflected on his inability to take a break. He had hoped for some rest, but found himself unexpectedly occupied in the operating room throughout the day. He stood before the city skyline, the bright lights twinkling below, a stark contrast to the exhaustion he felt. Yusung, taking another sip of his drink, quietly acknowledged the intensity of his life. Under the moonlight, Yusung contemplated the nickname Hands of God, given to him for his extraordinary ability to save even the critically injured. Initially, he was content with the title, but Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon known as the Hands of God, reflected on his motivations. The immense joy he felt when saving patients on the brink of death had always been his driving force. But that joy was quickly overshadowed by the relentless pressure of his fame. Following rumors of his extraordinary skills, a flood of patients overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly exhausted. He was constantly assigned to treat VIPs, his life consumed by the demands of his reputation. The weight of expectation bore down on him. Reduced to a mere medical tool, used at any time, day or night, Yusung felt increasingly dehumanized by the relentless demands placed upon him. The constant pressure began to erode his sense of purpose. He found himself questioning the meaning of his title, Hands of God. Was it truly deserved? His reputation had become a burden, driving a wedge between him and his colleagues. Fear and avoidance replaced camaraderie as his fellow doctors distanced themselves, leaving him feeling isolated and alone. Overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, Yusung found himself contemplating his life. When was the last time he had a moment to himself, away from the constant demands and expectations of others? He sighed, acknowledging the irony of his situation. Despite his incredible talent, he lacked the time to even enjoy a simple moment of peace. With a wry smile, Yusung admitted to himself that his life had become a mess. He felt utterly trapped by his own success. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, muttered to himself as he walked. He looked forward to a well-deserved beer after a long day. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from behind him, and a monstrous, shadowy figure loomed over his car. He turned, his eyes wide with shock. Utterly bewildered by the bizarre sight before him. His consciousness flickered. A kaleidoscope of fragmented memories flooded his mind, flashes of his life as a surgeon, operating room scenes, and the faces of his patients. A rapid succession of images, each more vivid than the last, played out before his eyes. He found himself questioning the nature of these flashbacks, puzzled by their focus on his time in the operating room. His medical bag flew through the air, a silent witness to the events unfolding. A brilliant white light engulfed him, and then, nothing. The sprawling campus of a prestigious academy filled the background, its imposing stone buildings nestled amidst rolling hills. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of a nearby tree. As a soft whisper, barely audible, called out a single name, Ray? The scene shifted to a quaint, cozy cottage. A question formed in the mind of someone nearby. To whom did this voice belong? Inside, a young boy stirred, his eyes fluttering open. A gasp escaped his lips as he registered his surroundings. Didn't I die? Confusion and disbelief washed over him as he looked at his hands. They were small, childlike. A wave of panic threatened to overwhelm him as he whispered, "What's this? Why are my hands like that?" Outside the room, a woman's voice cut through the silence. "Ah. He's up." A woman and a man rushed into the room, their faces alight with relief and joy. The woman scooped up the boy, showering him with affection. "Oh my cute little Ray." The boy, Ray, stared up at them, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. The woman continued, "I can't believe how cute my little Ray is even though he woke up." The man chuckled, adding, "Well, he takes after you after all." Jean Yusum awoke with a gasp, his mind clouded with confusion. WH. What's happening, he wondered, his eyes darting around the unfamiliar room. He found himself in the arms of a woman with brown hair, her face etched with concern. Panic seized him as he took in his surroundings. What the hell is happening, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. The scene was completely foreign to him, a stark contrast to his previous life. Fragments of memory surfaced, the late-night shift, the exhaustion, the blinding headlights. After knocking off from work, he recalled the impact, the searing pain. He was sure that he'd been hit by a truck and died. How was he still alive? The question echoed in his mind, a chilling mystery. The woman's laughter broke through his confusion, but it only deepened the mystery. He was still in the same room, but now a man with short, blonde hair was also present, smiling warmly. Who were these people? His thoughts spiraled into a vortex of disbelief. And who the hell are these people, he silently screamed. The woman, seemingly his mother, cooed over him. "Honey, Ray's hurting," she said, her voice filled with concern. The man, presumably his father, held him close. But even as she tended to him, a new wave of confusion washed over him. "Arg," he mumbled, his tiny body aching. "And what's this small body of mine?" he wondered, his mind racing. A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Don't tell me. And these people, these strangers who seemed to love him unconditionally, were now his parents in this strange new world. The scene opens with a close-up on a person's back, clad in simple, light-colored clothing. The observer notes the clothing style, thinking it resembles a costume. A woman cradles a baby, Ray, in her arms. She observes a scratch on his hand, remarking that his father's beard must have been too prickly. The woman notices a significant scratch on Ray's hand. The woman's concern grows, and she exclaims that Ray is injured and that they need a priest to heal him. A man, presumably Ray's father, tries to reassure her, saying it's just a small scratch. But Ray, even as a baby, thinks he can treat himself. He wonders if the woman also knows medicine. The woman's expression changes as she prepares to use magic, seemingly a simple ointment. She begins to heal Ray's wound with magic. The wound on Ray's hand is rapidly healing. A young boy with blonde hair, his eyes wide with wonder, stares at his own hands. Green sparkles emanate from his fingertips. He murmurs to himself, questioning if what he sees is medicine or something else entirely. 3 vibrant green crystals rest on a white surface, their facets catching the light. A thought bubble above them reads, magic. A young woman with long brown hair cheerfully announces that the treatment is complete and the boy is healed. The woman's hands hover over the boy's body, a soft golden glow emanating from them as she completes the healing process. The woman's gaze falls upon something near the boy, a subtle detail almost missed. She points out the green crystals, proudly stating that she healed the boy herself. A man, presumably the boy's father, looks on in relief, commenting on the boy's magical abilities. The boy, still processing the events, thinks to himself, he just said magic. His expression shifts to one of dawning realization. A profound thought strikes him, I've been reborn into a new world. The scene opens on a starlit night sky, the darkness punctuated by the distant glimmer of stars. A tranquil countryside scene unfolds beneath the night sky, the silhouette of a house barely visible amongst the trees. The camera focuses on a small house, nestled amongst the trees. The scene is peaceful, almost idyllic. Inside, a baby, Ray, lies sleeping soundly in a crib. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open. It's been a while since he last slept so peacefully. 3 months have passed since his reincarnation into this new world. Ray reflects on the changes he's experienced. First, he notes the stark difference between this world and his previous one. This is a typical fantasy world. A vibrant image flashes before his eyes, depicting a fierce battle between humans and fantastical creatures. It's a world where monsters and humans coexist, leading to frequent attacks and a constant state of danger. The scene opens with a young boy, Ray, his arm bleeding, surrounded by grotesque, green-skinned goblins in a fiery landscape. He is clearly injured, but his expression is one of grim determination. A stark contrast to the peaceful image that follows. A woman with kind eyes gently cradles a baby Ray, a soft, green glow emanating from her hands as she heals his wounds. Ray's internal monologue reveals his fascination with the world's reliance on magic rather than science. The healing magic is clearly effective, as Ray's injuries vanish. He notes that this same magic heals his wounds every time it is used. Ray, now older, reflects on the prevalence of magic in this world, even for routine medical procedures. He realizes this is not a dream, but his new reality. Despite the shock of his reincarnation, he is surprised to find that he retains his memories and medical knowledge from his past life. As a baby, Ray enjoys the peace of his new life, reflecting on how he never had time to relax and enjoy his work in his previous life as a surgeon. He realizes that if not for the car accident that killed him, he would have likely died from exhaustion in his previous life. A flashback shows his former self, Jin Yusung, collapsed on a table, clearly overworked. Now that he's been given a second chance, Ray decides to make the most of it and enjoy his new life, even if it means embracing a world of magic instead of science. He drifts off to sleep, dreaming of a peaceful future. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, awoke to a disorienting reality. He had died in a car accident, only to find himself reborn in a world of magic and wonder. Now known as Ray, he was a child again, his memories of his past life slowly returning. A strange sensation washed over him, a thin thread of energy coursed through his body, leaving him feeling refreshed. He wondered what it was. It felt cold, yet invigorating. A thought struck him, could this be the mana that Alan Sane had mentioned? Ray attempted to control the flow of this energy, but it proved difficult. Any attempt to force it resulted in the mana scattering uncontrollably. He realized he needed a different approach. He needed to understand the source and destination of this mana flow. Drawing on his medical expertise, Ray decided to visualize the mana as a bloodstream, tracing its path through his body. He focused on feeling the mana filling him, patiently guiding its flow. He felt a sense of calm as he connected with this new energy source. With a newfound understanding, Ray began to control the mana within him, slowly and steadily. A young boy's hand glowed with an intense, bright light, a small fire spell forming in his palm. The magical energy coalesced into a small, contained flame. A wide grin spread across his face as he exclaimed that it was finally working. He chuckled, marveling at his own ability to perform this feat. He never thought he'd be able to do this. The boy, Ray, focused intently on the small ball of fire in his hands. He realized he was manipulating free-flowing mana to cast a fire spell. He declared that it was worth the 3 years of hard work he had invested in learning this magic. Despite his success, Ray reflected that while he could manage the flow of mana and memorize its pathways, there was still something he didn't understand. He pondered over a particular passage in his book on magic, specifically how it described manipulating mana. The book instructed him to store mana within his body and manipulate it as needed. This contradicted his understanding of how mana is typically drawn from the surroundings. Ray questioned why mana needed to be stored within the body in the first place, noting that this method seemed to limit his magical potential. Ray, in his new life as a young boy in a fantasy world, studied an ancient text. He pondered the limitations of traditional mana control techniques, noting their inefficiency compared to what he knew from his past life. He furrowed his brow in concentration, deep in thought. A sudden idea struck him. What if mana was allowed to flow naturally, without the constraints of traditional methods? He envisioned drawing mana directly from his surroundings, bypassing the need for mana circles. This would be far more efficient and potentially avoid the risks associated with mana circles. Ray considered the implications of this unconventional approach, acknowledging its inherent danger but recognizing its potential. Despite the risks, he decided it was worth a try. His excitement was palpable. He tested his theory, and the results far exceeded his expectations. An unseen observer, likely a family member, watched Ray with pride as he immersed himself in his studies. The observer expressed their belief that Ray was destined to be a magician. Another individual, possibly a family member, argued that Ray's physical build was better suited for swordsmanship, leading to a playful argument about Ray's future path. A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, questioned the point of keeping something hidden from her. She then turned to a man, her words laced with a hint of worry. Although proud of their young Ray, she wondered if he wasn't a little too invested in his books. The man, taken aback, simply asked what she meant. The woman explained that children Ray's age should be playing with friends, not buried in books. She worried that all Ray wanted to do was read. She tried to reassure him, saying there was nothing to worry about. The man countered that most people worry about their children not reading enough. He pointed out that she herself had wanted to raise Ray to be a fine magician. He questioned what the problem was. Ray, meanwhile, was deeply engrossed in his book, muttering to himself about the need to create a perfect pathway for mana to pass through. He stressed the importance of making it as perfect as possible. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a yellow apron, bursts into a room, her expression bright and excited. She calls out, asking if Ray is inside. Ray, a young boy with blonde hair, sits on the floor engrossed in a book. He confirms he is there, and the woman observes him, noting that he's reading again. The woman's expression softens, a thoughtful look replacing her initial excitement. She reflects on her desire for Ray to have friends his own age and play with him. She wonders aloud if her desire stems from her own lack of opportunity to play with him. The woman approaches Ray with a gentle smile, a single bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. She asks if he wants to play with her today. Ray considers her offer, a question mark appearing above his head as he contemplates her proposal. Ray's eyes widen slightly as he considers the possibility that she might be trying to teach him magic. He confirms his suspicion, believing she wants to teach him something through play. He enthusiastically agrees to play. The woman watches Ray, a slight furrow in her brow, a hint of concern in her expression as she utters his name. A woman with long brown hair embraced a young boy with blonde hair. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, regretting not having asked him sooner to play with her. The boy, slightly confused, questioned, Mom. His thoughts raced. The books, where are they? Why are we at the door? His mother smiled gently, explaining that they weren't going to look at books today, they were going outside to play. The boy, however, insisted that he needed to study more. He internally lamented, I can't spend time playing outside when I should be practicing. His mother, though proud of his studiousness, expressed disbelief at his dedication, questioning what she should do with such a focused child. She conceded that it was all right for today. She then gently encouraged him to see what the outside world was like. Finally, she suggested they go outside and try having some fun. Now that I think about it, I've never gone outside after reincarnating. He sat in a sunlit library, surrounded by towering bookshelves, a young boy with blonde hair and curious eyes. He held a book in his lap, his gaze drifting upwards, lost in thought. I don't even know what this world is like. A small smile touched his lips as he internally mused, all right, I guess one day is fine. He then declared aloud, all right, let's go outside and play. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he added, perfect. Let's go right away then. Stepping outside, the boy's eyes widened in awe. A breathtaking vista of a quaint village unfolded before him, nestled amidst rolling hills under a bright sky. Magical, shimmering particles swirled around him as he walked down a path. during the 3 years he'd spent reading at home. He had never even considered going outside. The image of a peaceful village with windmills and golden fields filled his vision. Ray, a young boy with blonde hair, stood by the sea, a pensive expression on his face. He reflected on his past life, a life he felt trapped within. A woman's voice called out to him, interrupting his thoughts. She asked him what he was doing. Ray, startled, turned to face the woman, his brow furrowed in slight confusion. The woman, with her brown hair tied back, seemed concerned. The woman gently suggested that he try exploring his surroundings. A hopeful expression flickered across Ray's face. He took a step forward, his brown leather shoe landing softly on the grass. And then another, his curiosity piqued. He began to walk, a sense of wonder filling him. Ray started to run, a joyous expression spreading across his face as he embraced the freedom of exploration. A feeling of exhilaration washing over him as he ran through the field. He continued his run, leaping over a small rock, his energy boundless. A wide, happy smile illuminating his face as he embraced this new world. A breathtaking vista unfolds, a cerulean sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds, stretches endlessly above a vibrant landscape. A young boy with blonde hair, Ray, stands on a rocky outcrop, gazing out at a tranquil lake nestled amidst a lush forest and towering cliffs. He seems lost in thought, taking in the beauty of his new surroundings. A sense of wonder washing over him as he whispers, "Wow." A woman with brown hair, presumably his mother, stands nearby, watching him with a gentle smile. A narration box reveals Ray's inner thoughts. Before his reincarnation, he never had the chance to take care of himself. He was forced to live under constant pressure, survival being his only priority. A flashback shows Ray, in his previous life as Jin Yusung, a stressed-out surgeon in a hospital operating room, his face etched with exhaustion. He shouts, overwhelmed by the pressure of his profession. Surrounded by his colleagues, he reflects on his past life, admitting that he'd never felt as liberated as he does now. The weight of his previous responsibilities is palpable. Despite the newfound freedom, a thought bubble appears, however. Ray smiles serenely, expressing his gratitude for his rebirth in this new world. He calls out to his mother, "Mom," his voice filled with affection. His mother, startled, responds with a questioning "Huh?" her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. A gentle breeze caressed Ray's face as he basked in the warmth of the sun. He expressed his gratitude for being taken outside. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in the midst of a chaotic emergency. An urgent plea echoed through the hospital halls, an emergency patient required immediate attention. His life, however, had become a monotonous cycle of surgeries and patient care. He reflected on the repetitive nature of his days, a stark contrast to the life or death stakes he constantly faced. The relentless pressure mounted as another surgery loomed. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, he felt utterly drained, his body screaming for respite. "Save me," he silently pleaded. Despite his exhaustion, the insistent calls of duty pressed on. He was at his limit, his resolve crumbling under the weight of his responsibilities. A single, weary question escaped his lips. Suddenly, a jarring shift in reality. A voice called out, "Ray," a name unfamiliar yet strangely resonant. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors as Jin Yusung, now reborn as Ray, found himself in a completely different world, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. A woman's voice, laced with concern, broke through his disorientation. "VTech," she exclaimed, seemingly referring to some sort of technology or device. She questioned him about a frightening dream, prompting Ray to dismiss it as just that, a dream. He sighed, reflecting on the strange turn of events that led to this surreal moment. Ray's unease lingered, a subtle hint of something amiss. He coughed, a slight discomfort in his chest, as a new chapter of his life began. The sprawling landscape of a quaint fantasy town unfolds before the reader. Stone buildings with steeply pitched roofs line cobblestone streets, nestled amongst rolling green hills under a bright, clear sky. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes gazes pensively into the distance. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of wonder in his eyes. He thinks, "That's right. I was reborn into this world." His thoughts continue, a firm resolve hardening his features. He silently vows, "I will definitely not live like how I did in my previous life." The young man, now seemingly at home, returns to a cozy house. A woman and a young boy greet him warmly. "I'm back," he says cheerfully. The woman responds, "Welcome back. Did you have fun?" He replies with a bright, "Yes." He confirms his thoughts with a quiet, determined, "That's right." Approaching his mother, he softly says, "Mom." With a hopeful smile, he asks his mother, "Please, teach me magic." His mother's face is a picture of surprised delight, her hands covering her mouth in shock and awe. A young woman, her face partially obscured by her hands, giggled as a man with blonde hair and a kind smile playfully covered her eyes. She thought, how can he be this lovable and cute? The woman, still smiling, responded to an unseen person, "You want to train yourself already? If you want, Mom is always happy to teach you." A young boy with blonde hair chuckled, "No matter how many times I see this reaction, I can't get used to it." The woman, her face now fully visible, smiled brightly. She said, "Since it's a request from Ray, shall we get started?" With a flourish, she announced, "Fire," and a small flame ignited in her palm. The flame grew brighter, casting an orange glow on the boy's awestruck face. A burst of intense light momentarily filled the panel. The woman watched him, a questioning expression on her face. She thought, his reaction. She continued, "Now, Ray, it's fire. Isn't it interesting?" The boy exclaimed, "Ah. Wow." The woman tilted her head, thoughtfully. She wondered, did it not have enough impact? A young boy with bright blonde hair explained to a woman with long brown hair and a red dress that the magic he was using was familiar to him. The woman, smiling kindly, suggested they sit down first. She looked at him expectantly. The woman began to explain that the magic he used transforms into mana, which can be used with a trigger word, as she demonstrated by conjuring a small flame with the word fire. She added that it's also easy to use with a trigger action. The boy, Ray, then asked his mother a question. His mother, addressing him as student Ray, listened attentively. He used fire magic as an example. His mother explained that to create fire, one burns mana and gathers the mana they want to combust. A simple diagram shows the creation of a small flame, accompanied by the instruction, then apply friction. A hand gestures, questioning a process. Instead of transforming mana 3 times, wouldn't doing it once be simpler? However, doing so would cause the mana to scatter quickly. A young woman with brown hair, styled in a braid, tilts her head, a look of slight confusion on her face. She thinks, an advanced question? The young woman ponders, touching her chin thoughtfully. She concludes that it's true, and it's not impossible. The woman continues her thought process. If the 3 events are grouped together and then stabilized, it might be possible, she realizes, a smile spreading across her face. She clarifies, that is, in theory. A young boy with blonde hair listens intently, his expression thoughtful. He considers the implications of stabilizing the mana. He wonders, does that mean? The boy's hand gestures, illustrating his question. In a completed state, you can add more attributes? A golden light emanated from Rei's palm, pulsing with an inner energy. The magical energy arcing outwards in a brilliant display. As it expanded to fill the room, bathing his mother and younger brother in its glow. A wave of warmth and light washing over them. Rei, eyes wide with wonder, whispered a triumphant declaration, he had done it. A wide, joyful smile spread across Rei's face, pure elation radiated from him. His mother, however, was far from sharing his enthusiasm. Her eyes widened in alarm as she stammered, asking what had just happened. Rei, still basking in the afterglow of his success, admitted that he hadn't even noticed anything unusual before the magic manifested. His mother, clearly concerned, explained a fundamental aspect of magic in this world: whenever magic is used, a noticeable mana flow always occurs. The weight of this revelation settled upon her, a worried frown creased her brow. Rei's thoughts drifted back to his previous life, a repetitive cycle of treating patients. Even then, he reflected, he hadn't felt anything like this. Young Rei, a boy with bright orange hair, sat lost in thought. He was contemplating the intricacies of mana, his brow furrowed in concentration. He mused that understanding mana was easier if one thought of it as an atom. Combining mana to create a compound didn't require direct injection. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, Rei. The sound was sharp, causing him to flinch. A wave of unease washed over him. He wondered, what the hell is this child? Rei's mother entered the room, a look of concern etched on her face. She apologized, explaining that she had been too focused. Rei, oblivious to her distress, cheerfully asked what was wrong. His mother explained that she was just proud of his ability to use magic. Rei beamed, declaring himself a genius. His mother, overjoyed, agreed, calling him so cool. That night, Rei slept soundly. However, his parents were awake, discussing a serious problem. They worried about what would happen if Rei was taken to the academy at a young age. They resolved to do their best to prevent that from happening. Unbeknownst to them, Rei stirred in his sleep, sensing that they were talking about him. Rei, a young man with blonde hair, lay in bed, a troubled expression on his face. He murmured to himself that things weren't as simple as they seemed. A woman, her face partially obscured, spoke of Rei's exceptional abilities, describing him as a genius that appears only once every 1,000 years. Her thoughts turned to the possibility of Rei attracting the attention of the academy, and the potential consequences. Rei, still in bed, admitted his uncertainty about the academy but expressed a growing unease. He worried that he might be forcibly taken there. To prevent this, Rei realized he needed power, a change of heart from his initial intention to learn magic merely for amusement. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. He had changed his mind, he needed absolute power. Rei's determination to gain absolute power was unwavering. The scene opens on a tranquil forest landscape, sunlight dappling through the leaves. A small, orange bird perches on a branch, a peaceful interlude before the action begins. A sudden flash of light interrupts the serenity. Inside a dimly lit room, a book lies open on a desk, illuminated by a single candle. A soft yawn echoes in the quiet space. A young man with short, gray hair sits up in bed, his mouth agape in surprise. He runs a hand through his hair, disoriented. He looks around the room, still groggy. Is it morning already? He mumbles to himself. He rises from the bed, considering his next move. Then, should I venture out now? He smiles, a confident glint in his eyes. The caption below reads, Rei, 15 years old. Rei's experimentation and research on magic increase in level, a surge of magical energy erupts around him. His genius understanding of mana proves to be the foundation for his extremely fast development. Due to the insane quantity of mana absorbed during this time, his hair turned pure white. Rei, a young man with short, choppy silver hair, paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, realizing he needed to bring something else along. He picked up a wooden crate, unsure how much his medical knowledge would be of use in this new world, but resolved to try nonetheless. He decided to give it a try, determined to use his skills to help others in this strange land. The crate's inscription, barely visible, read, I can fix those who are too. The rest was obscured. Rei's face was partially obscured, but a hint of uncertainty clouded his features. Before leaving, he considered one last attempt. A surge of fiery energy erupted from him, followed by a torrent of wind and a wave of ice, showcasing his newly discovered magical abilities. The combined elemental forces coalesced into a brilliant, swirling vortex of energy. Rei, awestruck, raised a hand towards the radiant display, a look of wonder and dawning understanding on his face. He had seemingly awakened powerful magical abilities. Rei, a young man with short, silvery hair, grinned, a self-satisfied gleam in his eyes. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of pure contentment. Great, it's perfect, he thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He paused, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier exuberance. Then, a question formed in his mind, then should I actually get going now? The scene shifted to a quaint, cobblestone street in a medieval-style town. Buildings with timber frames lined the street, their aged facades hinting at a long history. Rei appeared, seemingly teleporting into the scene. He landed lightly, a soft thud barely audible above the gentle sounds of the town. A small, almost imperceptible ripple of magical energy emanated from the spot where he materialized. He found a suitable spot, a quiet corner near a bustling market, and decided to set up shop. Rei planted a simple wooden sign in the ground. The sign read, in clear, bold letters, I can fix those who are ill. He looked at his makeshift sign, a slight grimace twisting his lips. This is kind of embarrassing. He muttered to himself, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. A group of townsfolk approached, their attention drawn by Rei's sign. He braced himself, a mixture of apprehension and determination in his eyes. A middle-aged man and woman beamed at a young man, their smiles warm and genuine. The woman commented on what a nice young man he was. The woman agreed with the man's assessment, her smile widening. However, their pleasantries were abruptly interrupted. A gruff voice ordered the young man to go play somewhere else. The young man, Ray, was taken aback. He internally questioned who these people thought he was. He quickly composed himself, however, a smirk playing on his lips as he realized he had anticipated this reaction. Ray continued to maintain his composure, a slight smile still on his face. He then expressed his disbelief that nobody had come to his aid. Ray, dejected, decided to go home for the day, concluding that his efforts were futile. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a curious question: could he truly heal anyone who was sick? Ray, a young man with silver hair, sat alone, tears welling in his eyes. His expression was one of profound sadness and weariness, a stark contrast to the bright orange of his jacket. A young woman with auburn hair, dressed in a simple green dress, approached him cautiously. She wondered aloud if this would be her first patient. The woman excitedly asked Ray if he could truly heal people. He responded with a slightly exasperated expression. Ray explained that he needed to examine them first before offering any treatment. The woman's expression turned serious as she listened. Ray inwardly lamented his inability to heal anyone in this new world, despite his past skills as a gifted surgeon. He felt frustrated and helpless. His frustration grew, punctuated by small tiger drawings in the panel, symbolizing his inner turmoil. Until he snapped, calling the woman Shorty. The woman reacted with surprise to his outburst. Ray, despite his youthful appearance, asserted that there was no patient he couldn't heal in this world. He urged her to stop judging him by appearances. The woman, slightly taken aback, admitted that he was a bit of a twerp. The scene shifts to a young man with short, silvery white hair and a concerned expression. He is dressed in simple, earthy-toned clothing, a stark contrast to the more formal attire of the man beside him. A thought bubble above him reveals his internal conflict. He questions the unsettling feeling of distrust he senses. A young woman with brown hair, wearing a long green dress and brown shoes, apologizes, her words echoing the young man's unease. The camera focuses on the young woman, Gade Von Elisha, as she lifts the hem of her dress, her expression one of quiet contemplation. The setting appears to be a quaint, rustic town square. She then reveals her name, Gade Von Elisha, confirming her identity. The young man, whose name is Ray, observes Gade with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. He comments on her elegant attire, noting that it's fitting for a noblewoman. Gade, however, questions his sudden shift to formal language, prompting Ray to acknowledge his unintentional formality. Ray's expression turns serious as he processes Gade's identity as Viscount Gade. Gade describes a past medical event involving Ray, detailing a concerning skin reaction that occurred some time ago. Ray, now deeply concerned, suspects a malignant tumor and insists on examining Gade immediately, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Ray, the reborn surgeon, examined the situation with a grim expression. His brow furrowed in concentration as he considered the gravity of the diagnosis. A tumor the size of a balloon, the implications were dire. He feared it might already be too late. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized the urgency of the situation. He began to walk away, his shoulders slumped with worry. He arrived at the noble's home with his companion. It was a large, imposing structure, a testament to their wealth and power. His companion urged them to enter. The sheer size of the building impressed his companion. It was, after all, the home of a noble family. As they stepped inside, a butler rushed towards them, his face a mixture of relief and concern. His young companion exclaimed with joy at his return. The young woman, anxious, immediately inquired about her father's health. The butler, however, delivered devastating news. His condition had worsened suddenly, and he had passed away. The news hit the young woman hard. She covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, unable to process the sudden loss. Ray, witnessing her grief, found himself disbelieving the butler's claim. He couldn't accept that it was true. The butler, clearly distressed, tried to comfort the young woman, but Ray's disbelief remained. He knew he had to act. Elisha, a young girl with auburn hair, cried out in despair, her face contorted with grief. Tears streamed down her cheeks as a silent scream tore from her lips. Her desperate cry echoing through the opulent bedroom. "Father," she wailed, her voice raw with anguish. As she knelt beside her father's lifeless form. He lay in bed, his chest bearing a dark, ominous wound, a stark contrast to the ornate surroundings. His daughter's cries were a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. A scene of heartbreaking sorrow. Elisha, still weeping, clutched a handkerchief to her eyes, her grief palpable. A woman in a green dress stood nearby, equally distraught. As a new figure entered the room. A man with short, gray hair and a kind face approached cautiously. "May I take a quick look?" he asked gently, his voice a calm counterpoint to the chaos. The man, Ray, examined the wound closely. A dark, swirling energy emanated from the injury, a sinister aura that hinted at something unnatural. A subtle magical essence that only he could perceive. He focused intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. A faint pulse of magic resonating within the wound. A dark, almost viscous energy pulsed faintly, a sign of life clinging desperately to the edge of oblivion. A faint glimmer of hope in the face of death. "It's weak, but I can still feel it," Ray murmured, a hint of determination in his voice. A faint pulse of life, a testament to his skill. "He can still live," he declared, a surge of confidence replacing his initial uncertainty. A woman with auburn hair, tears streaming down her face, looked at a man with dark hair, a question mark floating above her head. He seemed equally distressed, his expression a mixture of worry and helplessness. The woman's distress intensified, her mouth slightly agape as she continued to stare at the man. He, in turn, seemed to be bracing himself, his posture stiffening. A hand reached out, grasping at something unseen, the action filled with desperate hope. The woman's face was now a mask of anguish, her plea echoing in the silent room, "Please save him." A close-up revealed a young man with short, spiky white hair, a faint smile playing on his lips. A sense of quiet confidence emanated from him. He nodded slightly, a single word escaping his lips, "MHM." Reassurance filled his tone as he spoke, his words a balm to the distressed woman, "Don't worry." Two individuals, their identities yet unknown, engaged in a conversation within an opulent room. One questioned the presence of a child, while the other responded uncertainly, suggesting the child had arrived with someone named Alicia. The scene shifted to reveal a larger gathering in the same lavish room. A young boy lay on a chaise lounge, his presence causing a stir among the assembled guests. One of the onlookers voiced their astonishment at the boy's presence, questioning how an unknown commoner could have gained access to a viscount's estate. Among the assembled guests, suspicion arose regarding the boy's motives. One individual speculated that he might be a con artist, perhaps intending to steal precious metals after gaining entry to the estate. However, another guest, a woman with reddish-brown hair, dismissed these concerns, stating that such matters were inconsequential at that moment. Her voice was laced with distress, tears welling in her eyes. The focus shifted to the young boy, who appeared pensive. A thought crossed the minds of those present, the possibility that this child might be capable of a miracle. A dark, ominous presence was revealed, its size and decay causing alarm. A voice expressed disbelief at its growth and the extent of its corruption. The boy, now identified as Ray, focused his mana, intending to shape it into a scalpel. Ray's actions caused a visible reaction from the onlookers, their expressions reflecting shock and surprise. A young man with short, graying hair, clad in a simple yellow tunic, clutched his head in distress. His eyes were wide with worry, a clear sign of his inner turmoil. "You! What do you think you're doing?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. He continued, his voice rising in agitation as he looked down at a pale figure lying on a bed. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm trying to fix him." "Don't be ridiculous. How could you treat him like that?" The young man, clearly frustrated, addressed a stern-looking man in military attire standing nearby. "If you don't trust me, I could just stop right now. I don't have a problem with that." The soldier responded curtly, "You, brat." Another man, seemingly a subordinate, gasped, "See, Captain." A woman with auburn hair, adorned in elegant green attire and a golden pendant, observed the scene. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation. She then spoke, her voice calm and measured, "Let's trust in this child for now." The captain, his face etched with uncertainty, responded with a nervous, "Cook, I understand, madam." The soldier, clearly annoyed, dismissed the young man. Yeah. Stop shouting and go elsewhere. You're disturbing me." The young man muttered under his breath, "Cook." The young man's gaze fell back to the patient. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he made a quiet observation to himself, "Pus is coming out instead of blood after I poked at the tumor." His eyes widened in realization. This isn't just a tumor anymore. He stared intently at the affected area, his expression shifting to one of grim understanding. This is skin that has necrotized because of poison. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He awoke in a strange bed, his body weak and his surroundings unfamiliar. A surge of vibrant blue energy pulsed around him, a magical aura hinting at a world beyond his comprehension. Now reborn as Ray in this fantasy realm, he surveyed his surroundings. A question formed in his mind, shall I get started? He focused, channeling the magical energy coursing through his veins. Intending to use his medical expertise, even in this fantastical setting. His first thought was clear, firstly, I need to get rid of the parts that are rotten. With a swift, precise movement, he summoned a glowing blade of energy. A spectral weapon materialized in his hand. He was observed by a man and a young woman, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Ray's plan was clear, then make an incision on the side of his chest. He began the procedure, his movements precise and deliberate. A grimace crossed Ray's face as he encountered unexpected complications. The extent of the damage was far greater than he initially anticipated. As expected, his lungs are also rotting. Just how long has this been left alone? The narration box stated that, in a way, he was lucky. Ray, the reborn surgeon, focused intently, a faint blue glow emanating from his hands. He muttered that the damaged area was too large to heal completely, even if he removed the rotten parts. But a surge of bright blue energy erupted from his palms. Ray resolved to stitch up the damaged area with magical energy. He declared that he would stitch the wound with a mana stitch. With a determined expression, Ray slammed his hand onto the table, a brilliant blue light exploding outwards. The intense light subsided, revealing a fully healed wound. The narration box explained that the child brought by the young miss was. A man, speechless, stared at the scene. The scene opens with Ray, a young man with striking silver hair, his expression unreadable. Observers note not only his unusual charisma but also the masterful movements of his hands. Ray's hands begin to glow with an ethereal blue light, magical energy swirling around them. As he manipulates the energy with practiced ease, thin threads of light extending from his fingertips, carefully weaving them together. He declares that he'll finish by tying it up. From a distance, a man observes Ray's actions, commenting that he's like a puppeteer skilled at making dolls. However, the observer quickly corrects himself, exclaiming that Ray is more like a god. The blue energy intensifies around Ray as he completes his work. In another room, a man and a maid watch, awestruck. The man remarks that Ray might show them a miracle. The maid, her eyes wide with wonder, simply stares in speechless amazement. The man agrees, his gaze fixed on Ray as he finishes his magical work. Reborn into a fantasy world as Ray, Jin Yusung, once a brilliant surgeon capable of near miracles, found himself in a precarious situation. He had just completed a complex procedure, his brow furrowed in concentration, and he let out a relieved sigh, muttering, "Almost done." The patient, his chest bearing the marks of a recent surgery, lay before him. Ray assessed the situation, noting the need to stimulate circulation. He thought, now I just need to help with some circulation. Ray, drawing upon his newfound magical abilities, prepared to use mana to jumpstart the patient's heart. He murmured to himself, I'll use mana to perform the role of an AED. He focused his magical energy, intending to stimulate the patient's heart directly. His internal monologue revealed his plan, if I help to massage his heart. A surge of blue energy erupted from Ray's hands as he channeled his mana, targeting the patient's heart. The energy coursing through the patient's body, revitalizing his failing heart. A vibrant, pulsating heart was shown, surrounded by the blue energy. The life-giving energy pulsed, a powerful surge of revitalization coursing through the patient's body. Ray beamed, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He exclaimed, "It's done. He's alive." He felt a profound sense of accomplishment, his heart swelling with pride. He quietly added, "The surgery went well." The scene shifted to reveal a group of onlookers, a maid, a butler, a knight, and a woman all staring in stunned silence at the successful outcome of Ray's magical surgery. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, observed the reactions of those around him with a puzzled expression. He wondered what could be causing such a stir. His gaze fell upon a man lying on a bed, blood staining his chest. A sudden understanding dawned on Ray. The man was bleeding because blood had begun circulating in his previously lifeless body. A horrifying realization for those witnessing the event. A furious shout, "You brat," echoed through the room, revealing the man's anger and disbelief. Another man, his face contorted in a grimace, exclaimed, "I knew it." Pointing accusingly at Ray as he declared, "I knew you were a con artist." Ray, unfazed, responded with a smile, "You again? Excuse me, I'd like to explain the situation." But the other man interrupted, "You're still trying to lie your way out of this." He then questioned, "He's alive now, though?" Ray, the reborn surgeon, examined the nobleman's body, his brow furrowed in concern. He muttered to himself that the man's condition was problematic, that he was truly alive, while a nearby voice sharply rebuked him for opening a nobleman's body, questioning his humanity. Ray paused, a hand resting on his temple as he processed the situation. He needed a moment to collect his thoughts. A young woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with worry, approached him. She addressed him as Ray, reminding him of his earlier assurance that he could save the nobleman. Her voice trembled with a mixture of hope and despair as she confessed that she had trusted him implicitly. Ray, caught off guard, stammered that the nobleman wasn't truly dead, but his appearance suggested otherwise. The nobleman lay in bed, pale and seemingly lifeless. His condition was far from what one would expect from a cured patient. Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she blamed herself for her father's death, believing she had caused it by bringing Ray to the estate. Ray attempted to reassure her, stating that the nobleman was fully healed and that she simply needed to wait and see the results. He pondered the reason behind everyone's strange behavior, suspecting their lack of surgical experience. Suddenly, a furious voice accused Ray, a commoner, of not only harming the Viscount but also of coveting the young miss. A knight, clad in shining armor, stood before a throne, his face contorted in anger. He accused someone unseen, his voice ringing with indignation, "Have you not done enough by humiliating the body of the Viscount?" The camera focused on a sword being drawn, the metallic glint reflecting the intensity of the moment. A young man with silver hair, Ray, stood poised, the sword held before him. His expression was one of grim determination. Ray's internal monologue revealed his frustration. I went through all that trouble to save him. But his efforts were clearly unappreciated. He continued his inner lament, "But not only did I not get any thanks, you're even pointing your sword at me." The knight's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air, "That I'm a con artist that kills people?" Ray's face hardened, his eyes narrowed in anger. He was clearly offended by the accusation. Ray's final thought, laced with a cold fury, was, "Messed with the wrong person." Ray, a young man with short, light-colored hair, found himself in a predicament. He mused that while those around him were undoubtedly angry, their reaction was understandable given the nature of this world. He stood calmly in an ornate room, two figures in what appeared to be armor flanking him, their swords drawn. Tension hung heavy in the air. The scene shifted to focus on Ray's feet, clad in sturdy boots, standing on a geometrically patterned floor. Then back to Ray's face, a slight frown playing on his lips as he considered something. He confidently declared that the treatment had been a success. Ray, turning to leave, requested time for further enhancement before taking his leave. He added a final thought. Ray, a young man with silver hair and striking blue eyes, stood his ground, his expression firm despite the ominous red glow surrounding him. He warned the unseen person blocking his path to move, his voice laced with a quiet determination. A gruff voice filled the air, the speaker's face contorted in a sneer. His teeth were bared in a snarl, his eyes wide with barely contained rage. The unseen figure reacted with a sputtering, barely audible protest. His words were cut short by a sharp retort, "Arrogant." A sword, gleaming gold, flashed into view, its movement a blur of motion. The unseen assailant lunged forward. Ray's face, a picture of grim determination, was the only thing visible as he braced himself for the attack. But before the blade could connect, a surge of energy erupted from Ray, a bright blue light emanating from his body. The energy coalesced into a shimmering blue orb, bound by ethereal chains, radiating power. Ray, eyes narrowed in concentration, tightened his grip, the chains glowing brighter. With a final surge of power, Ray unleashed the full force of his magical chains, sending the attacker reeling back. A young man, Ray, found himself bound by magical chains. His captors, unseen but clearly present, marveled at his unexpected magical abilities. A mana hold, they whispered, a feat of power beyond their comprehension. The scene shifted to reveal 4 armored guards surrounding Ray, their own bodies similarly ensnared. A man with spiky, light-colored hair, visibly distressed, urged them to act quickly. Another guard, his face etched with worry, warned that Ray wouldn't be able to sustain multiple spells simultaneously. The urgency of the situation was palpable. A guard responded with a curt affirmation, "Yes sir," as the scene transitioned. Ray, eyes narrowed in concentration, began to channel his magic. A surge of blue energy erupted from his fingertips. The blue energy expanded, shattering the magical chains binding both Ray and his captors. The guards cried out in surprise. One of the guards, stunned, muttered about dual magic, a term that hinted at the extraordinary nature of Ray's power. The spiky-haired man watched Ray, his astonishment growing. He couldn't believe that Ray, at his age, could already wield dual magic. His thoughts turned to the implications of Ray's unexpected abilities, wondering what else this young man was capable of. Ray, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, calmly adjusted his clothing, a faint blue glow still emanating from his hand. Ray, a man in medieval-style armor, stood defiantly amidst 3 armed guards. He declared, with steely resolve, that this was their last warning and that they shouldn't try to stop him. His face, etched with worry, was now visible. He was alone, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. Under a starlit sky, Ray's internal monologue revealed his frustration. He lamented the vast difference between modern medicine and the magical healing practices of this world. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the challenge before him, it was simply too much. Ray walked through the night, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He felt like he was being treated as an ignorant child. He approached a building, his gaze fixed on the door. The indignity of being treated like a naive child stung him, but he remembered that the person he was about to see was his first patient in this new world. He reached for the doorknob, a grim realization dawning on him, his medical skills were useless here. As he opened the door, a woman greeted him, noting his lateness. Ray, internally panicked, could only utter a distressed oh no. Ray, a young man with silver hair, was deep in thought, so lost in his musings that he completely forgot something important. His mother's voice snapped him out of it, asking what time he was supposed to be home. His mother, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, looked at him with a mixture of concern and exasperation, her finger pointed accusingly. Ray's mother's voice was sharp, and she stated the time he was supposed to be home, 7 o'clock. She scolded him for his tardiness, emphasizing the dangers of being out late, especially given the presence of many suspicious individuals in their world. As punishment, Ray was grounded for 2 days. He looked down, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he nervously tapped a finger against his temple. Ray sighed, his internal monologue expressing his frustration at constantly being treated like a child, regardless of where he goes. The scene shifts to a large, imposing house at night. It is a 3-story building with a traditional design, standing under a dark, starlit sky. Meanwhile, at the Viscounty, a large, imposing palace is shown, a stark contrast to the previous scene's more modest home. The palace is grand and stately, reflecting its importance. Someone within the Viscounty is shown, clearly disturbed by something that just happened. They question who the child was. A young girl, her face etched with worry, clutched the hand of a woman in a rich green dress. The girl whispered, "Dad," as the woman looked on with a mixture of fear and determination. In the background, a figure in a white uniform stood silently, observing the scene. The woman's gaze flickered towards the unseen figure, a silent plea passing between them. Meanwhile, in another room, a man lay in bed, his face contorted in a silent scream. Sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for air, his eyes wide with terror. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room as the woman's eyes widened in shock. A gasp escaped her lips, a silent testament to the sudden change. The young girl, mirroring the woman's shock, stared with wide, frightened eyes. Her mouth hung open, speechless. News of the Viscount's unexpected recovery spread like wildfire. One man, his face a mask of disbelief, muttered, How can this be?" Another man, equally stunned, questioned the veracity of the news, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. A tense silence hung in the air as the Viscount's wife, her face grim, watched the man draw his sword. Her expression was unreadable. The young girl, her eyes blazing with anger, confronted a man with gray hair, accusing him, "You told me to believe you." The gray-haired man, his face contorted in anger, retorted, "You lowly commoner bastard." The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's face, his expression unreadable. He is dressed in simple, loose-fitting clothing, the fabric a muted gold color. His hand rests near his collar, fingers lightly touching his throat. His eyes flutter closed, a slight grimace playing on his lips. A single word escapes him, barely audible, air. He seems to be struggling with something. A wave of self-reproach washes over him as he reflects, "I couldn't even recognize our savior. It seems like I made a big mistake." The camera shifts to a woman with auburn hair, elegantly dressed in a green and gold gown. Her expression is serious, almost stern. She instructs someone off-panel, "Please take responsibility and find that person immediately. This is something that puts our family's honor on the line." The young man from the previous panels is shown again, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Me," he stammers, his voice filled with incredulity. A faint golden light emanates from his body, a subtle magical aura. He murmurs, "Ah, the magic." The auburn-haired woman's voice cuts through the air, instructing him to find him and apologize directly for your rudeness. He nods slowly, his expression a mixture of shame and dawning understanding. "Yes. I understand," he replies. A man in a tuxedo, observing the scene, muses, "It's really interesting, though. How could such a young boy do something so amazing?" The woman considers this, a thoughtful expression on her face. Is he a saint perhaps, she wonders aloud. A maid, her face etched with surprise, gasped, "A saint?" "Even so," one of the onlookers stated, "even so, I have never heard of a saint being able to use magic." Another voice agreed, "About that, me too." The maid continued, "Please take a look at the Viscount's peaceful expression. He had definitely passed away. Everyone saw it, right? If it was not a saint who raises the dead, then how is this possible?" A man in a fine suit stood, his hand outstretched, a faint golden aura emanating from his palm. A narration box explained, "They are chosen by God and possess immense amounts of divine power. They can also hear the voice of God. And are loved by God." A golden light enveloped Ray, the recently reborn surgeon, his form shimmering with an ethereal glow. A single, golden feather drifted down, a symbol of his otherworldly abilities. As a concerned voice questioned his miraculous healing. "But, really, that child? I didn't hear that a saint was in the kingdom," the speaker mused, clearly surprised by the event. The speaker, a woman with fiery red hair, tilted her head, a worried frown creasing her brow. Beside her, a young maid in a simple uniform looked on with wide, anxious eyes. Her thoughts turning to a possible explanation. Then he might be a saint that is still unknown, she wondered, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. A maid's voice confirmed the gravity of the situation. "That's right. Wasn't this a disease that even the high priest couldn't cure?" The red-haired woman's certainty grew. "I'm certain that the person who cured him was a saint," she declared, her tone firm and unwavering. The scene shifted to a tense conversation. Then, to Earth, what on earth did you do, Commander?" a man exclaimed, his voice laced with both fear and accusation. As the commander responded with a mixture of apology and self-reproach. "I'm sorry, because of my ignorance, I've caused trouble for the Viscount." The maid, her face etched with worry, looked down at a golden coin in her hand. As a young girl, her eyes wide with fear and desperation, cried out, "Ray, no. Dad." A man with a prominent mustache, his shirt slightly askew, questioned a young maid, his voice laced with disbelief. "Did you say, a saint?" he demanded, his tone sharp. He continued, his agitation growing, "I'm asking, just what on earth happened without me knowing?" The maid, her expression hesitant, responded, About that, a saint cured your father." A realization dawned on the man, his unexpected revival was linked to the saint's actions. His fist clenched, a silent question forming in his mind, "So the reason why I'm awake is, because of the saint." His anger flared. "And you all are probably talking about how rude you were." The man's outburst startled a nearby guard, who exclaimed, "Viscount." Another guard tried to calm him, saying, "Stop creating a fuss. The Viscount, his face etched with worry, ordered, "Mobilize all the manpower we have in this mansion and find him by using any means possible." He emphasized the urgency with a single word, "right now." Meanwhile, in another room, a young man with gray hair sat reading a book. A sudden feeling of unease washed over him. He muttered to himself, "Is someone talking about me?" The scene opens on a tranquil path winding through a lush forest, sunlight dappling through the leaves. A sense of peace hangs in the air. A young woman with brown hair bids farewell to a young man with short, gray hair, wishing him good luck. The young man is Rei, formerly Jin Yusung. The young woman, brimming with excitement, watches as Rei attempts to use a stick as a magical staff. Rei, concentrating intensely, attempts to heal with his makeshift staff. But instead of healing magic, a small spark ignites at his fingertips. A surprised expression crosses his face as he examines the small flame. Undeterred, Rei tries again, this time summoning a small flame. He mutters that it's weird. He then attempts to produce light, succeeding in creating a small burst of light. The young woman watches with amusement, as if enjoying a show. Rei, still surprised by his newfound abilities, tries to heal again, this time successfully. A surge of energy crackled through the air, a chaotic display of raw power, leaving behind only fragmented sparks as it dissipated. Rei, the reborn surgeon, clutched a simple wooden stick, his brow furrowed in concentration. A desperate question echoing in his mind, why wasn't his healing magic working? A young woman with long brown hair approached, a reassuring smile playing on her lips. Now, let me explain. Listen carefully, she said, her tone patient and calm. She explained that the heal spell uses mana to increase a target's vitality. Rei, however, found her explanation too simplistic. So she elaborated, instructing him to visualize his mana forming a protective layer around his target. Focusing intently, Rei channeled his mana, whispering the word heal. And a wave of energy erupted from the stick, a vibrant blue light illuminating the scene. Ha! What's that sound? She wondered, her expression shifting to one of concern. A young deer, seemingly unperturbed, ambled through a sun-dappled forest clearing. Elsewhere, a man's leg, severely injured and bleeding, was examined. It looked like a serious wound. A young woman with brown hair, wearing a simple peasant dress, stood before a man with short, gray hair. She seemed concerned. He considered her words, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that practicing his new abilities on a living creature might be more effective than a twig. The woman suggested he try approaching the deer without startling it. He found her seemingly cheerful demeanor in this situation unsettling. As he began to approach, a sudden sound made him pause. The man's foot accidentally stepped on a twig, causing the deer to bolt in fright. The man and woman watched, surprised, as the deer ran away. A young woman with brown hair urged Rei, a man with short, gray hair, to hurry. Let's go, Rei. Get him, she insisted, her tone brimming with urgency. Rei, however, hesitated, a question hanging heavy in his mind as he began to run. Why did he have to do this? As Rei ran through a sun-drenched forest, he pondered the effort required for healing in this new world. He mused, is it that important that the hand of God has to put this much effort into learning to heal? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he continued his determined run. He resolved, of course. I need to make sure to do everything I can to save as many lives as possible. His resolve strengthened, Rei's hand glowed with a faint, ethereal light, chains of energy materializing around it. As he reflected on the past, a new thought struck him, if I think about what's happened in the past. The people here, rather than understanding his knowledge of modern medicine, feared it out of uncertainty. Rei stood alone, bathed in a single spotlight, facing a family who looked at him with apprehension. A deer, its leg clearly injured, bolted through the forest, its escape hampered by glowing blue chains magically binding its limbs. Observing from a distance, Rei, a young man with short, light gray hair, watched in surprise. He murmured to himself, incredulous at the deer's speed despite its injury. Rei approached the exhausted deer, his expression softening with concern. He spoke soothing words, promising to heal the animal, before gently touching its injured leg. As he did so, a surge of energy emanated from his hand, a faint blue glow enveloping the deer's leg. He wished the deer good luck as it rested. Rei's face hardened with determination as he reflected on his new abilities. He mused that if magic was the common method of healing in this world, he would master it to become a healer once more. He vowed to make this attempt a success. She silently questioned the incredible mana she witnessed, wondering how such power was possible. The woman's astonishment grew as she observed the continued flow of magical energy from Rei. The energy intensified, threatening to overwhelm him. Rei roared in exertion, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. He declared his commitment to healing, invoking his oath as a doctor. Rei, reborn in a fantasy world after his death as the gifted surgeon Jin Yusung, resolved to continue his healing career. He declared his intention to take the next step in his journey, a surge of magical energy emanating from him as he prepared to heal. A large, wounded creature lay before him, its pained cries echoing through the air. Rei attempted to heal the creature, but a pained grunt escaped his lips as he struggled with the process. A young woman, seemingly concerned, watched from a distance as Rei worked on the injured animal. Rei and the young woman looked on in shock. As the creature suddenly died, its life force extinguished despite Rei's efforts. A gasp of horror escaped Rei's lips. The young woman exclaimed in disbelief at the creature's sudden death, questioning what had happened. Rei, internally, grappled with the failure of his healing magic, questioning his abilities as a doctor. Rei's despair deepened as he realized his magical healing abilities were not as straightforward as he'd hoped, leaving him unable to save a life, a stark contrast to his past successes as a surgeon. Rei, a young man with silver hair, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He pondered the implications of what he'd just heard, using mana to suppress vitality. A statement that left him utterly perplexed. A young woman with brown hair and braids voiced her frustration. She couldn't understand how to heal, unlike other magicians. Rei's brow furrowed in concentration. He wondered if his inability to heal stemmed from a fundamental difference in his magical abilities. A sudden realization struck him. He possessed a mana road, a unique pathway of magical energy. And he decided to test its healing capabilities on an elderly man who approached him, requesting medical assistance. Rei readily agreed, assuring him that he could heal him. Rei attempted to use his healing magic, but the results were catastrophic. The old man began to cough up blood. The old man died, leaving Rei and a bystander in shock near a freshly dug grave. Ray realized the horrifying truth: his unique magic was incompatible with healing, and he would have to avoid using it for now. Overcome with guilt and fear, Ray vowed to prevent further harm, his face etched with worry. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest landscape, hinting at Ray's resolve to find a different path. The camera pans to a quaint, two-story house nestled in a verdant landscape. A wooden bench sits invitingly in the manicured garden, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Inside, a delectable steak dinner is presented on a plate. A voice, filled with playful curiosity, remarks on the unexpected feast. A young woman with brown hair, styled in a braid, gasps in surprise, her hand covering her mouth. A man with a short beard smiles at her, a question mark hovering above his head. The man's expression shifts to one of disbelief as he exclaims about their genius son's inability to heal. The woman giggles, finding the situation amusing. The man and woman share a moment of laughter, their amusement palpable. A third person, with gray hair, looks on with a slightly annoyed expression. Their laughter continues, but the gray-haired individual mutters to himself, clearly frustrated. The gray-haired man, determined, declares his intention to learn healing magic. A majestic castle, the Holy Empire Gaia, is shown in all its glory. A statue of a woman, possibly a goddess, is shown, with the word Aya written above her. An aged priest knelt before a golden altar, his whispered question hanging in the hallowed air. My lord? A faint golden light emanated from the altar, illuminating the priest's worried face. The priest, revealed to be the Pope of the Holy Empire, wept openly. His anguished query echoed the silence of the cathedral. Is my lord calling for me? A celestial being, radiant and serene, appeared before him. The being's command was simple, yet urgent. Find him. The celestial figure's ethereal beauty was striking, yet her expression was grave. The celestial being's instructions became more specific, a desperate plea echoing in the divine silence. News of a new saint spread through a tranquil countryside. Two villagers discussed the recent event. A procession of knights and clergy marched through the lush green landscape, their movements suggesting the importance of their mission. One villager expressed disbelief at the appearance of another saint so soon. The other villager noted the young age of the new saint. They continued their discussion, one suggesting that age is irrelevant as the new saint was chosen by God, and the other expressing optimism about the positive impact of having another saint. The setting changed to the Holy Empire Gaia, a majestic castle overlooking a vast expanse. Inside, a man addressed a statue, expressing his gratitude. His words conveyed relief and reverence, suggesting a significant event had finally occurred. An older man, possibly a high-ranking cleric, was approached and asked about an important matter. He responded with a request to find a white-haired saint known as Cilia. In a grand cathedral, a priest knelt before a statue of a radiant woman, his silent prayer echoing in the hallowed halls. A faint glow emanating from the statue, a response to his plea. He questioned whether this was all the divine guidance he would receive. The statue's ethereal voice responded, implying that more information was needed to pinpoint the new saint. The statue revealed that the new saint was a 15-year-old, commanding the priest to find and bring him to the Holy Empire. The priest, overwhelmed, readily agreed to the divine command. He then called out for his assistant, Iron, who promptly appeared. Iron, surprised, inquired about the reason for his summons. The Pope instructed Iron to prepare a delegation to be sent to Cilia. The Pope, left alone, contemplated the implications of a new saint. A young man with short, spiky silver hair and glasses, dressed in a simple robe, sat pensively. His companion suggested he learn swordsmanship. The suggestion hung in the air, a question echoing in the silence. His companion, a man with short, light brown hair and a relaxed demeanor, continued, emphasizing the importance of self-defense in this new world. The young man considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. He internally agreed that learning to protect himself was a sensible idea. His thoughts drifted to his past life, a stark contrast to his current circumstances. He recalled a time when daily life was easy, a stark contrast to this new world where even obtaining a simple apple could be a life-threatening endeavor. The scene shifted, showing the young man's hand crackling with magical energy as he effortlessly crushed an apple. He resolved to learn swordsmanship. His companion enthusiastically agreed, suggesting they begin immediately. Someone questioned Ray about his glasses, to which he simply replied that it was a habit of his. The scene then transitioned to show two swords clashing together, a blur of motion and energy. The impact of the clash sent shockwaves outwards, and a voice praised Ray's skill, noting that he was quite good for a first-timer. Ray's opponent, a man with short, light brown hair and a cheerful expression, watched him with amusement. Ray, surprised, exclaimed that he was lucky to have learned kendo before. His opponent commented that he was being too Spartan about the fight, suggesting that at this rate, they would simply be exchanging blows. Ray, considering this, prepared for a different approach. He decided to change his tactics. Ray's opponent noticed his change in demeanor and questioned him, asking if he was giving up already. Ray, however, remained silent as a faint blue glow emanated from him. Ray, the reborn surgeon, now known as Ray in this fantasy world, faced his opponent with a smirk. He declared that he was merely adjusting his tactics. As Ray moved, a faint blue glow emanated from his sword. His opponent, visibly surprised, muttered about a sword aura. With a sudden burst of speed, Ray lunged forward. His attack amplified by an unseen force, confidently declaring that his new strategy would work. The impact of Ray's enhanced strike sent a shockwave through the air, leaving his opponent reeling from the unexpected power. The fight continued, with Ray's opponent realizing he was losing ground. He knew he had no other choice. He resolved to use his own aura, a desperate measure. As his opponent unleashed his aura, Ray looked on in surprise. Ray, the reborn surgeon, now known as Ray in this fantasy world, found himself in a desperate struggle. He swung his sword, a fiery arc of energy trailing behind it, in a desperate attempt to fend off his attacker. The force of the blow sending a shockwave through his arm, a grunt escaped his lips as he braced himself for the next attack. His opponent pressed their advantage, their movements swift and precise. Ray barely managed to deflect the incoming blow, his sword flying from his grasp, sending him sprawling to the ground as he gasped in surprise. He hit the ground hard, the impact jarring his entire body. A wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. But then, a voice called out, "Ray!" The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace. Two individuals discuss the increased presence of the Intelligence Guild members. Ray, a young man with dark hair, partially concealed by a brown hooded cloak, stood with a grim expression. His eyes, though partially shadowed, held a deep weariness. He walked through the town, his back to the viewer, the cloak billowing slightly in the gentle breeze. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil in his heart. He was met by two men, their words echoing his own frustration. One asked if he found anything. Ray responded that he had not. The other man questioned the feasibility of their search, pointing out the difficulty of finding someone based solely on age and hair color. One of the men complained about the constant pressure from those demanding updates on their progress. Ray, observing from a distance, noticed something. His expression shifted subtly. He approached the two men again, his question hanging heavy in the air. Did they find anything? One of the men responded with a frustrated sigh, comparing the search to finding a needle in a haystack. The impossibility of their task was clear. Ray's patience snapped. A wave of anger washed over him, his inner thoughts revealing his contempt for their incompetence. His outburst was explosive, a furious tirade directed at their failure to locate the missing person. A man, dressed in fine clothing, apologized to a superior, the Viscount. He questioned whether those present truly believed the young man in question was just an ordinary boy. The Viscount, his face etched with worry, explained that the boy was, in fact, a saint. He stressed the severe repercussions if their poor treatment of him were to be discovered. The Viscount's anxiety escalated. He warned that the Holy Empire might declare war if the truth came to light. He then urgently ordered his subordinates to find the boy immediately. Meanwhile, another man, his eyes downcast, pleaded with someone off-panel to try their best, promising to pay any amount necessary. His determination to find the boy was palpable, he felt a desperate need to locate him. A third man, overhearing the conversation, smirked upon hearing the mention of unlimited funds. He confidently offered to take care of the matter. The scene shifts to show the man's determined expression. Ray, a young man with silver hair, winced in pain, clutching his injured hand. A deep gash bled freely, staining his skin crimson. "Ah, that hurts," he muttered. A concerned man with short, brown hair knelt beside him, his brow furrowed with worry. "Darn, that looks bad." "I'm sorry," he said. Ray responded weakly, "It's fine." A woman with long brown hair rushed into the scene, her eyes wide with alarm. "What happened to your hand?" she exclaimed. The woman's concern deepened as she examined the injury more closely. "Your bones look completely damaged," she cried out, addressing the man. "Dear." The woman turned to Ray, offering to heal him. However, Ray insisted, "No, I want to try doing it myself." With a surge of determination, Ray focused his intent, whispering the word, "heal." A brilliant green light erupted from his hand, engulfing his injured arm in a mystical aura. The green energy pulsed and swirled, radiating outwards. The man and woman watched in stunned silence as the light subsided, revealing Ray's completely healed hand. Ray, the protagonist, held out his hand, a look of wonder on his face as he examined the completely healed wound. It was a testament to his newfound abilities. A healing so perfect, it was almost unbelievable. His mother, however, was less than convinced. Her expression showed a mixture of surprise and skepticism as she questioned the speed of his recovery, pointing out that he had previously failed to heal a similar injury. His father, though, seemed more impressed by Ray's unexpected strength, mentioning how he had taken down a deer with a single blow. The image of a perfectly cooked steak appeared in a thought bubble above his head, highlighting his focus on the practical benefits of Ray's new power. Ray, realizing the need for an explanation, decided to reveal a significant truth about himself. He would tell his parents something important about his true nature. He began by addressing his parents, preparing them for a revelation about himself. His mother and father listened intently, curious about what he was about to say. Ray's mother asked what was on his mind, prompting him to finally confess that he was different from ordinary humans, a statement that shocked his parents. The final panel shows a symbolic image of three stick figures looking up at a crow, foreshadowing an unknown event or threat. Ray's parents, a warm and accepting couple, discussed their son's future. His mother expressed her unwavering support, regardless of his choices. His father, slightly more reserved, added that he would support Ray no matter what he decided. Their support extended even to the possibility of him marrying an orc, as long as he was happy. Ray's mother beamed at the thought, her joy evident. She reiterated that their love and acceptance were unconditional. However, even with their open-mindedness, Ray's mother expressed concern that even without prejudice, the situation was still too much to handle. Elsewhere, a discussion about Ray's unique magical abilities was underway. Someone inquired about his mana vessels, expressing surprise. Ray explained that instead of storing mana in a circle, he used naturally formed pure mana endlessly with his mana vessels. This unique method allowed him to utilize naturally formed pure mana, which is significantly more potent than purified mana. This revelation explained why Ray's magic was so exceptionally powerful. His mother, observing the conversation, looked on in awe and understanding. Ray, the reborn surgeon, bid farewell to his companions, assuring them of his imminent return. He was eager to explore this new world, a fantasy realm vastly different from the one he'd left behind. Arriving at Barlow Village, its size exceeding his expectations. His companion, a burly man with an eye patch, accompanied him, their journey marked by a sense of quiet anticipation. And he politely approached the adventurer, Hyung SSI, to ask a favor. Inquiring about a boy with distinctive features, white hair and blue eyes. He showed a crude sketch to aid in the identification, further emphasizing the boy's striking appearance. Commenting on the boy's good looks, a detail that seemed to catch his attention, prompting a blunt critique of his drawing skills from his companion, leading to a heated exchange about the harshness of the criticism and the purpose of the inquiry. Leaving Ray to silently observe the escalating tension, noticing a change in the atmosphere, and pondering the reasons behind the shift, questioning if the increased population was the cause. Ray, a young man with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes, wore a pensive expression. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. A man with short brown hair, dressed in simple, worn clothing, approached Ray. He muttered to himself, questioning the Viscounty's extensive search for a specific individual. He continued, expressing his bewilderment at the situation and wondering if he would be involved if he knew the full story. The man seemed to sense that the person they sought was extraordinary. The man's attention was drawn to Ray's appearance, his gaze lingering on the young man's features. A sudden realization struck him. Ray, meanwhile, pondered the Viscounty's search, wondering if it was connected to him. A sudden thought caused him to exclaim, "Wait." The man and Ray faced each other, a silent tension building between them amidst a bustling crowd. The man, seemingly confirming his suspicions, asked Ray what was wrong. The man's internal monologue revealed his certainty. He had found the person the Viscounty was searching for, identifying him by his distinctive white hair and blue eyes. A young man with short brown hair excitedly informed someone off-panel that he had found the person they were looking for. He then addressed a gray-haired man, introducing himself as someone working with the Information Guild. The gray-haired man, after hearing the young man's explanation, agreed to go with him. The two men walked together, the brown-haired man smiling confidently. But the gray-haired man seemed hesitant, questioning if this was something a stranger should be asking. The gray-haired man explained that the Viscounty was searching for him, and that he should check on a patient's state anyway, so he would go with the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man offered to call a carriage. As they waited for the carriage, the brown-haired man asked the gray-haired man a question. He inquired about the meaning of patient, wondering if someone in the Viscounty was ill. The brown-haired man and the gray-haired man are now sitting in a carriage. He wondered how they were doing now. A swirling vortex of dark energy filled the panel, suggesting a transition between worlds. Ray, a young man with short brown hair, found himself in an unfamiliar place. His expression was one of confusion and disbelief. He wondered if his previous life had all been a delusion. Another young man, this one with short, light gray hair, urged Ray forward, impatient to continue their journey. They arrived at a grand building, where a man in formal attire greeted them with a booming welcome. The man's joyful greeting turned to shock as he recognized Ray, exclaiming in disbelief that he was the saint. Several other servants, dressed in similar attire, shared the man's astonishment, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting, where the servants again greeted Ray as the saint, their words echoing in the bright sunlight. Ray and his companion, still bewildered, exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Ray's companion, still confused, questioned the claim that Ray was the saint. In a dimly lit room, a man with graying hair began to speak, his voice trailing off as he seemed to struggle to find the right words. A young man with short, gray hair listened intently, a knot of confusion forming in his mind as he tried to process the information. The young man, Ray, sat across from the older man, his expression one of deep thought as he contemplated the implications of what he just heard. He declared that he was not the saint they were looking for. Ray sat at a lavish table, laden with a feast of food, a wide grin spreading across his face as he enjoyed the abundance before him. The older man's hand slammed onto the table, interrupting Ray's meal, his voice sharp with indignation as he rebuked the young man's claim. The older man, his face etched with emotion, passionately insisted that Ray had saved his life and his family. He expressed his gratitude, emphasizing the profound impact Ray's actions had on his life, highlighting the rarity of such selfless acts. His voice rising in fervor, the man declared that there was no way Ray wasn't a saint. Ray, taken aback by the man's insistence, scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself about how to explain the situation. He wondered how to explain that his actions were simply medicine, not miracles. A woman with auburn hair, dressed in a simple brown gown, beamed with gratitude. Her hands clasped together in prayer, she expressed her family's profound relief and appreciation. They couldn't deny the fact that he had saved their lives. Turning to another individual, partially obscured from view, she gave a brief instruction. Alicia was to greet the newcomer. A young woman, Alicia, with fiery red hair, peeked from behind a curtain, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Her nervousness was palpable as she prepared to meet the man who had defied death itself. With hesitant steps, Alicia approached the newcomer, her pink dress swirling around her ankles. She seemed both excited and anxious. The newcomer, a young man with short, silvery white hair, watched her approach with a questioning look on his face. He seemed surprised and slightly bewildered. He recognized her immediately. Alicia. The one who had questioned his presence here. His expression shifted to a playful smirk as he leaned back, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He was clearly amused by the situation. The woman who had sent Alicia to greet him gasped in shock, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of panic. Her companion, a man with a mustache, mirrored her reaction. The man scolded Alicia, clearly displeased with her behavior. He had expected better from her. A stern voice echoed, reminding someone of the importance of apologizing for wrongdoing. A young man with spiky, light gray hair and bright blue eyes reacted with a surprised, slightly confused expression. His mouth hung open in a silent ha. He was then urged to apologize for his actions. The young man, still slightly bewildered, insisted it had all been a joke. And questioned why everyone was acting so strangely. He had already informed them he wasn't a saint. A moment of reflection caused him to pause, a new thought occurring to him, where was the person who had arrived with him? A maid, witnessing his confusion, offered that the person seemed to have left in a hurry. He then felt an overwhelming sense of wonder, described as amazing. He began to run, his movements blurring with speed. A young man with brown hair considered the information he just witnessed as potentially important. A young man with blonde hair, clad in simple, dark clothing, urgently dashed across a sun-drenched landscape. His destination was clear, he needed to reach the guild. He continued his frantic sprint, his pace relentless. A worried expression etched onto his face. He wondered if anything bad would happen. Inside a warmly lit room, a silver teapot poured a steaming liquid into a delicate cup. A voice, smooth and polite, inquired about the guest's satisfaction with the meal. The young man, now seated, responded enthusiastically that everything was lovely. And his host, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and kind eyes, expressed his relief and pleasure at the positive feedback. The young man chuckled, declaring that he couldn't imagine anything better. He expressed his gratitude, relieved that he would enjoy such meals daily in the Holy Empire. Ray, a young man with spiky brown hair, sat calmly sipping tea. A look of mild confusion clouded his features as he murmured a quiet, questioning, huh? His confusion deepened as a man with neatly combed brown hair and a prominent mustache approached, inquiring, what do you mean? Were you not informed? The man continued, explaining that a delegation from the Holy Empire had arrived to take Ray back. Ray's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Who's here to take me? How did they know I'm here? He wondered aloud, a mix of bewilderment and suspicion in his voice. Ray, intrigued, questioned what kind of messages would necessitate his presence. He was told that the Holy Empire was a kingdom blessed by God. And that when needed, the Pope sends messages to saints within the empire. Ray, in his new life, pondered a question that had arisen: could the god of this world directly communicate with humans? It seemed not to be a direct communication, rather, the god would leave marks in people's dreams. He recalled stories of saints who had a ray of light follow them around, a sign of divine favor. The people in the panel marveled at a particularly bright light, wondering if a new saint had appeared. Ray wondered what would happen to him next. When a man informed him that he was going to the Holy Empire. Another man congratulated Ray, addressing him as Lord Ray. Elsewhere, a woman and a man discussed Ray's situation. The woman suggested that Ray was likely tired and needed rest, as he hadn't left his room. They agreed that he should be left to rest. Ray slept, a ghostly figure appearing above him, seemingly delivering a message. He mumbled something about the Holy Empire. Ray awoke with a sigh, his thoughts turning to his desire for a relaxing life in this new fantasy world. The night sky, a canvas of deep blue, twinkled with distant stars. Silhouetted against this celestial backdrop, the leaves of trees swayed gently in the night breeze. Within the grand halls of Cilia Castle, two maids conversed. One inquired about the identity of the individual residing in the secluded house. The other maid responded with a question of her own, curious about this mysterious person's identity. It was then revealed that the secluded house's inhabitant was a saint from the Gaia Holy Empire. The news of a saint's arrival in their kingdom caused a stir among the castle staff. One maid expressed her astonishment at this unexpected event. The maids continued their discussion, sharing what little they knew about the saint. One maid wondered about the saint's appearance, recalling rumors of blessings received in her youth. The other maid confirmed having heard similar stories. A description of the saint began to emerge, long hair cascading down to her hips, and eyes as bright as pink diamonds. Further details about the saint's radiant beauty were shared, with a light seemingly always shining upon her. The maids expressed their curiosity about this extraordinary individual. The scene opens on a grand, opulent hallway, bathed in a warm, golden light. The architecture suggests a palace or temple of significant importance. Two individuals, dressed in formal attire, stand in hushed conversation. One wonders aloud if they will have the opportunity to meet a certain person, the other agrees that such a meeting would be pleasant. A third figure, appearing somewhat timid, approaches and politely requests entry. Their request is observed from within the room by a woman with long, dark hair, partially obscured by a curtain. Her expression is unreadable. She gives a curt affirmative response. The timid figure enters, their foot revealing a simple slipper adorned with a cross. They express gratitude, mentioning that it is almost time for a feast. The woman inside sighs, commenting on the lack of rest afforded to people. Meanwhile, another individual, dressed in priestly garb, urges someone to prepare themselves. The person addressed replies that they will be ready shortly. The woman, still partially hidden, then asks about the information she previously requested concerning a certain saint. The scene ends with her question hanging in the air. A man in military attire approached, a hopeful expression on his face. He announced that he had good news. He approached Saint Iriel, a young woman with long brown hair, dressed in ornate golden and red attire, her face obscured by a cloth. The man gently removed the cloth, revealing Iriel's concerned expression as she looked at him expectantly. Iriel's eyes widened as she heard the news. She exclaimed that he had finally appeared. A close-up on Iriel's radiant pendant, a golden sunburst with a crimson jewel at its center, highlighted her excitement. Iriel's thoughts turned to someone who would understand. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, a picturesque vista of blue skies and lush green trees, framing a quaint, two-story house with timber framing, characteristic of a European-style village. Inside, a young man with short, gray hair lies on a bed, a look of deep distress etched on his face. His brow is furrowed, and his eyes are wide with worry. He runs a hand through his hair, his internal monologue revealing his frustration. He cannot think of anything, no matter how hard he tries. He sits up, his anxiety growing. The thought of being caught by the Holy Empire fills him with dread. It would mean the end. His second life, which he'd hoped would be peaceful, is proving far more difficult than his previous one. He contemplates the necessity of praying to a god he doesn't even know. He vehemently rejects this idea. That cannot happen. A woman's voice cuts through his despair, asking him what is wrong. A young woman with brown hair and concerned eyes looked at a man with blonde hair. She contemplated a drastic solution. Should I tell my parents and run away with them? The young man with gray hair shook his head, dismissing the idea. He realized the futility of escape. No, even if I try that, there's nowhere safe to run to. No matter how far he ran, the inescapable truth remained. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. No matter how much I run, the Holy Empire will hunt me down to the end. The woman noticed his unusual behavior. Her voice held a hint of worry. You've been acting off since last night. What's going on? The young man, his face partially obscured, remained silent, his gaze cast downward. His parents' concern grew. A heavy silence hung in the air as he struggled to find the words to explain his predicament. Unable to contain his anxiety any longer, the young man abruptly fled the room, leaving his parents in stunned silence. He bolted, his movements sharp and desperate, leaving his parents to exchange worried glances. The woman voiced her suspicion. Something's definitely going on with him. The idyllic landscape of a fantasy world unfolds, a picturesque vista of rolling green hills under a clear blue sky. This is the new reality for Jin Yusung, now reborn as Rei. A quaint town nestled amidst the greenery comes into view, its medieval architecture hinting at a world steeped in history and magic. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, stand overlooking the scene. One of them questions the reliability of the information they possess. One of the men confirms that the boy they seek is the Holy Empire's long-sought-after individual. The two men stand against a stone wall, their conversation continuing. The word saint is emphasized, highlighting the importance of their target. One of them examines a piece of paper, his expression thoughtful and serious. He seems to be reviewing crucial information. A close-up shows a hand tracing a rough map, a thoughtful HM, escaping the man's lips. The other man assures his companion of his trustworthiness, emphasizing that he was the first to receive this information. The first man confirms that he has already sold the information to the Holy Empire, shifting the focus to locating the saint. He suggests focusing their search on the outskirts of town, given the saint's likely lower-class origins. The second man highlights the efficiency of their approach, contrasting it with the blind search others are conducting in the village. Their superior information gives them a significant advantage. Ray, a young man with short, brown hair, a somewhat pensive expression, and a hint of weariness in his eyes, stood amidst the bustling marketplace. His gaze was fixed on something beyond the immediate surroundings, a faraway look in his eyes. A woman with long, dark hair, her face partially obscured, spoke to him. She stated that she would return once the Holy Empire issued payment. Ray, his attention still elsewhere, simply hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting towards a verdant forest in the distance. He pondered something deeply, a hand touching his chin thoughtfully. An older man, his face partially visible, approached him. The older man asked Ray if he had been investigating the forest as well. A burst of energy, a swirling blue light, emanated from the forest as the man pointed towards it. The question hung in the air. Ray confirmed that he had been investigating the forest, explaining that it was a convenient hiding spot for the saint. However, he quickly added that the saint would be dead if he tried hiding there. A vision of a powerful, ethereal woman with long green hair and glowing cyan energy appeared before Ray, hinting at a hidden truth. The older man's face showed a mixture of shock and dawning understanding as the vision faded. Two men stood on a wall overlooking a town. One, younger with light brown hair, listened intently as the other, older with graying hair, spoke. The older man warned, "You know they detest outsiders." The younger man's expression turned thoughtful, a hand resting on his chin. He pondered the warning. A wide shot of the town revealed its medieval architecture. The younger man's internal voice questioned, "There's no way he's there, right?" The scene shifted to a sun-dappled forest path. A sense of quiet contemplation filled the air. The younger man walked along the path, his thoughts turning inward. He hoped a walk would clear his head. He mused, "I hope something good would come to mind if I took a walk." But his worries persisted. He continued his walk through the trees. He stopped, a hand to his chin, lost in thought. He admitted to himself, "But I can't think of any way to avoid them at all." The younger man's face filled the panel, his expression troubled. He questioned, "Is running away really the only option?" He looked around his surroundings, his gaze settling on a distant path. He began to walk again. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, sat on a rock in a forest clearing, letting out a weary sigh. He muttered to himself, needing a moment to compose himself. His eyes, wide and alert, darted around, a sudden tension replacing his previous weariness. He stood, fists clenched, a sense of unease washing over him. Ray's heightened senses picked up on something approaching, a palpable sense of dread filled the air. A question formed in his mind, was the Holy Empire ready for whatever was coming? The forest was silent once more, the previous tension dissipating into the calm of nature. But Ray remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the trees. He could no longer sense any presence, a disconcerting development. Confusion etched itself onto his features as he tilted his head, puzzled. Ray stood, his senses on high alert, scanning his surroundings. A faint glow emanated from the trees. A swirling vortex of energy crackled in the air, its ethereal glow illuminating a dark forest. From within, a figure emerged, landing softly on the forest floor. A young man with short, gray hair, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the trees, startling him. "Little human," it resonated, "what are you doing in this place?" The young man, seemingly unfazed, replied calmly. He wondered if this was some kind of forest spirit. "I was just taking a break," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The voice responded sharply, "Then leave, human. This is our territory." He nodded, "HM. Okay, will do." He started to walk away, but then paused, deciding to take a brief rest. "Just let me take a seat for a sec." The voice roared, "Leave now." His expression hardened. First the Holy Empire, now this. No one would leave him alone. A man with short, graying hair peered into the woods, his brow furrowed in concentration. He replied, "Okay, I'll leave as you've asked," but added, "But let's see that face of yours first." He started to leave, his hand outstretched as if to brush something away. But then paused, muttering, "Or I can just stay here." "That works too." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the trees, "Leave right now." The source of the voice remained hidden, obscured by a blinding light emanating from behind a large tree. He nonchalantly replied, "I don't care," and sprawled out on a rock. A voice warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you, human child." He scoffed, "You think you have the right to kick me out when you aren't even willing to look me in the face?" As the scene ended, his legs were shown kicking in the air. Ray, a young man with spiky, light brown hair, lay resting on a moss-covered rock in a sun-dappled forest. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow and even. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, causing him to jolt awake. His eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie purple light. The energy pulsed outwards in waves, radiating from his body like ripples in a pond. A powerful, uncontrolled force that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. A nearby tree shuddered violently. A large, shadowy creature emerged from the depths of the forest, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. It lunged at Ray with surprising speed. Ray reacted instantly, a wave of bright blue energy erupting from his hands as he met the creature's attack head-on. The impact sent a shockwave through the forest, uprooting trees and scattering debris. Ray stumbled back, but remained standing. His breath ragged, but his eyes burning with determination. He muttered to himself, surprised by the sudden attack. Ray reflected on the events, realizing that if his mana hadn't been activated, the outcome could have been far worse. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, awoke with a gasp. His last memory was the blinding flash of a car crash. But he was not in the sterile environment of an operating room. Confusion clouded his features as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. A disoriented murmur escaped his lips, "Huh?" His vision cleared slightly, revealing a pair of delicate hands bound by what appeared to be magical restraints. A faint golden light emanated from them. The source of the light seemed to be emanating from the very tips of his fingers. He was reborn, not just as a man, but as something more. He looked up to see a young woman with pointed ears, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. A soft green glow surrounded her. A magical aura that pulsed with a gentle energy. She was an elf, and she was clearly wary of him. The elf's gaze lingered on his hands, her eyes widening slightly as she noticed the faint golden glow still lingering there. A thought bubble appeared above his head, an elf? In a sun-dappled clearing, Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, stood facing a cloaked figure. He appeared to be in a state of quiet contemplation, a thought bubble above his head revealing his internal question, an elf in a place like this. The elf, her long brown hair cascading down her back, raised her hands, a surge of energy emanating from them. She muttered to herself, to block my attack. A wave of magical energy crashed against Rei's outstretched hands, the force of the impact causing him to stumble slightly. The elf's eyes narrowed as she assessed him, her voice sharp as she stated, aren't an ordinary human, right? Rei chuckled, a carefree expression on his face, while the elf looked on with suspicion. The elf, seemingly unconvinced, prepared for another attack, her hands glowing with magical energy. She muttered, then. She unleashed another wave of energy, but Rei effortlessly deflected it with a casual flick of his wrist. He stated, the more you can't stay here. The elf retaliated with a powerful magical blast. Rei, caught off guard, reacted instinctively, his own magical abilities flaring unexpectedly. A look of surprise and alarm crossed his face as he exclaimed, oh no. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the forest, the source of an intense magical energy. Leaving behind a lingering, smoky haze as the magical energy dissipated. Revealing an elf woman groaning in pain, clutching her side. She appeared to have been caught in the blast. Her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a young man with silver hair standing nearby, seemingly unharmed. He's fine, she exclaimed, incredulous. The elf's disbelief deepened. No way, a greater race, she muttered, her gaze fixed on the man. The young man, Rei, looked equally astonished. Wait, what's that? He wondered, noticing something unusual about his own body. The elf, having reconsidered, approached him. I've changed my mind, human. Follow me, I will let you stay in the forest, she offered. Rei, seemingly relieved, replied, it's fine, I'm going to leave now. But the elf interrupted him. We respect the strong, that is the rule of the Grand Forest Elves, she stated firmly. And extended an invitation. I will invite you to our village. Rei, intrigued, questioned, there's an elven village in this forest? Rei, a young man with short, gray hair, found himself in a forest, face to face with a petite elf who had just attacked him. Despite the assault, he mused that she didn't seem like a bad person. He considered his next move, questioning whether he should approach her. Rei decided to approach the elf, but only after securing a promise that she wouldn't attack him again. Approaching the elf, Rei politely inquired about her name. The elf, introducing herself as FIA of the Grand Forest tribe, responded to his question. Rei thoughtfully touched his chin, considering her name. FIA's expression turned fierce as she reacted negatively to Rei's comment on her name. Rei, slightly taken aback by her reaction, questioned her response. Rei, a young man with short, silvery hair, grinned, adjusting his hair with a chuckle. He announced to his companion, a fair-skinned elf with long brown hair, anyways, I'm Rei. The elf, seemingly unfazed by Rei's introduction, calmly stated, we've arrived at the village. They continued walking, the elf leading the way through the lush forest. Rei's expression shifted to one of mild curiosity as they approached their destination. As they emerged from the trees, Rei's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape in awe. Wow, he breathed, his voice filled with wonder. Before them lay a breathtaking sight, a village nestled within the branches of a gigantic, ancient tree, its wooden structure seemingly interwoven with the very fabric of the forest itself. The elf, observing Rei's reaction, explained, this is an elven village. Rei, still marveling at the scene, questioned, so it really was inside of the forest? The elf responded, I have never been inside the forest before, so... As they entered the village, Rei's gaze fell upon several elves, their expressions wary. He thought to himself, how is a human? One elf spoke, FIA brought a human. Another elf questioned, why did FIA bring a human? Rei, observing the elves' guarded stance, mused, sure enough, they're on guard. I expected as much, but... FIA, an elf with shoulder-length brown hair, joyfully exclaimed at the sight of another elf, Seely, who had returned. Seely, with her golden brown hair, looked slightly surprised but happy to be greeted. Seely, still slightly surprised, explained to FIA that she had brought along a human child, whom she considered an assistant. A group of elves, including Seely and FIA, observed a man with short, gray hair. He appeared calm and collected, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny. FIA voiced her concerns to Seely, questioning whether the human was truly capable of being an assistant, given his apparent inability to defend himself. Seely explained that she had initially intended to chase the human away, but he proved unexpectedly resilient. Seely was surprised by the human's unexpected strength, noting that he was far stronger than she had initially anticipated. FIA, observing the scene, pondered whether the human might belong to a superior race, given his surprising strength and resilience. The elves continued to discuss the human's unexpected abilities, with FIA expressing her surprise and concern. Seely then inquired about the well-being of Miss Era. Seely and FIA looked towards a treehouse in the distance, their expressions suggesting concern and curiosity. The scene opens on a quaint treetop house, nestled amongst the lush greenery of a vibrant forest. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the charming dwelling. Inside, two elven women anxiously watch over a figure lying on a bed. One of them expresses concern that the individual hasn't yet woken up. The other elf informs her companion that the elder was looking for them, prompting the first elf to agree to go see him immediately. Outside, one of the elves, her name is Iria, urges a young man with silver hair, Rei, to leave. Rei, however, reflects on his own thoughts, he anticipates the elf's wariness towards an outsider like himself. He questions whether that wariness is truly the case, considering the circumstances of his arrival. Iria confidently asserts that someone brought him there, prompting Rei to inquire about the identity of his benefactor. Rei contemplates Iria's words, realizing that her statement implies he is considered a highly trusted individual. The two of them walk away from the treehouse, leaving the scene. A close-up shows Rei subtly adjusting his clothes, a detail that hints at a hidden nervousness. Two young elves, a girl with brown hair tied up in a bun and pointed ears, and a boy with short, silvery hair, stood amidst a verdant landscape. The girl's expression was one of mild surprise, her eyes wide. It's FIA, she stated, the name carrying a note of recognition. A blonde elf woman with pointed ears, wearing a flowing green and white robe, smiled serenely as she appeared in the doorway of a rustic building. Her expression was warm and welcoming. Her smile softened as she addressed the pair outside. It really has been a while, so come in, she invited them. The blonde elf gestured for them to enter, her welcoming demeanor unchanged. The girl and boy hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Once inside, the boy politely inquired, yes, elder. You've been well, right? The boy's question hung in the air for a moment before the blonde elf responded, a slight uncertainty in her tone. Of course, The girl, observing the boy, voiced her confusion. Isn't that child a human? The blonde elf explained, yes, I brought him here because he seemed like he could be an assistant. The boy, however, interrupted with a sudden objection. No, wait, hold up. He quickly added, I didn't say that I would be an assistant, or whatever that is, though. An elf, her blonde hair neatly pulled back, explained the numerous benefits of becoming one of them to a young man with short, gray hair. She detailed the privileges of free movement within the village and the honor of being considered a friend of the elves. But he responded that he didn't need any of that, a look of mild annoyance on his face. Later, the young man, Ray, sought out the blonde elf, Faye, to share something important. He requested that she keep this information secret from the other elves. Fia's brown-haired companion, surprised by this request, reacted with a questioning expression. She then quietly agreed, addressing Fia as elder. Fia then politely asked Ray to give them some space. Alone, Ray reflected on the situation, noting that he was being summoned to come and go as the elves pleased. He mused on his current predicament, being either a saint of the Holy Empire or an elf's assistant. Ray contemplated the ups and downs of his life. The scene opens with a wide shot of a clear blue sky, the vast expanse hinting at a world far removed from the sterile environment of an operating room. In a quaint town, nestled beside a majestic castle overlooking the sea, two figures engage in conversation. One inquires about the whereabouts of a certain saint. The other responds with an apologetic I'm sorry, the castle's imposing presence a stark contrast to the somber tone. Before adding that there is still no news. Two men in religious garb, their faces etched with worry, express their belief that finding the saint is God's will. A woman, dressed in similar attire, challenges their passive acceptance, implying they are being lazy in their search. The two men vehemently deny this accusation, insisting they are doing their best. Their protest is met with skepticism, the woman questioning the validity of their claim. The woman points out the lack of results despite their efforts, concluding that their lack of success renders them useless. Before a grand, ornate window, a woman in a long, flowing white robe with dark accents stood, her posture regal. Two men in similar, though simpler, attire knelt before her, their heads bowed low. She addressed them with a plea, her voice laced with a hint of desperation, please, if you could just wait a little longer. A surge of determination filled the minds of the kneeling men. They resolved to find what they were searching for, their shared thought echoing with unwavering conviction, we will definitely find him. The woman's face, however, remained etched with worry, her violet eyes betraying a deep concern that belied their outward confidence. One of the kneeling men, his face beaded with sweat, spoke, his voice a mixture of hope and apprehension, all right? I will trust you once more. His companion nodded in agreement, mirroring his anxiety. The woman, her expression unwavering, responded with a hint of impatience, my patience isn't as prolonged compared to God's. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, stared in disbelief. He exclaimed, questioning the information he'd just received. His shock deepened as the details sunk in, Lord Era, it seemed, had perished due to a mana imbalance. Meanwhile, an unseen observer noted that the patient's breathing had stabilized, indicating either a miraculous recovery or imminent death. A blonde elf with pointed ears, her expression a mixture of concern and weariness, observed the patient. She commented on the patient's continued unconsciousness, prompting a worried reaction from a second elf, who appeared visibly anxious. A wooden door creaked open, revealing Ray, who let out a short, almost sardonic laugh as he entered the room. The second elf looked up, startled by his sudden appearance. The scene then shifts to an exterior view of a treehouse nestled high in the branches of a large tree. A young elf woman approached a man with silver hair, her expression worried. Is the person in this house sick? She asked. He nodded, his gaze downcast. Yeah, she's really sick. The elf's eyes widened slightly as she realized he'd overheard their conversation. She quickly apologized, sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. He looked up, a slight question mark forming on his face. Huh? The elf looked down, her expression troubled. The scene shifted to focus on her. She spoke again, her voice laced with a hint of frustration. Are you worried? Even though you are a human and we are elves? We're different species. He considered her words, then replied, you're right, we're different. How are we supposed to understand another species when we can't even understand our own kind? The elf rested her hand on a wooden railing, her expression softening slightly. But, she continued, her voice gentle but firm, that doesn't mean I can't worry about someone else. The man looked thoughtful. It's up to me who I decide to worry about, even if that person happens to be of a different species. A young elf woman with pointed ears and brown hair tied in a ponytail sat in contemplation, a slight frown furrowing her brow. She seemed lost in thought, her expression unreadable. A scene of a tranquil outdoor setting, bathed in sunlight, was visible in the distance. The camera focused on a portion of a rustic wooden structure, suggesting a quaint building nestled within the serene landscape. Inside, the elf woman, Era, sat at a table in a cozy establishment, holding a cup. She appeared to be waiting patiently. Across from her, a man with short, spiky white hair sipped tea, surrounded by a romantic flourish of roses. He seemed relaxed and at ease. Era's gaze shifted, a subtle change in her expression suggesting a sudden internal shift. Her eyes widened slightly, a look of concern replacing her previous calm demeanor. A sudden exclamation escaped her lips, a clear sign of distress. She seemed to be experiencing some sort of discomfort. The white-haired man, noticing Era's sudden distress, asked her what was wrong. He seemed genuinely concerned, his expression shifting from relaxed to attentive. He then revealed he had a question for her. Era, startled by his question, inquired about what it was. The man then brought up the elf she had previously mentioned as being dead, prompting a serious question from him. Ray, a young man with brown hair, looked around in confusion, a question mark forming on his face. He muttered, what? His gaze fell upon a young elf woman with concerned expression. Her pointed ears and yellow shirt were visible. Meanwhile, a man with short, gray hair sat nearby, his expression serious. He stated his desire to help those who were sick, regardless of species. He questioned whether he possessed the ability to fulfill this goal. The elf woman, her expression hardening, seemed skeptical of his claim. The gray-haired man admitted he couldn't guarantee a cure, but insisted he was still the elf's best chance. Ray, however, remained unconvinced, expressing his frustration. The elf woman sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. A beat of silence hung in the air before the gray-haired man spoke again, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering his next move carefully. Ray, the reborn surgeon, now known as Ray in this fantasy world, simply responded with a curt, fine. A beam of light erupted from his hand, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. Ghana, a young elf warrior, reacted with alarm, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed, what? Ray channeled his newfound magical energy, focusing it into a sharp, concentrated beam. He swiftly moved to deflect Ghana's attack. The magical beam piercing through her defenses. Ray winced, a grimace twisting his features as he felt the backlash of his magic. He muttered, Ghana. Ghana, injured but unharmed, glared at him, demanding, what do you think you are doing? Ray, clearly overwhelmed by his own power, reacted defensively, narrowly avoiding another strike from Ghana's sword. Ghana, clutching her bleeding arm, looked at Ray with a mixture of fear and confusion, whispering, what should we do? Ray, a man with short, graying hair, focused intently, his hands outstretched towards an elf girl. A surge of bright, teal energy emanated from his palms, directed at her. He commanded, heal. The energy swirled around the elf, forming a vibrant, spiraling vortex of light. As the light subsided, Ray's eyes widened in surprise. A young man with teal hair appeared in a separate panel, his gaze directed upwards, a look of awe on his face. He murmured, the mana. Ray's expression shifted to one of concern as he felt a sharp pain. He clutched at his leg. A bright, green light pulsed from the wound, accompanied by a whirring sound. He muttered, oh, in surprise. Ray grimaced, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was clearly in pain. Meanwhile, two elves watched from a distance, one of them asking, what is going on? The other replied, the mana. A powerful surge of blue energy erupted from Ray, radiating outwards and impacting the surrounding buildings. Ray groaned in pain, clutching his side. Ah. The final panel shows Ray's leg, the wound is still visible, but the surrounding area is now healed. He muttered, the wound. A young elf woman with worried eyes looked around anxiously. Her expression reflected a deep concern as she whispered, it's gone. A man with short, gray hair and a noticeable injury on his arm stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the elf. He spoke, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty, if there's a single person who could help that elf. It would most probably be me. The man's face hardened, his expression resolute as he made a silent vow to himself. A blonde elf woman with a stern expression appeared, her voice firm and unwavering as she declared, I can't allow it. Her face was a mask of determination, her resolve unshakable. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired elf looked at the blonde elf with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The brown-haired elf questioned, why? The blonde elf explained, her tone serious, that would be considered disrespectful towards Lord Era's name. A majestic image of Lord Era appeared, radiating an aura of power and respect. The blonde elf continued, her voice laced with a hint of sadness, Lord Era is a being that has received everyone's admiration. A determined voice echoed in the silence, a silent vow made in the face of impending tragedy. The speaker, unseen, resolved to prevent a calamity from befalling Lord Era. The scene shifted to a worried young elf, his features etched with concern, pleading with a blonde elf woman in a green robe. He desperately urged her to save someone. The blonde elf, Lord Era, remained stoic, her expression unreadable, a hint of weariness in her eyes. Her silence spoke volumes. The young elf's face fell, his worry deepening. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a young man with silver hair questioned the young elf's actions, his tone laced with skepticism. He wondered aloud if the elf's actions were born of admiration, or something else entirely. The silver-haired young man's skepticism intensified. He voiced his doubt, questioning the value of saving someone if their death was inevitable. The scene shifted to a secluded, tree-hollowed dwelling nestled within a sun-dappled forest. The young elf and the silver-haired man continued their discussion outside the dwelling. The elf seemed agitated, while the man walked away, seemingly unconcerned. The elf's frustration grew as she realized the limitations of her current plan. But the silver-haired man offered reassurance, suggesting the situation might resolve itself. Ray, a young man with brown hair and pointed ears, characteristic of an elf, wore a thoughtful expression. His eyes, a deep shade of red-brown, held a hint of weariness. A close-up revealed a detail of his attire, a simple, yellow-gold tunic. He spoke to a woman with long brown hair, also elven in appearance, who listened patiently. He asked if it was all right for him to continue visiting the village. The woman replied that it was fine, as he had already won the approval of the other elves. The focus shifted back to Ray, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He thanked her and stated his intention to leave. The elf woman expressed surprise at his sudden departure. Ray explained that he had something he needed to do. The elf, understanding his need, accepted his explanation. Ray promised to return the following day. The elf playfully challenged him to not be disappointed before he changed his mind. Ray, a young man with short gray hair, bid farewell to a young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in earthy tones. He told her he would see her tomorrow. The woman, an elf with pointed ears, smiled softly, acknowledging his departure. Ray walked away, his back to the viewer, down a sun-dappled path through a forest. The elf watched him go, a thoughtful expression on her face. She continued to watch him as he walked further into the woods. Ray continued his journey, seemingly unaware of being observed. Until he tripped, stumbling on the forest path. He fell to the ground with a thud. Ray looked up, surprised, as he found himself near a small village nestled amongst the trees. He stood up, brushing himself off, and gazed at the village with a thoughtful expression. The scene opens with a whimsical treehouse, perched high atop a colossal tree, its wooden structure nestled amongst the verdant canopy. Sunlight streams through the leaves, illuminating the quaint dwelling. Inside, a young man with short, gray hair and determined eyes stands resolute. He silently vows, I can't leave a patient without trying everything. He reaches for a door handle, his hand firm and purposeful. Opening the door to reveal a surprisingly spacious interior. A grand hall unfolds before him, bathed in sunlight filtering through a large window. He remarks, it's so spacious in here. He continues his exploration, his thoughts turning to the unexpected nature of his surroundings. I thought it would be like a normal treehouse on the inside. He approaches a large set of double doors, pushing them open to reveal a grand, opulent entryway. The young man steps inside, his curiosity piqued. He cautiously peers around a corner. The final panel shows a large, ornate planter filled with flowers, situated in a grand hall. The overall impression is one of unexpected grandeur and opulence. A gasp escaped someone's lips as they stared at the scene before them. Could it be? That elf, was she Era? Indeed, it was Era, the elf, lying amidst a bed of white flowers. Her eyes were closed, her expression serene despite the precarious situation. The scene opens with a pair of delicate hands gently adjusting a flowing white garment. The fabric is diaphanous, hinting at the form beneath. Long, slender legs visible beneath the sheer material. The overall impression is one of ethereal beauty and tranquility. The camera angle shifts to reveal a young woman with long, flowing silver hair, lying peacefully on a bed of white flowers. Her eyes are closed, her expression serene. Her attire is simple yet elegant, a white robe that drapes gracefully around her form. A delicate golden ornament rests above her head. Suddenly, the scene changes. A young man with short, silvery white hair sits up, his eyes wide with surprise and confusion. He is clearly disoriented. He mutters a single word, barely audible, expressing his astonishment. So this is what it feels like to be seduced by beauty. He thinks, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he covers his face with his hands. A voice, firm and authoritative, cuts through his thoughts. Keep your head straight. Don't lose your cool in front of a patient. The young man's gaze falls upon the sleeping woman again. He reaches out, his fingers gently tracing the outline of her arm. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, knelt beside a woman with long, silver hair lying on a bed of white flowers. Her pulse and breathing were normal. He seemed concerned, but also focused on his task. He gently took her hand, his expression thoughtful. He needed to check for other things. He decided to use mana to take a look inside her body. A surge of bright blue mana flowed from his hands, forming a complex, branching pattern that resembled a neural network, extending towards the woman. The mana scan revealed nothing wrong with her body. Ray was puzzled, was she at the end of her life? That couldn't be right. He couldn't believe he couldn't do anything for this patient. Frustration and self-doubt clouded his features. He realized he should have studied more about the illnesses of this world. A strange, unfamiliar smell. Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, knelt beside a woman lying on a white cloth. A faint purple glow emanated from her leg, and Ray looked concerned, muttering no. The purple glow intensified, spreading across the woman's leg, revealing severe pressure ulcers on her skin. Ray's eyes widened in recognition as he whispered, pressure ulcers. A close-up on Ray's face showed a mixture of anger and disbelief. He thought, they never even bothered to check on the body for this long? His anger flared, and he exclaimed internally, admiration? This is admiration? Cut the crap. He let out a short, humorless laugh as he looked down at the woman. Ray sighed, muttering to himself, if only I had some disinfectants. He gently adjusted the woman's position on the makeshift bed of flowers. Ray looked away from the woman, his gaze drifting towards a nearby garden. Ray carefully picked up the leaf bowl. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, knelt by a tranquil stream. He carefully scooped up a large, green leaf, cupping it gently in his hands, and placed it into a simple, earthen bowl. As he did, a soft, blue light emanated from the leaf, filling the bowl with a glowing liquid. He murmured a single word, heal. Ray considered the process, a thoughtful expression on his face. He knew that direct application of healing magic could be dangerous. His solution? A more cautious approach. Clean, he decided. He prepared to cleanse the water, his hands glowing with a faint magical aura. He realized he had no choice but to proceed slowly, carefully controlling his newfound abilities. Ray dipped his hands into the water, and a gentle, cleansing light spread through the bowl, purifying the liquid. He then approached a nearby building, his movements calm and deliberate. Inside, a discussion was underway. Lord Era, a revered figure, was the subject of their conversation. His actions, though well-intentioned, were causing concern. The speakers worried about the methods used, even if the intentions were good. A flashback showed a vision of Lord Era, a majestic figure, and a concerned woman, possibly a priestess or healer, observing him. The woman voiced her strong disapproval, stating that she could not allow anything to happen to Lord Era. Ray, overhearing the conversation, worriedly hoped that they wouldn't say anything about touching a holy being. Jin Yu-sun, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, lay bleeding on the ground. His body, once a vessel of unparalleled medical prowess, was now ravaged by a fatal car accident. A crimson stain spread across his pristine white clothing. His eyes fluttered closed, his mind consumed by a bitter resentment. He silently condemned those who had failed to save the life of the woman beside him, a life he could not save himself. A soft, ethereal glow enveloped Yu-sun's lifeless form. An otherworldly energy pulsed, a faint light illuminating the scene. As the light subsided, Yu-sun's body lay still, but a subtle shift in his aura hinted at a profound transformation. He was no longer the same. Now known as Ray, he awoke in a fantasy world, his past life a distant memory. He found himself lying on a stone slab, adorned with white flowers, a somber scene. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape. Ray, still adjusting to his new reality, observed the setting sun. He carefully gathered the white cloth that covered the body beside him, his mind filled with a quiet determination. He resolved to continue his work as a healer, even in this unfamiliar world. He knew he would need to investigate further tomorrow. A voice, filled with worry, called out from within the sprawling castle grounds. My lord, where are you? The camera sweeps across a majestic castle, its imposing walls and towers hinting at the vastness of the kingdom. Two men in royal attire stood anxiously outside, their faces etched with concern. One of them spoke, his voice laced with a strained hope, we should hear back from the search squad soon. His companion nodded, offering a weak reassurance, they're searching the entire kingdom, it's only a matter of time. A woman with short brown hair and a determined expression appeared, her arms crossed. Do you understand how many times I've heard you say that? She leaned back, a sigh escaping her lips. The weight of her impatience was palpable. I thought I told you I don't have much patience. The woman's expression softened slightly as she replied, oh, of course not. A declaration of distrust hung heavy in the air. The speaker, unseen but clearly agitated, stated their inability to trust any further words. A young woman with long brown hair styled in braids, adorned with a red ribbon, stood tensely before two men in white and blue uniforms. Their expressions were grim. The young woman's face, now visible, showed a mixture of defiance and apprehension. Her attire suggested a blend of practicality and a hint of religious affiliation, indicated by a small cross on her collar. A terse command echoed, a simple get ready. A young man with short, white hair wiped sweat from his brow, a slight smile playing on his lips. He seemed relieved. The young man's assessment of a situation, it's gotten much better. Everything should heal within the next week. The panel shows a woman's back, scarred but healing. A significant amount of time had passed since the previous event. The young man, now identified as Ray, is shown tending to a woman with pale lavender hair, Era, who is lying in bed. He appears concerned but gentle. Ray explains his actions. He secretly entered Era's house to care for her. During the remaining time, he dedicated himself to studying. Ray, the reborn surgeon, now known as Ray in this fantasy world, sat amidst a pile of books in Era's library, diligently studying. He frowned, muttering to himself about the poor quality of a diagram he'd drawn. Era, an elf with long, silvery hair, slept peacefully on her bed, her face serene. Despite his initial frustration, Ray continued his conversation with Era, recounting his experiences during his travels and his time with another character, named Fia. He sat on the floor, surrounded by stacks of books, diligently reading while Era slept soundly beside him. Ray shared every detail, even his smallest thoughts, with Era during this time. And so, a month passed. Ray, now refreshed, announced his return to Era. He cheerfully greeted her, unaware of her current state. Ray planned to have tea with Era before. Something unexpected happened to Era. Ray, a young man with silver hair, looked around with a puzzled expression. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible, huh? He was running, a faint blue magical aura swirling around his feet. A surge of energy propelling him forward. His face was strained, sweat beading on his brow as he focused intently on something ahead. A voice, seemingly his own internal monologue, cut through his concentration. Her breathing is getting rougher. The scene shifted, revealing a woman with long, flowing silver hair lying on a bed. A dark, swirling energy emanated from her, obscuring her features. The woman's face was visible now, her expression pained and her breathing shallow. The narration box confirmed the severity of the situation. Her breath, it's getting shallower. Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, found himself in a bewildering situation. A woman with long, silver hair lay unconscious before him. He anxiously questioned his predicament, his internal monologue reflecting his confusion and helplessness. Wondering where he could find the necessary medical equipment. His gaze darted around the unfamiliar room, searching for a respirator. A stark realization dawning on him, this was no hospital. His hands clenched, frustration mounting. He recognized the limitations of his current situation. His medical expertise felt useless in this strange environment, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. His only option seemed to be nothing at all. As the woman's condition worsened, a surge of panic rising within him. Ray's desperate cry pierced the silence as he desperately tried to help Era, the unconscious woman. He urged her to wake up, his concern palpable. His own confusion and fear evident in his wide eyes. He was overwhelmed by the situation, desperate for answers. A medical examination was underway. The report was clear, there were no external injuries, no lethal poisoning, and her vital organs were functioning perfectly. Despite this, the young woman before the examiner remained unconscious. A perplexing mystery for the examiner, who muttered to himself, questioning why this was happening. The examiner, a young man with silver hair, was determined to find a solution. There had to be a method to heal her instantly. But the question remained, was such a method even possible? He considered his options, his gaze falling upon his own hand. Should he use heal? The question hung heavy in the air. A powerful ability, but one that carried significant risk. He worried, would Era be able to withstand the force of his mana? He chuckled nervously. In this critical moment, he felt he had no other choice but to gamble. A powerful fist clenched, the knuckles white against tan skin. A surge of determination filled the air, palpable even across the page. A silent vow forming in the depths of the man's heart. He had to try everything within his power. And a surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, erupted from his palm. His eyes were closed in concentration. Ancient runes, glowing with the same ethereal blue, spiraled around his hand, forming a complex magical sigil. The energy intensifying, building to a crescendo of power. He raised his hand, channeling the magical energy. A wave of radiant blue light exploding outwards, engulfing the room. The energy pulsed with raw power. Reaching out, touching the very fabric of reality. The energy flowed, shaping itself into a focused beam, striking a nearby house with a brilliant flash. The impact was immense. And two elves watched in stunned silence. There's mana, this happened last time too, one of them whispered, her voice laced with disbelief. The scene shifted to a young elf lying peacefully on a bed, her face serene. A hand reached out, a gentle touch. Ray, a young man with short, light blue hair, gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with determination. A surge of energy crackled around him. He urged Era to hold on, his voice filled with a desperate hope. With a powerful exertion of will, Ray channeled his energy, a wordless command for healing erupting from him. A brilliant blue light emanated from his hands. A wave of energy washing over Era. The light intensified, swirling around Era as if to mend her very being. Era, her body now enveloped in a radiant blue aura, slowly floated upwards as Ray continued to focus his energy. He was using a powerful healing magic, but it was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The blue energy pulsed, then subsided, leaving Era seemingly unharmed, but unconscious. A wave of exhaustion washed over Ray. He collapsed, his body drained of energy. Elsewhere, a group of elves watched in astonishment as the magical energy subsided. One of them voiced their confusion, questioning what had just transpired. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and awe. Their gaze was drawn to a large, treetop structure that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, a testament to the power of Ray's unexpected magic. A young elf woman with shoulder-length brown hair stared, wide-eyed, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. She whispered to herself, a question hanging in the air. Could that be? The elf's eyes widened further as a brilliant blue light erupted behind her, taking the shape of a large ship sailing through the air. She gasped, her voice filled with disbelief, shouting a name. Ray! The elf's exclamation echoed through the forest as the magical ship continued its descent, a powerful magical aura surrounding it. The elf watched, breathless, as the ship approached. A thought bubble appeared above her head, revealing her internal assessment of the situation. Even this human Ray is trying his best. The elf's internal monologue expressed a mixture of surprise and reluctant admiration. Elsewhere, a powerful magical energy surged, causing a violent tremor. The scene shifted abruptly. A new location was revealed, a grand, stone courtyard. A figure appeared, shouting a name. Ray. The shout echoed as a young man with short, white hair appeared, surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy. He looked up, surprised and slightly panicked. Ray, his face contorted in a grimace, strained with exertion. His eyes, wide and filled with determination, reflected the ethereal blue glow emanating from within him. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a choked cook, as he pushed his body to its limits. Just a bit more, he silently urged himself, his resolve unwavering despite the pain. The magical energy within him swirled, coalescing into a vortex of brilliant blue light, threatening to overwhelm him. Ray stumbled back, his face etched with exertion and a hint of desperation. He struggled to maintain control over the overwhelming power coursing through his veins. He desperately called out for Era, his voice strained with urgency. Era, please. A wave of energy erupted from Ray, a blinding flash of light that engulfed the area. Era, a young woman with long, light brown hair, was seen in the distance, seemingly caught in the blast. Era was thrown back by the force of the blast, her body momentarily obscured by the intense light. The energy dissipated, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The aftermath of the blast left Ray gasping for breath, a pained cook, escaping his lips as he struggled to regain his composure. Era, seemingly unharmed, launched herself towards Ray, a determined glint in her eyes. She moved with surprising speed and agility, her movements precise and powerful. Ray, however, was caught off guard by the sudden impact, a cry of "Aichish" escaping his lips as he was thrown back by the force of Era's attack. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, lay sprawled on the cold, hard ground. His body ached, a dull throb echoing the catastrophic car crash that had claimed his life. Or so he thought. His eyes fluttered open, the world blurring into focus. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. A vision of an ethereal woman, her long silver hair cascading around her like a shimmering waterfall, filled his mind. She seemed to radiate a gentle, otherworldly light. Her features were delicate, almost elfin, her eyes holding a depth of wisdom that belied her youthful appearance. The image faded, leaving Yusung disoriented but strangely calm. He felt a sense of peace he'd never known before. A faint smile touched his lips as he whispered, AI. R.A. His eyes snapped open again, this time fully alert. He blinked, his vision clearing to reveal a completely unfamiliar environment. Darkness surrounded him, a swirling void punctuated by distant pinpricks of light. A voice, his own, echoed in the emptiness. Where am I? He felt a strange sensation, as if he were suspended in water. It feels like I'm in water. It's so comfortable. Ray, the reborn surgeon, drifted in a void of swirling nebulae and distant stars. His form, barely visible, was outlined in ethereal light. He silently wished for a little more time, a moment to rest. But a voice, sharp and cold, cut through his reverie. Era, an elf with silver hair, her face partially obscured, declared that Ray, the human, would soon fall under her jurisdiction. Another elf, their features obscured, argued with Era. They pointed out that Ray was human and that his actions, while unacceptable, were still those of a human. Ray, still in the ethereal void, heard Era's voice and wondered if it was truly hers. He couldn't bear to listen any longer to Era's words. Era continued, her voice laced with bitterness, recounting how she had been abandoned for over 20 years. She found it ironic that a human, not the elves who had professed worship, was the one who finally showed her compassion. Era's words continued, highlighting the stark contrast between the empty praise she received and the genuine pity shown by Ray. Ray, back in the ethereal void, recognized Era's voice, a familiar yet distant sound. And a sense of wonder washed over him as he realized the depth of her feelings. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself hurtling through the void, his body a mere silhouette against the inky blackness. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible in the cosmic silence, beautiful. The darkness swirled around him, a mesmerizing dance of cosmic dust and distant starlight. Then, a jolt. A sharp intake of breath. He was awake, but not in the sterile environment of an operating room. Panic seized him as he gasped, Era. Terror etched itself onto his features as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. His mouth opened and closed, a silent scream trapped within his throat. He sat up, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Disorientation clouded his mind. Was this a dream? He looked at his hands, a tremor running through his fingers. The question hung heavy in the air, was it all a dream? A soft voice cut through his confusion. Did you call for me? Ray, as he was now known, turned to see a woman with long, flowing purple hair partially obscuring her face. He was startled, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The woman revealed herself fully, her beauty striking. She had pointed ears and long, flowing white hair. She was an elf, radiant and serene. She smiled gently, her voice a soothing balm to his frayed nerves. I'm right here. A young woman with long, silvery hair and pointed ears, characteristic of an elf, gazed serenely at the viewer. Her eyes, a striking shade of blue, held a hint of amusement, and a gentle smile played on her lips. She wore a simple, elegant white garment, adorned with a delicate, ornate necklace featuring a large, dark blue pendant. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded her, enhancing her otherworldly beauty. The title card for the manga, To Hell with Being a Saint, I'm a Doctor, appeared, written in elegant gold lettering against a stark white background. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, awoke to a disorienting reality. His last memory was the blinding flash of a fatal car accident, but now, he found himself in a vibrant, unfamiliar world. A single word escaped his lips, a confused whisper, Al. R.A.? A wave of relief washed over him as he realized he was alive, a wide, joyful smile spreading across his face. Reborn, he was now Ray, ready to embrace this new life. But his newfound joy was short-lived. A sudden, unexpected presence appeared before him. A young woman with long, silver hair and pointed ears, a striking elf, emerged from the shadows. Her elegant attire hinted at a noble background. She spoke, her voice soft yet commanding, the picture you saw in the book. Ray's eyes widened in recognition as he saw the elf approach him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. He was clearly in the presence of someone who knew more than she was letting on. She continued, her words laced with a hint of amusement, it was something I drew out of boredom, so please don't be so surprised. The elf embraced Ray, her touch surprisingly gentle. He was taken aback by her unexpected affection. Ray, still reeling from the events, could only stare in bewildered confusion. A young man with short, light gray hair and kind eyes stared intently at a woman with long, flowing silver hair and striking blue eyes. Her expression was serene, almost knowing, as she spoke. He blinked, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. A gentle hand reached out, cupping his face. The woman's voice was soft, laced with concern as she questioned his sudden display of emotion. His response was a quiet murmur of gratitude, his voice thick with emotion. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the scene, highlighting the intimacy of the moment. She smiled, a thoughtful expression replacing her earlier concern. A new question formed on her lips. He answered promptly, stating his name. She repeated the name, a thoughtful look on her face as she considered it. Her final comment was one of genuine approval. The scene opens on a quaint, rustic house nestled high among the branches of ancient trees, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. This is the home of Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, who has recently been reborn into this fantasy world. The house itself is a testament to the unique architecture of this world, a blend of natural materials and intricate craftsmanship. Inside, Ray peers cautiously from a window, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He is still adjusting to his new reality. He is then urged to go outside by an unseen voice. Shouldn't we go out since you're awake now? The elves are really concerned about you, the voice suggests. A young elf woman with long, flowing silver hair and pointed ears appears. She explains, aside from checking in on me once in a while for the past 20 years, there were no elves that actually looked after me. Her tone suggests a history of neglect and resentment. The elf's expression hardens. Did you think my anger would diminish so quickly within a day, she demands, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury? Ray looks surprised and slightly apprehensive at the elf's outburst. The elf then asks, when did you gain your consciousness? Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, questioned the elf woman before him. He tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes, as he asked, what do you mean by gaining my consciousness? The elf, her expression serious, continued her line of questioning. She pressed, when you were lying down, when did you gain your consciousness? The elf calmly stated, I never lost my consciousness from the start. She elaborated, I was conscious the whole time. Ray stared at the elf, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning comprehension. Ray's eyes widened in disbelief. He processed the elf's words, his voice laced with astonishment as he asked, you mean to say, this whole time, you were conscious ever since you had fainted? The image shifted to show the elf lying bound by chains in a dark, ethereal space. A narration box appeared, so you were lying there this entire time without being able to move a muscle. A single word bubble appeared above the elf, just waiting? Ray's face was shown, his mouth slightly agape in shock. A speech bubble appeared, you really? Ray and the elf stood facing each other, their hands clasped together. A palpable tension hung in the air between them. A young elf woman with long, silver hair and pointed ears sat at a table, a look of concern etched on her face. She uttered a soft, questioning ah. Her expression shifting to one of distress as tears welled in her eyes. A barely audible escaped her lips. The scene shifted to a dark, cosmic backdrop. A narration box declared, I despised humans. A translucent figure of the elf, now seemingly ethereal, floated within swirling nebulae. Another narration box explained, since time began, all problems were started by humans, and they never seemed to regret anything. The narration continued, because of this, I despise them. The panel showed a close-up of two hands clasped together, one human and one elven. A bright blue energy pulsed between them. A narration box appeared, but, there's nothing wrong with her body. A young man with short, dark hair, wearing a yellow shirt, looked down at the clasped hands with a thoughtful expression. He muttered, she didn't live out her lifespan, so what's the problem here? A disembodied voice echoed, a gentle yet sorrowful tone coloring the words, but you were different. You didn't want anything in return. The voice continued, its emotion deepening, you gave me all of your love and effort that I have never received from anyone else before. A young man with short, dark hair appeared, a small smile playing on his lips. He stated casually, I had tea with FIA today. He mused, it feels like elven tea always tastes a bit bland, you know? A woman with long, silver hair responded quietly, elven tea is always a bit bland. The young man, seemingly unfazed, smiled and said, in the book, there's a flower called dare. The woman, eyes closed, replied, yes, come to think of it, you resemble this flower a lot. She continued, sacrifice and smile, that is the meaning of dare flowers. The young man winced, turning his back as she let out a small, slightly derisive laugh. She commented, is this what you drew? It's really awful. The woman sighed, but to hear it in reality, it feels strange. Ray, a young man with silver hair, turned his head, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. A gentle smile touched his lips as a wave of warmth spread across his features. His inner voice whispering a quiet affirmation, asterisk to be able to respond to you once. There is nothing I want more, asterisk. Suddenly, ethereal blue droplets materialized in the air, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. A sign of magical energy responding to his unspoken wish. A woman with long, flowing silver hair and pointed ears appeared, tears streaming down her face. Her expression was one of overwhelming relief and gratitude. Ray smiled warmly at the woman, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. She hid her face, overcome with emotion. She whispered her thanks, her voice choked with emotion, for not giving up on me. As night fell, a new question arose. A voice, seemingly from the shadows, asked, do you really not know the location of the saint? The scene opens with a sweeping view of a grand, imposing palace, its stone steps leading up to a majestic entrance guarded by a lion statue. A somber atmosphere hangs in the air. A man in a dark green coat, his face etched with worry and distress, stands before a group of people. He utters a statement of uncertainty, his voice heavy with apology, I'm sorry, but we really do not know. A woman in a white and red priestess-like dress, her face obscured, responds with a decisive statement, we will retreat for now. She approaches the man in green, her expression unreadable. Adding a formal apology, we apologize for the late and sudden visit. However, a shift in her demeanor is evident as she continues, a hint of suspicion coloring her tone, but her eyes hardening, she levels a serious accusation, if you are lying to us and hiding the saint. A warning follows, the weight of her words emphasizing the consequences, please be aware that the entire temple will question you. The priestess examines a map, her brow furrowed in concentration. Muttering to herself about the search for the saint, and the kingdom-wide search that has yielded no results, if we cannot find any trace by searching the entire kingdom. Under the pale moonlight, a young woman with determined eyes stood before a group of soldiers. She declared that they would immediately head to the forest. The woman's attire was striking, a white and dark dress adorned with a prominent cross pendant, suggesting a religious order. She stood poised and ready, surrounded by her armed escort. The night sky, a canvas of deep blue and countless stars, hung over a tranquil lake nestled amidst rolling hills. A full moon cast a soft, ethereal glow upon the scene. Ray, a young man with striking silver hair, stood before a grand building, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A thoughtful expression played on his lips. He wondered aloud what his future held in this strange village. Only to be told by a woman with long, flowing blue hair that he was the savior of the elves. Era, the elf woman, explained, though with some hesitation. That while she knew he was their savior, there were still some concerns. She assured Ray that she would personally deal with anyone who showed him disrespect. A promise delivered with a steely gaze. Ray, however, noted that only Era had awakened so far, leading him to suspect something more was at play. The overwhelming surge of magical energy caused quite a stir amongst the onlookers. A wave of mana, powerful and vibrant, emanated from a treehouse high above, causing a spectacle for the onlookers below. The source of this magical energy was either Ray or Era, causing fear among those present. Ray recalled a moment from his past, when Era channeled mana into his body. He remembered her hand gently holding his during this process. Ray was startled by this memory, as he had been unaware of Era's presence at the time. He realized that Era possessed mana capable of affecting his body. Era smiled, her expression gentle and kind. She had realized there were kind people in this world when she felt the mana. She reassured Ray, telling him not to worry too much. Era invited Ray to stay as he was. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, lay still, his eyes closed in peaceful slumber. A faint smile played on his lips, a serene expression belying the catastrophic car accident that had claimed his life moments before. But this was not the end. He awoke, reborn in a fantastical realm, his consciousness now inhabiting the body of Ray, a young man with an intriguing secret. Curiosity piqued, Ray casually inquired about the age of the striking elf woman before him, Era. A seemingly simple question that would soon unravel a surprising truth. Era's reaction was immediate and visceral, a look of shock and alarm flashed across her face. Hesitantly, she began to respond, her voice laced with uncertainty and apprehension. Era's response was brief, yet heavy with implication, a secret. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Ray, ever the inquisitive physician, pressed further, his mind already calculating based on common knowledge of elven lifespans. He offered a guess, suggesting a lifespan of perhaps 200 years. Only to be met with a stunned silence from Era, her expression shifting to one of profound discomfort. A pause that spoke volumes. Ray, undeterred, continued his line of questioning, suggesting 500 years as a more plausible estimate. Pushing the boundaries of what was considered normal for even the longest-lived of elves. His playful tone masked a growing sense of wonder and anticipation. The question hung heavy in the air, just how old is Era, truly? Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, chuckled to himself, dismissing a thought as a joke. A woman with long, silver hair let out a small, amused puff of air. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting at night, under a full moon. The woman mused that the situation was rather amusing. Her expression softened as she admitted to never having felt this way before, questioning if this was what happiness truly felt like. Ray and the silver-haired woman sat together outside a building. She teased him, suggesting it was strange to feel happy about being teased. Ray insisted he was genuinely happy, explaining that he'd never known happiness before because he'd never cared about anything. The woman pondered this revelation, her back to the viewer. And then asked if he thought he could be happy now. The woman's face filled the panel, her eyes soft and hopeful as she. Ray's face, showing a hint of a smile, filled the final panel. Ray reflected on his recent attempt to heal Era. He realized that what he felt wasn't the satisfaction of a successful treatment, but rather a profound sense of his own inadequacy. A stark contrast to his past life's achievements. His brow furrowed in frustration as he looked at Era, still unconscious on the bed. He grimaced, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Despite his past success as a renowned surgeon, he felt utterly helpless in this new world. A mere mortal relying on luck. He knew that experience was the cornerstone of medicine, and he lacked it in this realm. Ray's gaze hardened with determination. He needed more experience, and he knew where to find it. The Holy Empire, renowned for its advanced medical practices, was his only option. He had a plan, a bold one, to gain the knowledge and experience he craved. To become a saint. The image of Ray, now adorned in holy vestments, holding a staff and a book, filled the panel. This was his path to mastering medicine in this new world. His goal was clear, to become a saint and gain access to the Holy Empire's vast medical knowledge and experience. Despite the unconventional path, Ray accepted his fate. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his expression. Suddenly, a commotion outside disrupted his quiet contemplation. Era, noticing the disturbance, asked what was going on. A young elf, her face etched with worry, urgently implored an unseen elder for intervention. The scene depicted a large, circular arena where a crowd of elves were gathered, their murmurs growing into a rising crescendo of anxious whispers. The sounds growing louder, causing a young man with silver hair and a woman with long, white hair to exchange concerned glances. The woman suggested they investigate. Prompting the silver-haired man to angrily confront her about a hidden truth, Era, the white-haired elf, had nearly died, and he was furious that this critical information had been withheld from him. The scene shifted to the arena, where the elder elf stood before the anxious crowd. He voiced his concerns about the potential for human attacks or other unforeseen dangers. Prompting a heartfelt apology from the elder, who admitted fault. The silver-haired man observed the growing criticism directed at the elder, suggesting they wait before intervening further. While Era, still visibly shaken, revealed her resentment at the lack of support during her illness. She felt betrayed by their absence. Her words hung heavy in the air, expressing disgust at their neglect. The silver-haired man, noticing her distress, softly asked her name. A sudden surge of magical energy erupted from Era, her long white hair billowing around her as a powerful aura enveloped her. Rei, the reborn surgeon, found himself in a swirling vortex of magical energy, his body light and ethereal as he descended towards an ornate, circular platform. The vibrant hues of the magical energy fading as he landed softly on the platform. He looked around, taking in the scene. Before him stood Era, an ethereal elf-like being with long, flowing silver hair and gossamer wings, her beauty both captivating and slightly unsettling. Her presence commanding attention. A murmur rippled through the crowd behind her as Rei, still disoriented, whispered the name Era. Era, her gaze sharp and commanding, silenced the crowd with a single word, "Everyone, stop." Her voice, though calm, held an undeniable authority. From the crowd, a man shouted, "Era." Another voice called out, "We see you, Era." Era's expression hardened. She seemed weary, her patience wearing thin. A weight of unspoken burdens evident in her posture. She muttered to herself, "I can't listen to any more of this." She then posed a question to the crowd, "Did any one of you actually come to see me before?" Two elves in the crowd exchanged worried glances, their silence speaking volumes. Era let out a short, humorless laugh, "Ha!" A group of elves stood before a towering elven woman, Era, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance. Era, radiating an aura of authority, questioned their presence, her voice sharp and accusatory, "And you come here questioning the elder, for what?" Among the elves, one young man, his face etched with uncertainty, looked down, his body tense. His companions mirrored his unease. Era, her gaze unwavering, demanded an explanation. "Yes, explain yourself." The young elf spoke, his voice measured but firm, "If the elder had informed us, we would have come to see you." He leveled a pointed accusation at Era, his tone hardening. "Did you not order the elder to withhold this information from us, Era?" Another elf, with long blonde hair, gasped, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What are you saying?" The young man from earlier, now visibly troubled, muttered to himself, a hand resting on his chin, "Phew. They're making things more complicated." Suddenly, a dark energy crackled in the air, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Just now. Era's eyes blazed with fury, her expression turning cold and menacing. "You dare." A wave of dark energy erupted from her, signaling an imminent confrontation. A young woman with long brown hair, dressed in a flowing white gown, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. Her expression was unreadable, yet a powerful aura emanated from her. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, what atrocious thing was she about to do? A surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from a cloaked figure, a powerful wave of magical force that washed over a group of elves. The energy coursed through their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain as they collapsed to the ground. One elf, his face contorted in agony, clutched at his chest as a searing pain shot through him. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure watched the scene unfold, a cold expression on their face. The cloaked figure muttered, "Ungrateful little shits." Their gaze hardened, revealing a hint of anger and frustration. She addressed the fallen elves, her voice laced with a warning, "If you keep thinking this is my fault." A young elf woman, Era, lay on the ground, her eyes squeezed shut in pain. A man, his face obscured, stood over her, offering a curt statement, he would leave the forest as she wished. But the scene shifted abruptly to a blur of motion, a flash of blue energy erupting from an unseen source. As several other elves cried out in alarm, begging for forgiveness. One of them angrily denounced a bastard who had rendered them useless. The scene then transitioned to a worried elf, his face etched with concern, asking about Era's well-being. As a tall, ethereal elf woman with long, flowing white hair appeared before him. She seemed calm, almost serene, despite the chaos that had just unfolded. The man, now clearly visible, had short, gray hair and a concerned expression. He worried aloud about the elves' vulnerability, now exposed to the world without any defenses. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he contemplated the situation. The ethereal elf turned, her back to the man, as he questioned her sincerity. The scene opens in a well-appointed study, filled with bookshelves, a telescope, and a comfortable sitting area. A voice, sharp and questioning, cuts through the quiet. A young woman with pointed ears and long, flowing silver hair glares intensely. Her expression is one of barely suppressed fury. She confronts a young man with short, silvery hair, who sits calmly amidst the study's furnishings. She asks him if he truly intends to leave. The woman continues, stating that it would be better than watching them fight each other. Her frustration is palpable. She adds, with a hint of sadness, that no one has ever looked for her before. The young man, seemingly unfazed, inquires about her destination should she leave. She pauses, then reveals there's always been a place she's wanted to go. The woman sighs, revealing that it has only been 20 years since she last looked after them, and that things are now chaotic. The young man, surprised, remarks that for only 20 years, she must be 1,000 years old. A young man with short, light gray hair urged someone named Era to come out. A desperate plea for forgiveness followed. And a request for another chance. The young man, relieved, let out a sigh as a young woman with long, light gray hair and pointed ears, Era, appeared. He addressed her softly. He reminded Era of her promise to leave anger behind. Era confirmed that she had genuinely intended to leave. The young man questioned whether Era had truly planned to leave, despite the wrong that had been done to her, pointing out that others desperately needed her. Era looked downcast. The young man's expression softened as he acknowledged that they still needed her. Rei, the reborn surgeon Jin Yusung, smiled contentedly from his bed. He had awoken in this unfamiliar fantasy world, his body miraculously healed from his fatal car crash. A beautiful elf woman, her long silver hair cascading down her shoulders, approached him cautiously. She spoke softly, her voice laced with concern. She asked if he would like to stay with her. Rei, still adjusting to his new reality, looked thoughtful, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. The elf continued, expressing her hope that they could remain together. Rei, however, politely but firmly declined. He explained that he needed to travel to the Holy Empire. Intrigued, the elf questioned his reasons. Rei revealed that the Holy Empire was actively searching for him. The elf reacted with surprise at the news of the Holy Empire's search. She questioned the meaning behind this search, her concern for Rei evident. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, ran a hand through his locks, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused over the recent pronouncements about his status, muttering to himself about being called a saint or something similar. The weight of this unexpected revelation seemed to settle upon him as he pondered the prophecy surrounding his existence. A beautiful elven woman with long, flowing silver hair addressed Ray, her voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. She questioned the prophecy that declared him a saint, highlighting the incongruity of his apparent lack of divine powers. Ray, still grappling with the implications of the prophecy, shrugged, admitting his confusion. He questioned why he hadn't been baptized, suggesting a possible explanation for his unusual situation. The elf's expression turned thoughtful as she considered the concept of a saint without divine powers. The idea seemed to unsettle her. She emphasized that this was the fundamental difference between an ordinary human and a true saint. Ray, intrigued, then questioned how she had been healed, given his apparent lack of divine abilities. The elf explained that she had used a basic healing spell, a simple heal incantation, to treat his injuries. She admitted to some uncertainty in using it, but the urgency of the situation had compelled her to act. A narration box revealed that Ray's illness had left his mana unusable, leaving only his consciousness intact, almost like a curse. This unusual state is further explored in the following panels. The narration continues, highlighting the fact that Ray, despite his condition, used a basic healing spell to cure the elf. This act, using only a first circle healing spell, is considered extraordinary. This simple act surpasses all basic magical concepts, further emphasizing the anomaly of Ray's situation. The final panel shows Ray, now revealed to be a saint without divine powers, adding another layer of mystery to his already unusual circumstances. A brilliant, ethereal light bloomed from the center of the image, radiating outward in a dazzling display of energy. The source of the light remained obscured, hidden within a swirling vortex of blue and white. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair and striking blue eyes, contemplated something thoughtfully. He appeared lost in thought, a pensive expression on his face. A voice, seemingly not his own, echoed in his mind, perhaps he will become the most fascinating saint in history. A woman with long, flowing silver hair smiled subtly, her lips curving into a knowing smirk. Her expression hinted at a secret amusement, a silent observation of Ray's internal conflict. The woman, her identity still unknown, spoke her thoughts aloud. I feel pathetic for considering whether I should stay or leave the village. Ray, beside her, looked at her with a questioning expression, his brow slightly furrowed. The woman's expression softened, her lips parting into a gentle smile. She responded, her voice calm and reassuring, very well. Let's start heading out. A wide shot revealed a large group of people, seemingly elves, kneeling in a clearing. They appeared to be waiting expectantly, their posture suggesting obedience and anticipation. The woman, now identified as the leader, approached the kneeling elves, her presence commanding attention. Two distinct sounds, possibly battle cries or incantations, echoed through the clearing as she walked. The woman addressed the elves, her voice carrying authority. What do you have to say for yourselves? One of the elves, her face etched with remorse, responded meekly, we were too impudent. Another elf echoed her apology, expressing deep regret, sorry, for taking our protection for granted. We are all deeply sorry for our behavior. A young elf with brown hair and pointed ears pleaded with a group of individuals, including a man with silver hair and two other elves, one with blue hair and another with blonde hair. Her voice trembled as she begged them to let go of their anger. The silver-haired elf, her expression softening, announced her decision to the assembled elves, who knelt before her in a show of respect. She withdrew her previous statement about leaving the village. She explained that she understood their anger towards the village elder. However, she insisted that the elder meant no harm. A worried thought crossed her mind, what if it had been known that she could die? The silver-haired man, his face etched with concern, explained that the elves' fear stemmed from the potential danger to their community if humans learned of her mortality. The blue-haired elf, however, countered that their lack of effort in seeking the truth was also to blame. Therefore, she decided to deal with the elder appropriately, given that both parties were at fault. She also stated that there would be an elf to supervise the village if the elder was no longer there. The brown-haired elf simply responded with understood, Era. Era, the blue-haired elf, smiled serenely. Era declared that she was no longer angry. A young woman with long, light blue hair and a kind smile suggested to her companion, a young man with short, gray hair, that they host a banquet to thank their savior. The young man, taken aback by the suggestion, simply uttered a questioning huh. He then questioned the sudden proposal, wondering aloud about a banquet out of the blue. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. A monstrous creature, seemingly made of rock and earth, emerged from the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on the two young people. Two knights in shining blue armor bravely engaged the beast, their swords clashing against its stony hide. One knight, cursing the monster, urged his companion to focus on creating an escape route. A woman with long brown hair, dressed in a priestess-like outfit, confidently declared that they would break through the area within the day, a golden light emanating from her hands. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, a bright blue sky peeking through the branches of a lush green tree. The leaves gently swaying in the breeze. The words Lord Iriel appear in a speech bubble, hinting at the location's significance. A worried-looking officer in a white and blue uniform stands amidst a military encampment, his expression reflecting concern. While inside a nearby tent, a female officer with short brown hair calmly sips tea. She remarks that even though the dispatch squad isn't the largest, they are still making progress. The female officer questions the slow pace of their progress, prompting a male officer with dark hair to offer his perspective. The male officer explains that the area is densely populated with monsters, causing significant difficulties. However, the female officer maintains that their progress is still decent. Despite this, the female officer reflects that the journey would be much faster if she went alone. A priest, his face etched with sorrow, offered a whispered apology. His posture conveyed deep regret, his eyes downcast. The scene shifted to an empty teacup, resting on a saucer. The image emphasized the quiet stillness of the moment. A woman with brown hair, pulled back in a neat braid, spoke. She declared that their rest was over and it was time to move on. She stood, her white uniform crisp and immaculate, a cup of tea untouched on the table beside her. A stark contrast to the rustic setting. The scene transitioned to an outdoor setting. Festive bunting hung between weathered wooden posts, suggesting a celebration. The camera angle shifted, revealing a partially visible wooden structure. Balloons and bunting decorated the scene, indicating a festive atmosphere. The young man, his gaze taking in the scene, questioned the nature of the celebration. A lively scene unfolded, filled with elves celebrating amidst a whimsical, treetop village. The young man's confusion was palpable. A hand gently touched Ray's shoulder, startling him from his thoughts. Turning, Ray saw a young elf woman with a warm smile. Good to see you, Ray. Everyone is waiting for you. The elf, FIA, gestured towards a lively festival in the distance. But another villager approached, interrupting their conversation. What are you doing here? Get involved with the festivities. FIA responded, I thought this was a small party? The villager exclaimed, you're the savior of our village. FIA's expression shifted slightly. She explained, I have some other errands to do, so I can't go. But I'm sure that you can go by yourself, right? Ray, concerned, asked, where are you going, FIA? FIA's response was firm. The village lowers its guard on festival days like these. Don't you think it's important for me to do my job? Ray, a young man with short brown hair, stood amidst the lively atmosphere of a bustling festival. A soft "oh" escaped his lips, a hint of wonder in his expression as he took in the vibrant scene. He turned to address another young man with short, gray hair, who was dressed in simple, light-colored clothing. The gray-haired man waved, cheerfully bidding him farewell, enjoy the festival, and I'll see you later. The gray-haired young man watched Ray depart, a slight worry clouding his features. He quietly hoped everything would go well. Suddenly, a young woman with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail and pointed ears, called out, FIA. Ray, now visibly more relaxed, approached her, suggesting, let's meet up later tonight. We'll get something to eat. The young woman's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes widened, a vein throbbing in her temple as she reacted with a furious outburst. Her anger escalated, a sharp, incredulous question punctuating her rage, really? Are you serious? She lunged forward, grabbing Ray's arm. The force of her grip was surprising. Ray stumbled back, clearly taken aback by her sudden aggression. Ray, flustered and slightly embarrassed, stammered, I got excited. Oh, look at the time. A young woman with brown hair, wearing green clothing and carrying a bow and arrow, ran through a blurry landscape. She shouted a promise to someone unseen, her words filled with determination, you better come get me, alright? This is a promise. Ray, a young man with short, white hair, lay on the ground, a peaceful smile on his face. He thought to himself, content, yeah, as long as FIA is happy. Ray decided to join the festivities. He declared, I guess I'll head in too. The scene shifted to a cheerful outdoor setting, decorated with colorful bunting and lanterns. It was a lively celebration. Several people, their faces mostly obscured, were gathered around tables, enjoying themselves. The atmosphere was jovial and relaxed. One of them, a man with dark hair, was dancing energetically, seemingly enjoying the festive mood. A group of elf-like women approached Ray, inviting him to join their celebration. One of them asked warmly, why don't you come in and join us? Ray was surrounded by the elves, who offered him food. One of them urged him, try it out. Despite his enjoyment, Ray felt a twinge of weariness. He thought, although I'm thankful, this is tiring. He managed a tired but amiable smile. The scene opens with a quaint, treetop house nestled amongst the lush greenery of a fantasy forest. Sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating the charming structure. A door creaks open, revealing the interior of the house. A young man with short, gray hair sits at a table, looking weary. He mutters to himself, wondering what is happening. A cup of tea sits on the table before him. An elegant elf woman enters the room, her expression curious as she observes the young man. She inquires about his presence there. The young man explains that he was simply tired and seeking a place to rest. He smiles faintly. The elf woman, understanding, tells him to rest. The image focuses on a close-up of Era, a young woman with long, flowing silver hair and pointed ears, suggesting an elven heritage. She wears a simple, elegant white dress and a necklace with a striking blue gemstone pendant. Her expression is serene and pleasant, hinting at a calm and composed personality. Era and a young man with short, gray hair sit at a small table in what appears to be a cozy room. The man, Ray, in simple, light-colored clothing, inhales deeply, noticing a distinct scent in the air. He comments aloud on the unfamiliar fragrance. Ray identifies the scent as that of deer flowers. Era confirms that the flowers are part of a special celebration for him. Ray sips his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems lost in thought. Ray turns to Era, suggesting she go outside. He seems to have something important to discuss. Era hesitates, noting that bringing up a heavy topic while drinking tea is unexpected. Ray assures her that she doesn't have to answer if the topic is too difficult. Era decides to proceed, stating that there's no need to hide anything from him. A thoughtful expression crosses her face as she considers how to begin the conversation. The narration begins with a recollection of a past event, a conflict between a regular elf and a high elf. The scene shifts to a conversation where someone questions the nature of this past incident. An explanation follows, detailing the inherent societal hierarchy between regular elves and high elves, with the latter being considered superior by birth. Despite their privileged position, the narrative reveals that one particular high elf faced conflict with a regular elf. This conflict led the young high elf to make a drastic decision, to leave their village. The narration transitions to a confident assertion that the listener already knows what happened after the elf's departure. A high elf woman with long, silver hair is shown, seemingly confirming this assumption. The scene shifts to a conversation between the high elf woman and a young man with short, gray hair. The woman explains her actions, revealing that she is actively trying to prevent the events of the past incident from repeating. She is staying in this place to stop the past from happening again. The conversation continues, hinting at further developments after the initial preventative measures. A young elf woman, Era, gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. A wave of unseen energy seemed to ripple around her, causing a visible distortion in the air around her as she stumbled back. Prompting a concerned question from a young man with silver hair, Ray, Era? What's wrong? Era, still visibly shaken, replied that something seemed to be happening on the outskirts of the village. Ray, surprised, questioned what was happening outside. Era, looking grave, explained that there were unwanted villagers. Ray's internal monologue registered the gravity of the situation, unwanted villagers. His disbelief was immediate and absolute, no way. The scene shifted to the forest outside the village. A second elf, this one with brown hair, glared at something unseen. Her anger evident as she demanded, "What are humans doing here?" Ray, a young man with shoulder-length brown hair, stood amidst a dark forest, his hand resting on the hilt of a sheathed, purple-bladed sword. His attire suggested a blend of practicality and a hint of fantasy, a far cry from his previous life as a surgeon. He gazed towards a distant, sunlit clearing, where the remnants of a structure hinted at a recent conflict. The thought, especially bringing an army all the way here, crossed his mind, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination hardening his expression. The purple blade, still sheathed, gleamed faintly in the dim light of the forest. As Ray's gaze shifted to a group of soldiers emerging from the trees. They wore gleaming, white and gold armor, their helms bearing the symbol of a cross. Their leader, a woman with dark brown hair, spoke calmly, "We're not here to fight." Her words were followed by another, younger woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes. She smiled serenely, stating, "Seeing the saint, that's all we want to do." Ray's expression remained guarded, his eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the two women. He was clearly wary, but not overtly hostile. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He awoke in a lush forest, disoriented and bewildered, his mind reeling from the trauma of a fatal car accident. His first thought, a question whispered in his mind, was, what on earth happened to the humans? He was not alone. A young elf woman, her expression a mixture of anger and suspicion, emerged from the shadows. She muttered to herself, recognizing him as something unexpected. It was an elf, a creature of myth and legend, one he had only heard about in rumors. She explained that their presence was not accidental. They had come seeking a specific individual. A saint. A woman, clad in shining armor, approached with a confident smile. She was accompanied by a knight. The elf, however, was unconvinced. There was no such person in this place, she insisted. Despite the elf's dismissal, Yusung expressed his desire to speak with them. Suddenly, another figure appeared, a woman in a military uniform, her expression serious as she inquired about a white-haired boy. A young woman with dark brown hair and intense eyes stared intently at a white-haired boy, a question forming on her lips, a white-haired boy? Her expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity as she took in the boy's appearance. A silent affirmation escaping her lips, as expected. The scene shifted to reveal another individual, their face partially obscured by shadow, addressing the white-haired boy. A chilling statement hung in the air, "You have seen the saint." A woman with dark hair and piercing purple eyes emerged, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Observing the interaction between the white-haired boy and a seemingly elf-like woman. The boy, seemingly unfazed, stated, "I don't know who the saint is." The elf-like woman's expression hardened. "Then does that mean that you know who the white-haired person is?" The white-haired boy, seemingly unperturbed, calmly responded. "We have not come here to fight. We're simply here to escort the saint." The woman with purple eyes, seemingly in command, added, "We'll return as soon as we finish our business. If you help us, we will repay you." Ray, a young man with fiery eyes and determined expression, glared intensely. His brow furrowed, his jaw clenched tight, betraying his inner turmoil. He gripped a small, white object, a magical artifact, perhaps, with surprising force, his knuckles white. Meanwhile, two heavily armored knights stood guard, their presence a stark contrast to the serene forest background. A man with short, brown hair and a worried expression sighed, "If it comes to this, bloodshed is inevitable." Another individual, dressed in ornate, gold-trimmed robes, countered, "If you just give us that one person, things will end smoothly without anyone getting hurt." Ray's eyes narrowed. For his sake, he stated grimly, "Everyone will be happy to face you." The robed man's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. He warned, "If you stop us, there will be a holy war." Ray, his gaze unwavering, calmly asked, "Is that all right with you?" Ray's eyes widened in alarm, his face reflecting a sudden surge of fear. Ray, a young elf with pointed ears and determined eyes, observed a contingent of soldiers from the Holy Empire approaching. Their armor gleamed under the sunlight, their swords held high. A surge of anger coursed through him. As Ray reacted instantly, drawing her weapon with practiced ease. A tense silence hung in the air as Ray confronted the approaching soldiers. One of them, a knight in shining armor, spoke, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. Ray's gaze hardened as she considered the knight's words. The weight of the situation settled upon her. The knight's expression was one of cold determination. He seemed unyielding in his purpose. His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of humanity's relentless ambition. With a decisive gesture, the knight pointed towards a hidden path, revealing a hidden passage through the forest. The soldiers reacted with a triumphant roar. A young woman with long brown hair, clad in green and brown leather armor, stood poised amidst a flurry of motion. Two figures in blue armor lay on the ground, their swords scattered nearby, defeated by her swift strikes. Her face a mask of fierce concentration as she moved with surprising speed and agility. A blur of motion as she vanished from sight. The remaining soldiers, startled by her sudden disappearance, exchanged worried glances. "Where did she go?" one of them exclaimed. As the young woman reappeared, striking with brutal efficiency. A soldier cried out in pain as he was struck, a pained "H" escaping his lips. A burst of energy erupting from her sword as she unleashed a powerful attack. Observing from a distance, a man with short brown hair and intense purple eyes watched the battle unfold. By looking at her energy. I thought she was strong, but I didn't think it would be at the beginner level of an aura blade. He mused, observing a group of soldiers in white uniforms approaching the scene. Two young women, dressed in blue and white uniforms adorned with crosses, knelt in prayer. Their hands were clasped together, and a soft, green light emanated from them as they fervently implored, "God, please give us your blessing. Bless us and protect us from our enemies." Meanwhile, two knights in shining armor stood vigilant, their swords drawn. Their prayer continued, "Please heal our injuries given to us by our enemies. Heal us." Suddenly, one of the women cried out in alarm, "Kaya." A blur of motion indicated a swift attack. The scene was filled with speed lines as the unseen assailant struck. The knight, realizing the danger, shouted, "The enemy is faster than we expected, so get into formation." Another woman cried out in pain, "H." A knight was struck, a powerful blow sending him reeling. A man in a white uniform with a blue sash and a white cap appeared, his face etched with concern. He raised his hands, and a bright green light pulsed from them as he attempted to heal the wounded. He was struck by a sudden attack, a dark purple energy impacting him. The man cried out in pain, "H." Meanwhile, a young man with brown hair watched the scene unfold, muttering, "There are a lot of them, and because of the healing magic, they aren't dying." Ray, his brow furrowed in concentration, assessed the situation. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected the gravity of the moment. If the current strain continued, he knew the magical barrier protecting them would shatter. He realized the implications of this impending failure. The consequences were dire, a chilling thought that sent a shiver down his spine. A swift, powerful kick from Ray sent one of the attackers sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. Iriel, eyes wide with alarm, found herself on the defensive. Ray's intervention had bought them a moment, but the enemy was relentless. She braced herself for another attack, her grip tightening on her sword. The weight of the battle pressed down on her, a heavy burden she carried with grim determination. A blinding flash of light erupted from Ray's hand, momentarily obscuring the scene. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his forehead. The strain was immense, pushing his magical abilities to their absolute limit. A brief pause in the fighting allowed for a moment of respite, but the tension remained palpable. Iriel, despite her injuries, prepared to continue the fight, her resolve unwavering. Ray, a smirk playing on his lips, observed the battle with a calculating gaze. He saw the clear disparity in their strengths. A surge of golden energy erupted from Ray's clenched fist. The raw power coursing through his veins, a testament to his newfound abilities in this fantasy world. He channeled this magical energy with practiced ease, a stark contrast to his initial struggles. The energy coalesced into a blinding flash. A wave of concussive force radiating outwards. The impact sent his opponent, a young elf woman in green and brown attire, sprawling across the forest floor. Her body tumbling end over end. Ray, still radiating power, watched her fall. He pondered his next move, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Do you want to keep going? He mused, his voice barely a whisper. He touched his chin thoughtfully, a subtle gesture betraying his inner conflict. The elf woman, groaning softly, slowly pushed herself up, her eyes fixed on Ray with a mixture of fear and determination. A young elf woman, her green eyes narrowed in determination, stood firm against an unseen opponent. Her grip tightened on something unseen, her expression hardening as she declared, "I can't let you through." A low chuckle echoed from the unseen figure, a voice laced with amusement. How persistent. A woman with dark brown hair styled in a neat bun, her purple eyes gleaming with a calculating glint, appeared. She wore a crisp, light-colored military uniform. The woman addressed the elf, her voice calm yet firm. "There's no need for you to foolishly persist." She continued, her gaze unwavering. "You just need to hand over the saint to us." The elf, her face contorted in defiance, responded with a single, resolute word, "No." The elf drew a glowing, ethereal blade, its energy crackling with power. A fierce light illuminated her face as she vowed, "I will never hand him over." Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, found himself traversing a sun-dappled forest. He looked around, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sense of unease washing over him as he muttered a question to himself, how much farther? Suddenly, a feeling of dread washed over him. He could sense something, someone, nearby. A young woman with long, flowing silver hair and pointed ears, identified as FIA, appeared beside him, running alongside a young man with short, gray hair. She reassured him, saying they were almost there. Ray's eyes widened as he sensed the sheer number of people approaching. A dawning horror settling upon him as he realized the scale of the approaching force. He whispered to himself, "There's no way they brought an entire army." A sudden, violent clash erupted nearby. FIA's name was shouted in alarm. A young woman with elven features, wielding a glowing purple staff, stood amidst a chaotic scene. 3 knights in shining blue and silver armor surrounded her, their swords raised, but she seemed unfazed. A flurry of motion blurred the scene, leaving only a trail of dust and a sense of impending violence. The elf, now visibly wounded, stumbled back, blood staining her clothes. Her expression was grim, her eyes narrowed in determination. A young man with white hair, his face etched with worry, burst through the trees, shouting desperately. He yelled for the elf, "Get out of the way. FIA. Can you hear me?" The elf, FIA, looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She muttered, "White-haired boy?" Suddenly, the knights' expressions shifted. They exclaimed in unison, "The saint. It's the saint." More knights arrived, kneeling before the white-haired youth, proclaiming, "We are here for you, Lord Saint." The white-haired youth remained silent, his back to the viewer, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden attention. A woman in elegant, blood-stained attire approached, her voice calm and collected as she greeted him, "It's nice to meet you, Saint." Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair and intense blue eyes, stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. A silent question hung in the air. He was dressed in simple, peasant-like clothing, the laces of his tunic neatly tied. His gaze held a hint of uncertainty. But his resolve remained firm. He spotted a woman in the distance, her back turned to him. "Era," he questioned, a whisper escaping his lips. The woman, Era, turned sharply, her pointed ears and elegant attire revealing her elven heritage. "Stop right there," she commanded, her voice sharp and commanding. Her expression was stern, her hands clenched at her sides. She stood poised, radiating power and authority. "If you don't want to die, don't block my way," she warned, her gaze unwavering. Ray's breath hitched. 2 armored guards appeared behind Era, their faces grim. One of them let out a nervous chuckle. The scene shifted. A young woman, her clothes stained with blood, was being held by Ray and Era. She was clearly injured. "Stop her," a voice pleaded. The injured woman's companion, a man with brown hair, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain and determination. "I need to stop her from coming," he muttered, his voice strained. He looked at the injured woman, his eyes filled with desperate concern. "Faye," he cried out, his voice filled with anguish. A young woman, her shoulder dislocated and body covered in blood, lay injured before a man with silver hair. He observed her state with a mixture of concern and awe, wondering how she could have defended herself against so many opponents. He prepared to reset her dislocated shoulder, acknowledging the pain it would cause. With a grimace, the woman winced as the man expertly manipulated her shoulder back into place. He then urged her to return to the castle with him. But she was not the only one waiting for his arrival. The people of the kingdom needed him. He wiped blood from his mouth, his expression grim. as he gently cradled the injured woman. A woman in military attire approached, informing him that he had been chosen by God for a great accomplishment. The silver-haired man, taken aback, questioned the meaning of her words. His confusion and disbelief were palpable. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself embroiled in a heated discussion. His thoughts raced, he questioned the very purpose of his divine selection. The scene shifted to reveal a bloody aftermath. A woman in regal attire stood amidst fallen soldiers, her words echoing the divine intention behind Ray's miraculous abilities. Ray's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the implications of her statement. The focus returned to Ray, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He silently questioned the nature of these miracles. A nearby elf lay wounded, her blood staining the ground. The woman's words hung heavy in the air, questioning the morality of their actions. The woman, her face grim, explained their actions, claiming they had tried to resolve the situation peacefully, but the elf had refused their help. She emphasized their attempts at peaceful negotiation, even warning the elf of impending force, but to no avail. The elf's death, she insisted, was a regrettable necessity. Ray, witnessing the aftermath of their actions, challenged the justification of their forceful intrusion and the resulting death. The woman, unmoved, coldly declared that their actions were entirely necessary. Ray, his expression hardening, retorted, questioning whether she truly expected him to simply agree with their actions. A close-up on Ray's eye reveals a striking, vibrant purple iris, hinting at the unusual magical abilities he possesses in this new world. A woman with silver hair confronts Ray, her words laced with disbelief and anger. She accuses him of intruding and causing trouble. The woman's anger intensifies as she dares to threaten Ray, referring to him as her savior. The silver-haired woman, whose pointed ears mark her as an elf, challenges Ray to demonstrate his capabilities. A dramatic visual transition shows the woman's upper body, emphasizing her elegant attire and the ornate pendant around her neck. Ray, his face bloodied, reflects on the cruelty of the situation, noting the elf's seemingly disproportionate power. The elf, her eyes glowing, challenges Ray to prove whether his claims are true or a bluff. She reiterates her challenge, emphasizing the consequences of lying. The elf's words provoke a furious reaction from Ray, who is clearly angered by her accusations. Ray's response is swift and decisive. He unleashes a powerful magical attack, shattering several swords aimed at the elf. A knight in shining, if somewhat battered, armor, his face obscured by a dented helmet, gaped in shock. His mouth hung open in a silent scream, his eyes wide with disbelief. A golden light pulsed from his chest, radiating outwards as cracks spiderwebbed across his armor. The fragments of his armor scattered like shattered glass. A voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed in his mind, "Why don't you keep trying?" The source of the voice was revealed, a striking elf woman with long, silver hair and piercing blue eyes, her expression unreadable. She observed the knight's plight with a detached curiosity. The elf's gaze shifted to another knight, equally stunned, as he too began to crumble under the same mysterious force. The second knight gasped, "Ah! Ah!" Pleading desperately, "Please let us live." Another knight fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The elf remained impassive, her expression unchanged. The elf tilted her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Is this that force that you kept showing off?" She addressed someone unseen, her tone laced with skepticism. "Are you sure you're able to accomplish anything with them?" A young man, his armor stained crimson, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle. His face, though resolute, bore the marks of recent conflict. He muttered to himself, his words laced with a grim assessment, "They lacked belief in the Lord." A woman with long, silver hair and pointed ears, an elf, addressed him. Her tone was sharp, laced with disdain. She scoffed at his faith, calling him an unfortunate child for believing that God only granted him power, and that he was trapped by the confines of his own beliefs. Ignoring her words, the young man clenched his fist, a golden light emanating from within. The golden light intensified, a surge of energy building within him. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, silencing the elf with a curt remark, "You talk too much." The elf, momentarily stunned, gritted her teeth, a word escaping her lips, "Hold." Suddenly, chains of magical energy erupted, binding the young man's arms and torso. He struggled against the restraints, his face contorted in frustration and defiance. The young man, defeated but not broken, fell to his knees, a single, pain sound escaping his lips. A fierce confrontation unfolded between two individuals. One, a woman with striking silver hair, wore a regal, dark-colored dress. Her expression was one of steely determination. Opposite her stood a man, his dark hair tousled, his face marred by cuts and bruises. His eyes burned with a furious intensity. "This isn't the end of the power of the Holy Empire," he declared, his voice filled with defiance. He continued, his voice dripping with menace, "I will do anything to bring this saint back with me, even if it means cutting him into pieces." The woman's response was swift and sharp. "Do not speak with that dirty mouth of yours," she commanded, her voice laced with icy disdain. While he might seem insignificant to her, she continued, her voice softening slightly. "He is more precious to me than you can ever imagine." The man scoffed, unfazed by her words. His expression hardened. "If I made up my mind to," he hissed, "I could erase your entire nation off the map with a snap of my fingers." Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "Stop." Another voice, calmer but firm, followed. "Stop it, Era." Dust and debris swirled around Ray's feet as he stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle. His simple tunic, torn and stained, offered little protection from the harsh elements of this new world. He watched as two women faced off, their expressions starkly contrasting. One, with long silver hair, sneered, "Ha!" Then, the other, clad in ornate armor, grinned cruelly, however, she countered. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ray's eyes as he heard the armored woman's next words. A slight smile played on his lips as he listened intently to her offer, on one condition. The scene opens with Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, a determined expression etched on his face. He is dressed in simple, worn clothing, his attire suggesting a life lived far from luxury. He declares his intention, to travel to the Holy Empire. He adds a crucial caveat. That he has conditions for his journey. Ray, seemingly unfazed, reveals his first condition. He makes it clear that he will not become a saint for God. Ray explains that he intends to become a saint only to be able to quit whenever he wants. The man's shocked reaction is palpable, his disbelief is evident. A young man, clad in a blood-stained white and red surplice, stood amidst a dark forest. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes fixed on something unseen. The words, "You want to quit being a saint?" That can't be done though. Hung in the air, a testament to the gravity of his decision. The scene shifted to a close-up of a hand, displaying a peace sign. The word "the second" appeared below, hinting at a significant event. A young man with short, gray hair flashed a peace sign, a nervous smile playing on his lips. He mused, "If anything like this happens again, I don't know what I will do." The camera angle shifted downwards, focusing on a pair of clenched fists. The figure was partially obscured, but the tension in their posture was palpable. Silhouetted figures loomed in the background, adding to the sense of foreboding. A woman, her face etched with worry and fear, stood amidst the shadows. Blood stained her uniform. The unspoken question, "What will happen?" hung heavy in the air. The gray-haired young man, seemingly unconcerned, shrugged. He mused aloud, "I just said, I don't know. Well, maybe I'll leave the Holy Empire and become a saint in an enemy country?" His words elicited a shocked reaction from a nearby figure. The word "what" exploded from the man in a surprised exclamation. The thought, a saint betraying a god, echoed in the minds of those present, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Another figure, his face a mask of intense concern, watched the unfolding events with apprehension. A voice cut through the tension, stating, "No, it's okay. Since he'll lose his holy powers if he betrays God." Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, stood with his arms crossed, a look of mild annoyance on his face. Beside him, a girl with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes looked away pensively. He asked if she needed anything else, she replied that she did. The scene shifted to a grand city, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A narration box declared, "The third condition." Ray, now holding up 3 fingers, stated his third condition. He demanded the authority to access all libraries within the Holy Empire. The girl, whose name is revealed to be Alara, reacted with a surprised, chibi-style expression, exclaiming that it was quite a request. A narration box appeared, "The fourth condition." Ray extended a 4th finger, clearly surprised by the implication that there was more to come. He then stated his 4th condition, he wanted to be compensated for his work. Ray, slightly apprehensive, asked if things like clothes, food, and housing would be provided. Ilara, her expression unreadable, asked what Ray was thinking of in terms of compensation. The panel closes on Ilara's intense gaze, leaving the reader to wonder what she is planning. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, held up a gold coin, a perplexed expression on his face. He questioned incredulously whether the person he was speaking to was seriously asking him that question, clarifying that he was, of course, talking about money. The scene shifted abruptly to a close-up of a man's face, his expression one of intense pain and distress, his skin marred by cuts and bruises. The man's face was contorted in agony, blood staining his clothes. His eyes were wide with terror. An officer in a white and blue uniform, his face etched with worry, urged a woman, whom he addressed as Saintess, to forget the incident. He argued that the saint's position didn't allow for accepting such conditions. Another officer agreed, adding that it was unusual for a saint to want to be paid. The woman, seemingly the Saintess, muttered that she believed God had made a mistake. Ray's eyes narrowed, his expression turning serious as he heard the Saintess's comment. He questioned her statement, "God, made a mistake, you say?" The 2 officers cowered in fear before Ray's intense gaze. One of the officers stammered an apology. The Saintess, despite her injuries, stated that they could accept all the conditions except the first one. A close-up on a woman's face, her expression one of shock and disbelief, as she whispered, "Oh, God." Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His eyes fluttered open, not in the sterile environment of an operating room, but in a world far removed from his own. He was reborn as Ray, in a fantasy realm where magic intertwined with reality. And the 5th condition for his miraculous survival was revealed, he must apologize. Before him lay an elf, wounded and bleeding, leaning against a tree. Ray extended a hand, a gesture of compassion. Intending to offer sincere help. Ray, still grappling with his new reality, cautiously approached the injured elf. He was unsure of the customs and social dynamics of this world, but his inherent compassion drove him to act. A second elf, seemingly unharmed, appeared, observing the scene. Ray's concern shifted to understanding the situation. Suddenly, a figure crashed to the ground nearby Jin Yusung, still bearing the wounds from his accident, his body marred by blood. He groaned in pain. Unable to offer a proper apology due to his precarious condition. He explained his position as a saintess who executes God's wishes, highlighting the constraints of his role. Ray, however, silently reflected on the irony of the situation. He, who had once saved countless lives, now found himself questioning the actions of those who claim to act in the name of a higher power. A voice, laced with a hint of weariness, explained, "I had no choice because I had to bring you out." The scene shifted to reveal a young man with short, gray hair, standing amidst a forest. A woman with long, silver hair stood beside him, her expression unreadable. Another figure, a woman in a military-style uniform, lay injured on the ground. The woman with silver hair continued, "Because you had rejected all our requests." The gray-haired young man tilted his head, a question forming in his mind, "So, what you're saying? Is that you couldn't apologize?" The woman in uniform, her face etched with pain, responded with a single word, "Yes." She explained, "I can apologize if my apology only reflects my own standing. But the responsibility that we hold is a very heavy one. Each word I say may incur the wrath of God." The gray-haired young man replied, "Is that so? All right." He continued, "Then, go ask your God to find another saint or whatever." The young man turned away, his expression unreadable. A young woman, her uniform stained with blood, looked up in confusion. "Pardon," she questioned, her voice laced with uncertainty. A taller woman with striking silver hair and pointed ears addressed her. She calmly instructed, "Let's go back, Era. We need to attend to FIA, too." Era, the blood-stained woman, nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the ground. Beside her stood a young man with short, gray hair, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He simply replied, "Sure." Suddenly, the young woman in the uniform stopped them. "Wait." She turned back, her face etched with concern. "Excuse me, wait a minute," she said, her voice urgent. She continued, her voice softening slightly, "Even though I can't apologize, I can make other appropriate arrangements." The young woman pleaded, her voice strained with emotion. "So please reconsider." The gray-haired young man interrupted her, his tone firm. "I don't need any other arrangements." He turned away, his profile sharp and determined. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a growing impatience. He spoke again, his voice low but resolute. So, just apologize. A young man, his face streaked with blood, looked down, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. His expression was one of profound weariness, his eyes heavy with unspoken pain. Era, an elf with striking silver hair, stood before him, her gaze firm. She commanded him, her voice carrying a note of urgency, to return to safety. He leaned heavily on Era and another woman, his body clearly exhausted from exertion. Era questioned him, her concern evident, about the actions he had just taken. He responded that it wasn't too late to retreat, that they would still welcome him back. Era reiterated that if he simply agreed to return with them, they would gladly accept him. The young man, however, stated that he had no regrets, even if they couldn't apologize for what had happened. Era, her voice laced with disbelief, questioned how he could go so far for someone of a different race. He simply smiled, a hint of defiance in his eyes, and stated that he would do as he pleased. He declared his intention to pursue his own path, regardless of the consequences. Ray, a young man with short, light-colored hair, and a woman with long, flowing white hair and pointed ears walked along a dirt road, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. He carried a young woman on his back. The white-haired woman asked him what he wanted. Ray responded that he simply wanted a happy life. The white-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Alara, countered that wouldn't that be all the more reason for him to become a saint? Ray conceded that was a good point too. He clarified that his ideal life included helping the sick and injured, and not being bothered by trivial matters. And that such a life wouldn't be so bad, after all. Ray smiled contentedly, stating that he was satisfied with a simple, happy life. Ilara smiled knowingly at Ray's response. Ilara remarked that Ray was truly unique. Ray and Ilara continued walking down the path, their figures silhouetted against the vibrant sunset. The camera focuses on Ray, his back to the viewer, as he stands silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. He pauses, lost in thought. A stark contrast between the serene landscape and the blood staining his pristine white pants and shoes. The crimson pools around his feet paint a grim picture of recent violence. A young man with short, gray hair watches Ray from a distance. He scoffs, muttering that this is over and Ray should ask his god to find another saint. The focus shifts to a close-up of another young man's face, his expression unreadable as he silently contemplates the scene. A priest, his face etched with distress, questions whether a mistake was made. He expresses his disbelief that such a person could be a saint. The priest and a soldier, both visibly shaken, stand over a bloodstained golden object, the weight of their discovery heavy upon them. The golden object, a pyramid-like container, lies on the ground, splattered with blood. A question arises, Saintess? What are you? Ray, from behind, instructs the others to head back. A figure, clad in a pristine white coat adorned with gold accents, turned, their back to the viewer. The crisp fabric hinted at a sense of urgency, the slight tremor in their posture suggesting a hurried departure. Revealing a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, her face streaked with blood. Her eyes, wide and filled with a grim determination, held a chilling intensity. The crimson stains on her clothes spoke of a recent, violent struggle. She spoke, her voice firm despite the blood, announcing her destination, the elf village. Two young men, clad in simple tunics, stood amidst a sun-dappled forest. One, with slightly longer hair, voiced his concern for Pia's well-being, noting her poor condition. He wondered if she was all right. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair walked down a path, seemingly unaware of the two figures watching her from behind. The two men, their pointed ears hinting at their elven heritage, exchanged startled glances. Their surprise quickly turned to hostility as they drew their bows, one knocking an arrow, aiming at the unsuspecting woman. Human, one of them hissed, the word laced with warning. The woman, however, remained calm. She stopped, turning to face them. Don't you dare get any closer, one elf warned, his voice sharp. She responded calmly, I'm not here to fight with you. The woman's appearance was striking, a lab coat, stained with grime, yet somehow maintaining an air of professional competence. Her hands were raised in a gesture of peace, a slight smile playing on her lips. One of the elves, clearly taken aback, whispered to his companion, there's a saint living in our village? The other elf, however, remained firm in his stance. Even if that was true, we can't let a human enter the village. He warned, drawing his bowstring back further. Leave now. If you come any closer, we'll assume that you are attacking us. The woman sighed, if that's the case, can you please go? In the aftermath of a cataclysmic event, a young man with brown hair, clad in a stained white tunic and brown vest, stood amidst a fiery sunset. His expression was one of quiet determination as he resolved to inform a certain saint of his presence. His resolve was immediately challenged. A young elf with dark brown hair, clad in dark clothing, appeared, his face etched with disapproval. He declared that such an action was unacceptable. The elf, drawing an arrow from his quiver, commanded the young man to return whence he came. But the young man, undeterred, pleaded for permission to remain. His plea was met with suspicion. The young man, his face etched with worry, insisted he meant no harm. He reiterated his promise of peaceful intentions to the two elves, one armed with a bow and the other with a sword, who stood guard. Who warned him that any sudden movement would result in immediate retaliation. The young man, visibly shaken but resolute, promised to remain still. He reassured the elves, stating that he would not approach them. The scene concluded with the young man standing before the two watchful elves, the tension palpable in the air. Two young elf-like men stood amidst a fiery, chaotic scene in the distance. One, with slightly longer, light brown hair, looked concerned, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The other, with shorter, darker brown hair, spoke, his voice laced with uncertainty, the saint, she mentioned, is it Ray? The next panel showed a close-up of a crudely stitched, tan satchel, hinting at a journey or a hasty escape. A hand reached out, seemingly from within the satchel, a golden glow emanating from it. As a young woman with brown hair knelt, surrounded by a brilliant, golden aura. The scene pulsed with magical energy. The golden light intensified, engulfing the woman as she clasped her hands together in prayer, her face etched with concentration. The light subsided, revealing the elf with light brown hair, his eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear. The elf with darker hair spoke, his voice suggesting a hesitant suggestion, I guess we should at least talk to Ray? Both elves exchanged a worried glance, their expressions reflecting a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The scene shifted to a quaint village at sunset, festive flags adorning the buildings, creating a peaceful atmosphere. In a separate scene, a female elf with brown hair lay in bed, a slight smile playing on her lips as she murmured, "Ha, for now." A young woman with long, light brown hair lay on a bed, seemingly unconscious. Someone reported that the worst of the fires had been put out. A young man with short, gray hair sat up, gasping for breath, finally able to breathe after a period of intense stress. He was inside a wooden building, the sound of someone calling his name, Ray, echoing from outside, causing him to emerge from the room, asking what was wrong. The young man, Ray, was informed that someone was waiting for him outside the village. A revelation that caused his eyes to widen in surprise and recognition. He knew who it was. Ray and another young man, an elf with pointed ears, stood together, Ray's expression showing a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The elf, however, seemed more nonchalant, almost bored, as he confirmed that it was only one person waiting. Ray's expression shifted to confusion upon hearing this. He questioned the elf, incredulous at the news that only one person was waiting for him. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, stood amidst a group of armed elves. Their leader, a taller elf with brown hair, called out to him, inquiring about his whereabouts during the festival. Another elf, this one with brown hair, playfully embraced Ray, commenting that he seemed to have managed perfectly well without him. Ray, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat. Ray wondered who was looking for him, when the brown-haired elf pointed out a woman in the distance. A woman, her back to Ray, knelt, bathed in a golden light. Ray watched in surprise, questioning what she was doing so far away. Ray approached, the golden light intensifying as he drew closer. He arrived before the woman, who turned to face him. The woman, her face etched with exhaustion, informed Ray that she had been looking for him. The brown-haired elf added that she had been there since sunset. Ray, a young man with silver hair, stood anxiously beside a dark-haired companion. His companion's concerned expression mirrored his own as he stated that at least 3 hours had already passed. Ray's gaze fell upon the unconscious woman before him. He reassured himself that she would wake up soon, deciding to wait patiently. Ray continued to watch over the woman, his worry evident. Meanwhile, a woman in a white coat knelt beside her hands clasped in prayer. The woman in white opened her eyes, a look of surprise washing over her face. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she muttered "ha," a hint of amusement in her tone. She looked down at her soiled clothes, a thoughtful expression replacing her amusement. She wondered aloud what kind of prayer it was that took an entire day to complete. Ray and his companion looked on, shocked by the woman's words and the length of time her prayer had taken. The woman in white stood up, her expression unreadable. She addressed Ray, asking him to forget about saints and explain what he was doing there. Ray and the woman in white stood facing each other, the tension palpable. The woman's question hung in the air. A young woman with dark hair and striking purple eyes stood before someone, her expression serious. She began, "I have something to say to you." A young man with light green hair and a yellow jacket responded skeptically, "Are you here to apologize?" The woman, her white coat stained with blood, replied, "I can't apologize, but I thought I'd at least show my respect for this place with my actions." The young man, arms crossed, retorted, "So you're saying that since you can't apologize, you want us to be satisfied with you just being here, is that right?" The woman's eyes widened in alarm as she tried to clarify, "Not that I meant." The young man pressed further, "Then, what exactly do you mean?" She explained, "Because of the circumstances I am in, I can't apologize directly with words. But I thought it would be acceptable if I were to repent for all that I have done until all the elves were satisfied." The young man warned her, "If you leave your position, the Holy Empire is bound to come looking for you." He continued, his expression grim, "If that were to happen, we'd have to fight again. Did you ever think about that?" Ray, a young man with dark hair and intense purple eyes, sweat beaded on his brow. He was clearly distressed, his expression a mixture of worry and desperation. He muttered to himself that his current predicament was the reason for his prayers. He was speaking to a young woman with short, dark hair, her expression skeptical. She questioned his claim that the elves would send troops to search for him, voicing her disbelief. Ray, arms crossed, tried to convince her, but admitted that he couldn't make her believe him. The woman countered, mentioning the existence of an elf capable of seeing through lies. The panel then shifted to show this elf, a striking woman with long, silver hair and pointed ears, her expression serious and powerful. The elf stated confidently that she was more than capable of handling Ray's situation. The young woman, now considering the elf's capabilities, pondered whether she should trust the elf. Ray, seemingly resigned, simply said fine. The young woman instructed Ray to do as he pleased for now. Ray, however, added a condition: whatever happened to him was beyond her control, but if the elves couldn't help him, there was nothing she could do. The young woman's face lit up with a relieved expression, exclaiming, "You!" Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, walked through a forest path with another person, whose face was not visible. A thought bubble above Ray's head showed a confused expression. The other person, whose face was still hidden, pointed at Ray's yellow coat. Ray's expression remained unchanged. Ray's face was now fully visible, showing a frustrated expression. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was about to speak. Ray, still looking frustrated, mumbled something to himself. He wondered where he could freshen up. A person with brown hair and purple eyes appeared, smiling mischievously. They seemed amused by Ray's predicament. Ray's eyes narrowed, his expression turning annoyed. He thought to himself that the other person was getting on his nerves. The scene opens on a tranquil forest clearing, bathed in the soft light of a sunny day. Sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the ground. In the center of the clearing, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair kneels, her hands clasped together in prayer. A golden aura emanates from her, illuminating the surrounding trees. The golden aura intensifies, becoming brighter and more vibrant as the woman's form seems to shimmer with magical energy. Two figures, their forms partially obscured by the light, watch from a distance. The two observers, pointed-eared beings resembling elves, exchange a brief conversation. One comments that the woman has been performing this ritual for a long time, while the other wonders if she is tired. The elves then turn their attention to a young man with short, gray hair, who approaches them. One of the elves asks if he is going home. He replies that he is, adding that standing there must be tiring. The other elf then brings up their concern about the woman. He questions whether it's wise to leave her alone like this, prompting a thoughtful expression from the gray-haired man, Ray, as he considers the situation. In a radiant, golden light, Jin Yusung, a gifted surgeon known for his miraculous ability to revive the dead, knelt in prayer. His hands clasped together, a profound sense of devotion filled his expression. His posture shifted, and he was now upside down, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and confusion. A question echoed in his mind. What was he doing here? The scene shifted to a quaint, half-timbered house nestled amidst a tranquil landscape. The setting sun cast a warm, inviting glow over the scene. A young man with short, gray hair and a determined expression emerged from behind the house. He wore a simple, yellow jacket and carried a bag over his shoulder. He announced his arrival with a confident "I'm back." Inside the house, a man and a woman reacted with surprise. The man held a young child. The young man's expression softened slightly as he approached the group. He seemed weary but relieved to be home. Suddenly, a voice called out, "No, wait. Ray." The young man turned, a look of concern crossing his face. A worn leather satchel lay abandoned on a wooden floor. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, lay sprawled on a bed, his expression one of exhaustion. He muttered to himself, "That was exhausting. I might go insane." A sigh escaped his lips. Phew. A voice, presumably female, spoke to him. "Ray, I think it would help a lot if you were to go to the Holy Empire." Era, an elf with long, silver hair and pointed ears, observed Ray with a concerned expression. Ray, startled, sat up and asked, "What are you talking about?" Era explained, "I don't know the reason behind it, but I know that you want to go to the Holy Empire." She continued, "I'm glad that you're putting us first in helping us. But it's important that you take the chance when you get it." Ray reflected on this, concluding, what Era said was right. He thought to himself, I vowed to go to the Holy Empire to study medicine so that I could ensure that there isn't an illness that I can't fix myself. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, sat on a bed, his head bowed low. A deep weariness settled over his features, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion. He reached into his bag, pulling out a stack of books. A quiet affirmation escaped his lips. "Yeah, that's right." His gaze sharpened, a steely determination hardening his expression. A surge of resolve filled him. He silently vowed to himself, "I can't let this chance go to waste." A sudden noise startled him. He looked towards the window, a question mark forming on his face as he whispered, "What?" His companions, a man and a woman, reacted with equal surprise. The woman asked, "What did you just say?" Ray's revelation stunned them. He stated, "You're a saint?" The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as Ray continued, "And you need to go to the Holy Empire." "What exactly do you mean?" Ray's serious expression left no room for doubt. The man, equally shocked, asked, "This isn't a joke?" Overwhelmed with emotion, the woman cried out, "When do you have to leave? Does that mean you're never coming back?" Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, sat pensively. He was planning to leave the next day, though he couldn't predict what the next few years might bring. One thing remained certain, however, he would definitely return home. A young woman with brown hair sobbed, her face hidden in the arms of a worried-looking man, presumably her father. He held her close, his expression etched with concern. She voiced her concern about the length of his stay in the Holy Empire, a place where those who enter often remain for the rest of their adult lives. Ray, his gaze resolute, promised to return. The young woman, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, questioning his decision to leave, especially given his status as a saint. Meanwhile, a man, presumably her father, gently chided her for her tears, urging her to be strong for Ray. Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her father, his own eyes welling up, reassured her and Ray that he would ensure their safety until his return, urging him to stay safe. Ray, though touched by their concern, reassured them that he would take care of himself. He would return. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, awoke to find himself reborn in a fantasy world. His face, though young, held a hint of the wisdom and experience of his past life, a gentle smile playing on his lips. A stark contrast to the worried expression of a woman watching him from a distance. "I can't believe my big boy is all grown up, you're not even crying," she exclaimed, her voice laced with a mixture of pride and disbelief. "I'm not," he retorted, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. "You're crying right now yourself," he added, pointing out the obvious. The scene shifted, the vibrant colors of the house fading into the soft greens and golds of a sun-dappled forest. A sense of tranquility hung in the air. As a woman in a crisp white uniform knelt amidst the trees, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Phew." She breathed, a sigh escaping her lips. A sudden pain contorted her face. She clutched at her chest, her breath hitching in a gasp. A wave of dizziness washing over her. The scene then shifted again, revealing a young man with dark hair and piercing purple eyes watching her from the shadows. The young man approached the woman, his expression unreadable. "Everything in this field is edible, so knock yourself out," he stated, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. The woman, still visibly shaken, looked up at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He was accompanied by another young man with short, gray hair. "Do whatever you want now," the gray-haired young man said, his tone dismissive. The woman's expression shifted to disgust as she muttered you, clearly unimpressed. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself staring at a strange, purplish plant. He wondered, how on earth was he supposed to eat this? He cautiously plucked the plant from the ground. A slimy substance clinging to its stem made him recoil in disgust. "You," he thought, wrinkling his nose. Despite his reservations, Ray popped the plant into his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. He choked, his body reacting violently to the unexpected flavor. Ray doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain. He gasped, his face flushed. Two elves watched in astonishment. "No. Did she just eat that raw?" one of them whispered, incredulous. Ray desperately cried out for water, his face a mask of suffering. The scene opens on a tranquil river, sunlight dappling the surface of the water as it flows gently through a lush forest. The air hums with an almost imperceptible energy. A young woman in a white uniform, her brown hair flying behind her, runs frantically through the undergrowth, her face etched with worry. Rain lashes down, blurring the already indistinct path ahead. Suddenly, a surge of bright blue energy erupts from the river, sending shockwaves through the surrounding trees. The woman stops, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The energy intensifies, forming two swirling vortexes that seem to pull at the very fabric of reality. The woman is caught in the current, her body straining against the unseen force. She is pulled into the river, disappearing beneath the churning water. Only the ripples remain. The scene shifts to a young man with short, gray hair, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he watches from the riverbank. He speaks, his voice filled with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Saint. He continues his internal monologue, a question hanging heavy in the air. How am I supposed to survive with this information? The camera pans to a wide shot of a verdant forest, the sun shining brightly overhead. A sense of calm settles over the scene. The young woman from earlier lies unconscious on the forest floor, her white uniform stained with mud and water. She lets out a soft sigh, relief washing over her. She opens her eyes, her gaze drifting to the sky above. A thought crosses her mind, maybe I should just give up and head back. A faint chuckle escaped Ray's lips as he lay on the forest floor. His eyes fluttered open, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. And he silently acknowledged the trial before him. He must endure. A gruff voice cut through his thoughts. He was urged to get up. Ray looked up to see a young man with short, gray hair standing over him. The young man's expression was serious as he barked another command. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, looked pensive. A slight furrow creased his brow as he seemed lost in thought. His companion informed him that they were heading to the Holy Empire. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes watched him with a worried expression. The woman hesitantly asked if she could speak with him. She then quietly asked if that meant he forgave her. Ray responded curtly that he did not. Ray sighed, preparing to say his goodbyes before their departure. Upon returning, Ray was greeted by a young elf woman, who asked if he was back and inquired about the well-being of someone named FIA. He replied that he had heard FIA had just woken up and that he should go visit her. The scene opens on a quaint, rustic house nestled amidst lush greenery. A speech bubble indicates someone calling out, FIA. A young man with short, silvery hair, wearing a simple, ochre-colored tunic, bursts through a doorway, shouting FIA, with evident urgency. He rushes into a room where a young elf woman with long brown hair lies in bed, her expression one of worry. She is visibly injured, bandaged, and appears weak. She utters a single word, Ray. The young man, Ray, approaches the bed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He says, You're finally awake. I'm so glad. He leans closer, concern etched on his features as he asks, Are you okay? Is everything fine? Ray pauses, thoughtfully murmuring, thankfully. A different elf woman, this one with long, silver hair, enters the room. She observes Ray and FIA, then comments, It's great to hear that you're healing faster than expected. Ray smiles gently at the silver-haired elf, Era, and asks, Did you come here because you were also worried about FIA? Era replies calmly, I'm just fulfilling my duties as a high elf and taking care of the other elves. A hand gently rested on the covers, a figure lying beneath them. The voice, soft yet firm, instructed, It's okay. Don't move a single inch. You're not fully healed yet. A small, worn satchel hung from the shoulder of the figure in the bed, suggesting a journey soon to begin. A tall, elegant elf woman with long silver hair entered the room. Her eyes held a knowing smile as she observed the figure in bed. It looks like you've made up your mind. The figure beneath the covers confirmed, Yeah, I'm going to the Holy Empire. He explained his reasoning, since it's a chance I may never get again, I thought I'd take your advice and do everything I possibly can. She continued, Then, you must be leaving soon. Suddenly, a brown-haired elf woman burst from behind a curtain, startling everyone. Her voice was sharp with alarm. She apologized, flustered, I'm sorry for screaming in your presence, Lord Era. The figure in the bed reassured her, I'm fine, so don't worry about me. The silver-haired elf offered a kind smile and words of comfort. Yes, child. If there's anything you're curious about, go on and ask me. A young man with silver hair, Ray, lay in a bed, his eyes closed. Beside him stood a concerned-looking elf woman with long brown hair, her expression a mixture of worry and curiosity. She questioned him, suspecting he was mimicking her. The elf pressed further, inquiring about his sudden departure. Ray, still appearing somewhat dazed, responded that he had assumed she wanted him to stay. Her surprise was evident in her wide eyes and open mouth. The elf then asked if he was going back to the Holy Empire. Ray explained that he wasn't simply following them, he already had plans to go there. He confirmed his intentions, stating that he was indeed going to the Holy Empire. The elf, concerned, asked how long he planned to be gone. Ray estimated a couple of years. A smaller, chibi-style panel showed the elf's worried expression and Ray's questioning look. The elf, trying to appear cheerful, wished him safe travels and expressed relief that her worries were unfounded. Ray, in turn, reassured her that he would return. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair and a bright smile, chuckled to himself. He seemed content, a carefree air about him as he leaned back, his yellow jacket slightly rumpled. A beautiful elf woman with long, silvery hair approached him. Her expression was polite but firm as she spoke. Ray, caught off guard by her question, simply shrugged and replied with a nonchalant hop. Sure, before adding a cheerful farewell to the elf, whom he called FIA. He smiled contentedly as he left FIA, who was resting in a bed in a simple room. A sense of peace settled over him. Ray walked away from the house, towards a quaint, treetop home bathed in sunlight. FIA, back at her home, decided to give Ray something. Her expression was serious and determined. She insisted he accept it, her tone gentle but firm. Ray, curious, asked what it was. Ray's curiosity was piqued, a playful smile touched his lips as he anticipated what FIA had for him. FIA reached out her hand towards Ray, leaving Ray questioning the nature of this interaction. Was this what FIA meant? A young elf woman with long, flowing silver hair, wearing a simple white dress, looked down sorrowfully as she held the hands of a young man with short, gray hair. A faint blue light emanated from their clasped hands. She murmured, referring to the light, my seal. And it will serve as proof that I am always with you. The blue light pulsed and flowed between their hands, forming intricate patterns. A mystical energy connecting them. The scene shifted to the young man, now alone. He stared at his hand, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. A faint blue glow still lingered on his palm. A small, bird-like symbol glowed faintly within the blue light on his palm. A surge of energy pulsed from the symbol, causing the young man to flinch. The elf woman smiled serenely, watching him from a distance. The young man looked confused, his brow furrowed in thought as he looked at the elf woman, who was now standing before him. He seemed to be trying to understand what had just happened. His internal monologue revealed his growing unease. Is this one of those contract seals that force humans to serve elves as their masters? I heard that they use that to keep humans as slaves until they die. Ray, the reborn surgeon, felt a strange mark on his hand. He was concerned, but a voice reassured him. It was merely a magical seal, nothing to worry about, the voice explained. A seal? The elf woman clarified that it was a mark she had placed on him, a gift of her magic. She playfully added that it was like calling dibs on him. With a gentle smile, she promised to always be by his side, hoping the seal would serve as protection during his travels. Ray examined the mark on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. A subtle smile played on his lips as he contemplated the elf's words. He expressed his gratitude, promising to see her again soon. As the sun set, Ray continued on his journey. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair beams, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her eyes sparkle with unadulterated joy, and a gentle glow seems to emanate from her. Beside her stands a young man with short, white hair. His expression is one of mild bewilderment, a slight frown furrowing his brow as he observes the woman's unrestrained happiness. He asks, incredulous, if she is truly that happy. The woman's smile widens further. She explains that she is overjoyed to finally be returning to the Lord, a sentiment expressed with childlike glee. The man observes her, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. He muses that life in the wild must have been incredibly taxing for her, suggesting they leave. As they walk away, a vibrant sunset paints the sky with warm hues. The scene is bathed in a golden light, creating a sense of peace and tranquility. The man carries a brown leather satchel on his back. As the sun sets, the man pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He is asked if he has any regrets. He replies that he'll be returning to this place anyway. Ray, a young man with short, choppy white hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a vibrant, almost ethereal landscape. His attire consisted of a simple, loose-fitting yellow-orange jacket, suggesting a journey. He turned to address a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, clad in a crisp white lab coat. He inquired if the previously agreed-upon conditions still held. The woman, whose name is revealed to be Alara, responded that she might need to discuss the first condition, but expressed confidence that the remaining conditions would be acceptable. Ray's expression shifted to one of clear displeasure as he confronted Alara, his frustration evident in his posture and sharp gaze. Ilara, however, remained unfazed, a playful smile on her face as she chuckled at his reaction. Ray and Ilara continued their journey, their contrasting moods palpable as they walked along a forest path. The scene transitions to a wide shot, emphasizing the vastness of their journey ahead. The scene opens on a quaint village bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. The air is still, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. The camera pans across the charming architecture of the village, showcasing its rustic charm. Before settling on a young man with short, silvery hair. He stands amidst the idyllic setting, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses to himself, considering something. Ray, for that is the young man's name in this world, unfolds a map, his brow furrowed in concentration. He silently contemplates his next move. A crucial stop on his journey. He realizes their current path is not a direct route to the Holy Empire, but rather a detour. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, Celia, peers at the map with a look of mild surprise. She questions the change of plans. Ray explains that members of the dispatch squad are waiting for them in the town of Celia, located along the Royal Road. This is their first stop. A simple map is shown, illustrating their route. The journey begins in Celia and concludes at the Holy Empire, with a clear path marked between the two locations. Celia's excitement is palpable, though Ray seems slightly perplexed by her enthusiasm. The journey to the Royal Road was expected to take 4 days. Ray, the reborn surgeon, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He pondered whether he could shorten the travel time to a single day by using his mana to enhance his speed. He wasn't keen on a longer route. Ray began running, realizing it would require his full effort for the entire day. A woman appeared, surprised by his choice of transportation. "What are you doing?" she asked, incredulous. She exclaimed, "Don't tell me, were you planning on running the entire way?" Ray, slightly embarrassed, questioned her statement. "Wouldn't running be faster?" The woman responded, "Oh my. I'd barely make the trip even with my holy powers." She continued, explaining that since he didn't yet possess holy powers, it would be impossible for him to complete the journey without significantly depleting his mana reserves. Ray considered that while he could make the trip using his mana, it would be much faster with horses. However, he decided against it, deeming it impolite to decline her offer of a horse, especially since she had specifically provided it for a more comfortable journey. He conceded, "All right, fine. There's no point in putting in that much effort. Let's do this." Jin Yusung, now reborn as Ray in this fantasy world, found himself unexpectedly astride a horse. He'd purchased the animal as a precaution, though he admitted he couldn't ride. His companion, a woman in a white coat, seemed amused by his predicament, noting that their unconventional mode of transport might be a bit unusual. The horse, startled by something, bolted forward, sending Ray and his companion on a bumpy, unexpected ride towards their destination, Celia. Having arrived at their destination, Ray suggested they rest before continuing their journey. The setting sun cast long shadows as they dismounted. With a simple word, fire, she conjured a small flame, igniting a small campfire. Ray watched, impressed by her effortless use of magic. He mused on the ease with which she could use magic with a simple trigger word. A young woman in a pristine white officer's uniform observed a young man with gray hair tending a small fire. He skillfully manipulated the flames, his movements precise and efficient. Impressed, she commented on his abilities, suggesting his skill level was comparable to that of a Circle 2 master. He humbly deflected the compliment, downplaying his skills as nothing much. The young man, Ray, continued his work near the fire, carefully preparing ingredients from a small pouch. He then used his magic to conjure water, the liquid shimmering into existence above the flames. Ray prepared a bowl, stating that all he needed were ingredients. He reached for a peculiar, dark purple plant. The woman gasped in shock as Ray added the plant to the water. She exclaimed in alarm, protesting against his actions. Ray calmly explained that the plant, despite its appearance, was a delicious ingredient he had used before. The woman remained skeptical, questioning his choice of ingredients. Ray smiled, revealing that she had only been instructed to eat the roots, not the leaves, explaining her apprehension. Ray, a man with silver hair and a cheerful expression, sat across from a young woman with brown hair, her face etched with concern. He chuckled, a light-hearted sound that belied the seriousness of the situation. But I thought. She explained, her voice tight with anxiety, that only the roots of the plant were supposed to be eaten, despite the leaves containing more nutrients. The woman's eyes widened, her expression shifting to one of confusion and frustration. But then, why did you not mention this? She questioned, her voice laced with a hint of accusation. Ray offered a sincere apology, his expression softening. He then offered her a bowl of a different preparation, explaining that it should be completely different. He presented the bowl to her, a gesture of both apology and care. She accepted it with a hesitant, grateful thank you. The bowl contained a creamy, light yellow soup with small, dark purple and reddish-brown pieces scattered throughout. It looked appetizing. The woman examined the soup, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. And it even looks good too. Ray scooped a spoonful of the soup, the creamy texture glistening in the light. She brought the spoon to her lips, her eyes wide with anticipation. A look of pure delight spread across her face as she savored the taste. Delicious. Two young men sat by a campfire, one of them, with short brown hair, ate quickly from a bowl. The other, with gray hair, watched him with a questioning expression, wondering why his companion was eating so rapidly. He mused about the standards of food provision in the Holy Empire. The gray-haired young man's thoughts continued, questioning the methods by which the Holy Empire fed its people. He found the speed of his companion's eating alarming. Later, nestled beside a campfire under a starlit sky, the gray-haired young man cautioned his companion to eat more slowly to avoid getting sick. His companion, the brown-haired one, simply replied, okay. Suddenly, the gray-haired young man exclaimed, pointing towards the distance. A majestic castle came into view. The imposing structure was identified as the Cilia Castle. Riding on horseback, the two young men approached the castle, marveling at the size of the market. The gray-haired young man commented on the scale of the market, typical of the royal road. The bustling market was a stark contrast to the towns they were used to. They had arrived at Cilia Castle, where they expected to meet the dispatch squad. The gray-haired young man confirmed that they were at Cilia Castle. The gray-haired young man, experiencing the castle for the first time, expressed a hope that nothing would go wrong. Ray, the reborn surgeon Jin Yusung, now a young man with silver hair, rode towards a grand palace on horseback. Two guards stood at attention on either side of the imposing entrance, their spears held at the ready. He approached the gates, the guard's expression shifting from alert to respectful as they recognized him. A woman with long brown hair and a man in armor greeted him, their words a hushed welcome. A guard, curious about Ray's identity, inquired about the person accompanying him, a woman with a calm demeanor who sat behind him on the horse. The woman, with a knowing smile, revealed that Ray was a saint. Ray, slightly annoyed by the attention, let out a small sigh. He was clearly not used to being called a saint. Taking a deep breath, he decided to address the situation directly. Ray introduced himself as Saint Ray. The guard immediately apologized for the misunderstanding and guided them inside. They entered a lavish palace hallway, the grandeur of the interior contrasting sharply with the simple exterior. As they walked, another guard greeted Ray, reiterating the welcome. A high-ranking church official, flanked by two guards, greeted someone off-panel. He expressed his pleasure at their return. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes reported to the official that she had completed her mission in the Silla Kingdom. She informed the official that they would be departing for the Holy Empire from the Silla Kingdom the following day, and requested that a message be sent to the Empire officials announcing their return with the saint. The official assured her that he would inform the Holy Empire and prepare for their departure. He then dismissed her, suggesting she rest and promising to show her to her accommodations. The young woman was led through a grand doorway into a lavish bedroom. She gasped in awe. The room was opulent, far exceeding any hotel she had ever seen. She marveled at the sheer luxury of her surroundings. A man with short, gray hair and a trench coat entered the room, reflecting on how unexpected it was to find himself in such a luxurious place, despite his busy schedule. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, beams at a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a lab coat. He gestures towards his surroundings, a lavishly appointed room, and asks if she approves. The woman, seemingly impressed, comments on the considerable expense involved. He informs her that they will be departing for the Holy Empire in the morning. Ray's expression shifts slightly, a hint of anticipation mixed with apprehension. The woman, her eyes gleaming with an enigmatic smile, bids him farewell, promising to see him tomorrow morning. As the woman departs, Ray is left alone, gazing at the opulent interior of the room. He is clearly taken aback by something he has just witnessed, a question mark forming above his head. He wonders aloud what that was, a puzzled expression on his face. His thoughts turn to the woman, and he questions her motives, sensing she is hiding something. He suspects she has a hidden agenda. Ray lets out a sigh of relief, relaxing his shoulders. The tension visibly leaves his body. He reflects on his upcoming journey to the Holy Empire, a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty in his thoughts. He lies down on his bed, drifting off to sleep. His mind wanders to the Holy Empire, and he wonders what it will be like. Ray dreams of the Holy Empire, his thoughts filled with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. A wide, open sky filled the panel, hinting at a new beginning. The scene shifted to a grand castle, its imposing structure suggesting a world of power and intrigue. Before focusing on a young man with short, light hair, dressed in a simple, brown jacket, standing before its imposing doors. A woman's voice, soft yet firm, asked him, "Are you awake?" The young man, his expression a mixture of weariness and confusion, adjusted his bag. He was clearly still disoriented from his sudden arrival in this new world. He replied, "Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go." The woman, her face partially obscured, responded, "If you're ready to go." The woman's smile was sharp and confident as she declared, "Let's head out." The young man's thoughts drifted to their destination, to see His Majesty. The woman confirmed, "Yeah, to see His Majesty," prompting a sudden realization from the young man. He questioned, "Wait? What did you just say? Who are we going to meet?" His confusion was palpable. Ray and his companion, a young woman in a white priestess-like dress, were on their way to meet the king of the Silian Empire. The woman's expression was one of barely concealed amusement. Ray, however, seemed less than thrilled. He questioned the purpose of this meeting, his brow furrowed in silent contemplation. He voiced his displeasure, pointing out that it would have been considerate to inform him of this royal audience sooner. His companion dismissed his concerns, assuring him there was no need for such anxiety. She explained that the meeting was merely a formality, a brief farewell and report before their departure. Ray, however, remained unconvinced, his frustration evident in his agitated expression. He clearly had other concerns. He revealed that his apprehension stemmed from the lack of preparation for a royal meeting. He wished she had informed him earlier so he could have learned about the customs and etiquette. His companion explained her reasoning. She had withheld the information to prevent him from losing sleep over it. She cheerfully inquired if there was a problem with her approach. Ray, however, found her excessive niceness suspicious, realizing he had been outsmarted. The scene opens in a grand hall, opulent and richly decorated. Sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating the polished floors and ornate chandeliers. A voice, calm and authoritative, calls out, "Come in. Good work on everything." A young man with short, light blonde hair enters the hall. He has a pleasant, almost boyish face. Someone addresses him, "Are you the newly selected saint?" He replies, a little hesitantly, "Oh, yes." The camera focuses on a man seated on an elaborate throne, wearing a crown and regal robes. He has a serious expression, his gaze fixed on the young man. A caption identifies him as King Dingard of Silifia. He thinks, this person. The scene opens in a lavish palace, where King Diagard of Silphia welcomes two weary travelers. He assures them that they may rest before their meeting. The king, Diagard, is shown seated on his throne, his expression one of weary benevolence. The travelers, a young woman in a flowing gown and a man with short, gray hair, stand before him, bowing respectfully. The woman's posture stiff with formality, the man's more relaxed. The woman is introduced as a saint. The man, surprised, lets out a small "oh." The woman, annoyed, accuses him of trying to embarrass her. Diagard, observing the exchange, calmly requests that the woman raise her head. A regal figure, seated upon a golden throne, addressed a pair of newcomers to the Holy Empire. He spoke of their return, his words carrying an air of polite inquiry. One of the newcomers, a woman in elegant attire, confirmed their arrival with a simple, respectful affirmation. The woman continued, explaining the reason for their safe return to the Holy Empire. Attributing their safe passage to the efforts of the seated figure, she expressed her gratitude. The seated figure, however, humbly deflected the praise, claiming his contribution was minimal. The woman then clarified that their safe return was due to the permission granted to stay in the Cilia kingdom. Reiterating their gratitude and vowing to repay their debt. The seated figure, intrigued by the mention of repaying a debt, pondered the matter. He then stated his intention to hold them to their word should he ever require their assistance. Finally, the other newcomer, a young man with short, light hair, was introduced as Ray, the newly appointed saint. A blond man with a regal bearing, his expression thoughtful, hummed softly to himself. His gaze was fixed on a young man with short, gray hair, dressed in simple, earth-tone clothing. The young man, seemingly oblivious to the blond man's scrutiny, was lost in his own thoughts. He couldn't sense any mana, despite his efforts, and noted the other's physique suggested extensive swordsmanship training. Although the blond man, despite his initial worry about the appearance of another saint, felt relieved. It seemed there was no need for him to worry about this particular individual. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where the young man stood alongside a woman in an elegant, dark gown. The blond man, now clearly identifiable as royalty by his crown, observed them from his throne. The young man addressed the woman, calling her saintess. He suggested they discreetly leave the throne room. The king, however, interrupted, stating that they would soon be repaying a favor, as previously agreed upon. The saintess confirmed this, then inquired if there was anything else the king required assistance with. The scene opens in a lavishly decorated room, bathed in a warm, golden light. A large, ornate door stands in the background, hinting at the opulence of the setting. A woman with long blonde hair, her face partially obscured, speaks. She explains that her cousin, the Archduke of Silos's daughter, is gravely ill. Many clergy have attempted to heal her, but they've been unsuccessful in diagnosing or curing her illness. The scene shifts to a grand hallway. A woman in a regal gown addresses a man with short, gray hair, suggesting a request for his medical expertise. The man, initially resistant, internally debates the long journey ahead before reluctantly agreeing to the request. He accepts, surprising the woman in the regal gown. The woman expresses her gratitude, emphasizing the importance of his acceptance of the request. A king, relieved, expresses his confidence in the man's abilities. The woman thanks the man, addressing him as Saintess Iriel. The man reflects on the unexpected turn of events, revealing his internal conflict. The journey to the Holy Empire was proving longer than expected. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself gazing at a fountain in a grand palace courtyard, a sigh escaping his lips. Ah, seriously. He turned to his companion, a young woman in the garb of a Holy Empire nun. Ray voiced his impatience. Why is this trip to the Holy Empire taking so long? The nun, with a knowing smile, explained, that's because you're now a member of the Holy Empire. She continued, her tone bright and enthusiastic, you can follow me around and see how you can use your divine powers in the long run, it will be a benefit for the entire world. Ray, however, remained unconvinced. He countered, wouldn't going to the territory of the Archduke then heading to the Holy Empire take even longer? The nun paused, considering his point for a moment before replying with a slight hesitation, well, yes. Ray, after a moment of contemplation, conceded, all right, fine. A change in subject. Ray's expression softened as he asked, he did mention that someone was sick, right? If we can help them, don't you think we should go visit them as soon as possible? The nun's response was immediate and emphatic. Going wherever you need to help a patient. That's the true duty of a doctor. A knight, head bowed, apologized to a saintly woman. He carried a crate, seemingly containing medical supplies, while another man in a similar uniform looked on. The man in uniform explained that they had already informed the Holy Empire of their return journey. However, he was hesitant to allow their visit to the Archduke. It was a request from the King of Cilia, he continued. The saint, though apologetic, stated that she was unable to refuse the king's request. The man in uniform nodded, accepting her explanation. The saint wondered what the king had promised in return for their visit. The man in uniform clarified that it was payment for allowing them to stay. He sighed, acknowledging that since the king had made the request, they had no choice but to comply. He would contact the Holy Empire to inform them of the delay. The saint thanked him for his understanding. A young man with gray hair muttered something under his breath. The young man suggested they leave immediately to save time. He had already seen how people reacted to medicine in this world, and wondered how his next patient would react. A procession of soldiers in blue and gold uniforms escorted a horse-drawn carriage through a verdant forest. The carriage, laden with barrels, was clearly carrying something of significant value. As the soldiers announced that they would be taking a break, a priest in white robes directed the soldiers towards a makeshift camp set up in a clearing. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the scene. Meanwhile, two young people, observing from a distance, noticed a man with short, light-colored hair sitting by a small fire. One of them whispered to the other that the man was the famed saint, remarking that he looked far better in person than the rumors suggested. Emboldened, one of the young people approached the saint, hesitantly addressing him, who responded with a simple The young woman, slightly flustered, explained that they were simply curious about what he was doing and asked if they could sit beside him. The saint, seemingly unbothered, agreed, and the young people settled down next to him. They expressed their curiosity about his activities, and the saint, showing no discomfort, readily agreed to their presence. Ray, a young man with short, light blonde hair and a warm smile, is shown in a close-up. He wears a mustard yellow jacket over a simple white shirt. The background is a soft, blurry image of flowers, suggesting a peaceful and serene setting. Two young women, dressed in similar white and blue uniforms with a cross emblem, stare wide-eyed at something off-panel, their expressions filled with a mixture of shock and awe. One of the women exclaims, "Thank you," while the other asks, "What's this?" A third voice explains that it is a plant from the elven forest. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Ray and the two women from the previous panel stand before a glowing, ethereal light emanating from a small plant. The background shows a tranquil forest and distant mountains. The light intensifies, filling the scene with a magical aura. Ray, now slightly removed from the scene, observes the aftermath with a look of mild exhaustion. He muses to himself about the children's boundless energy, contrasting it with his own depleted state after barely escaping the situation. A dark circle appears, with the words about the new saint written in white. Two men in religious attire discuss Ray, questioning the wisdom of following someone so young. One of them points out that he's just a child who only does what he wants and makes unreasonable demands of the Holy Empire. A woman reminds them of how even the previous saint was slapped by an elf, implying that Ray's youth doesn't automatically disqualify him. Ray, overhearing their conversation, expresses his disbelief at their gossiping behind his back. Two figures in simple, almost uniform-like clothing, a woman and a man, walk through a sun-dappled forest. The woman, her face obscured, gestured towards something in the distance. "We'll know once we arrive at the Holy Empire," she stated, her voice calm and assured. Continuing their conversation as they walked. The man responded, his tone suggesting a shared understanding, that he's just a figurehead of a saint. Suddenly, a woman in elaborate, almost regal-looking clothing appeared before them. Her face was partially hidden by a veil, but her eyes were sharp and intense. She demanded, her voice laced with an undercurrent of suspicion, "What did you say about me and the saint?" The woman in the elaborate clothing stood defiantly, her posture radiating power and a hint of menace. Her expression was unreadable, hidden behind the veil. The man and woman in uniform exchanged a worried glance. The man, seemingly the more cautious of the two, spoke softly, "Why don't you tell me again?" The regal-looking woman's face was now fully visible, her violet eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A slight smile played on her lips as she repeated, "A figurehead, of a saint?" The man from earlier looked startled, his eyes widening slightly. He questioned, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, "Did I happen to hear that incorrectly?" The regal woman approached, her expression unchanged. The scene shifted, suggesting a change of location or perspective. She stood before him, her smile still present but now carrying a more calculating edge. She asked, her tone polite but firm, "May I ask why you happen to be talking about me and the saint?" She continued, her voice still calm but with a hint of warning, "I may not be aware of this, but why don't you continue your conversation? It looked like you had so much to talk about." Ray, the protagonist, found himself in an unfamiliar situation, and he resolved to accept the reality of his new world. He silently affirmed to himself that everything he had heard was true. A young woman with striking violet eyes, dressed in what appeared to be a religious order's habit, addressed him. She confirmed that he was free to do as he pleased, seeking his confirmation. Two men in similar attire approached, explaining that they had reminded everyone of Ray's past deeds. A revelation dawned on Ray, they were referring to everything he had done in his past life. The young woman, clearly agitated, questioned the necessity of reminding everyone of Ray's actions, implying that he had never requested such a public announcement. Suddenly, the young woman was addressed as Saintess, by an older man who appeared to be a high-ranking official. An older man, seemingly a superior, attempted to mediate the situation, explaining that the younger man had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness from the Saintess. Another man urged them to apologize quickly to the Saintess. The Saintess questioned whether a simple apology would suffice. The Saintess rebuked the men for speaking ill of her and questioned their audacity in seeking forgiveness after such disrespect. A young woman, her face etched with worry, listened intently as someone explained that saints are beings chosen by God. The explanation continued, emphasizing the gravity of disrespecting saints. It was tantamount to disrespecting God himself. A young man with short, spiky, light purple hair spoke, his tone sharp and unwavering. He questioned whether a simple apology would truly resolve the situation. He paused, considering the implications, however, he warned that a failure to understand the reasoning behind their actions would have unforeseen consequences. The young man's apprehension grew, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he contemplated the potential repercussions. He admitted that he truly didn't know what might happen. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, sat pensively by a tree, his expression troubled. He muttered to himself that he didn't know what might happen. As a woman in a white and blue uniform, her face etched with distress, tearfully begged forgiveness from Lord Iriel. Suddenly, another woman, dressed in ornate white and gold attire, appeared, her voice sharp and accusatory as she interrupted, shouting that the first woman was apologizing to the wrong person. She berated the first woman for disrespecting a saint chosen by God and for not even being able to apologize properly. While Ray, observing the scene, internally mused that some people are incapable of apologizing, even if they wanted to. He then wondered if the woman was talking about herself. Concluding that the way to being a saint at such a young age must be incredibly difficult. A woman, her face obscured by shadow and mystical energy, reflects on the weight of words and their impact on others. She understands the profound consequences of her speech. The scene shifts to a young man with short, gray hair, a cheerful expression on his face. He recognizes a familiar feeling, a feeling he knows very well from his past life as a genius surgeon. He silently decides to leave, a quiet determination settling upon him. He'll head out now. The young man, now outside, finds the continued conversation difficult to bear. He wonders aloud if everyone is finished talking. It was proving too much to listen to any longer. He walks away, his back to the others, heading deeper into the woods. Alone, the young man reflects on how others perceive him. He realizes that they see him as nothing more than a child and a figurehead of a saint. This thought weighs heavily on him. He is clearly frustrated by this misinterpretation. Two other individuals approach, attempting to clarify their previous statements. They insist that their intentions were different. One of them, a woman, explains that their words were meant to convey something else entirely. Her expression is one of concern and apology. The young man, however, remains unconvinced. He points out the irony of being seen as a saint when he feels he does nothing to deserve the title. Ray, the protagonist, found himself questioning his situation in this new world. He mused internally, considering the lack of divine powers and the potential consequences of simply arriving in the Holy Empire. Even if he had been chosen by God, he didn't believe he would have been a suitable figurehead. Two inquisitors watched Ray with suspicion. One of them muttered, "Isn't that what everyone is thinking?" A woman, seemingly a nun, vehemently disagreed. "Of course not. Who would think that of you?" The nun continued, reassuring Ray that there must be a reason God chose him as a saint. But Ray retorted, questioning who had said God selected him for such a role. He clarified that many in the Holy Empire held that opinion of him. Ray insisted that even if that were true, he wouldn't be able to do much about it anyway. And then, turning to the nun, he asked if she minded if he took care of those who were talking behind his back. Ray pondered the consequences of his actions. He wondered internally, if he wanted those people punished, what would happen? The Inquisitors' faces showed fear as Ray's question was answered. The heretic Inquisitors would take them and kill them in the worst-case scenario. Inquisitors, kneeling before a young man with silver hair, begged for forgiveness. Their pleas echoed their fear and regret. Their desperate cries for pardon continued, their faces etched with remorse as they acknowledged their mistakes. The young man, Ray, considered their pleas, a thoughtful expression on his face. He pondered their words. Then, with a quiet resolve, he addressed the assembled crowd. Ray explained that many people had made assumptions about him, dismissing him as a figurehead or a cocky kid. He felt this was unfair. And a woman in a blue dress disagreed, stating that she didn't believe his assessment was accurate. Ray continued, stating that as a young man with no power, connections, or influence, he was underestimated. He lacked trust within the Holy Empire. And that's why he planned to spend the next few years proving himself. He intended to prove himself to everyone, leaving no doubt of his capabilities. A statement that left those around him questioning his intentions and the nature of his proof. Ray, his back to the viewer, stood silhouetted against the night sky. A cold resolve hardened his features as he vowed, "To all of you who talked behind my back, I'll make sure you regret it." And he continued, his fists clenched, "And I'll make sure that all those who disrespected me will remember this moment." He paused, a new thought forming. "And as proof and a promise for that day," Ray declared, addressing two distraught figures in religious garb, "I will not punish these people here." The two individuals, overcome with relief, sobbed, "I'm sorry, we should have thought twice about talking about you. We'll repent on our mistakes and learn from them. We're truly sorry." Ray responded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, "I hope that you regret the decision you've made much more in the future." Turning away, Ray's gaze hardened once more. "And in order to fulfill my goal." A thought crossed his mind, "That may take years, as I am not sure how long it will really take." But he resolved, "I'll do everything I can." Under the watchful eye of a full moon, Ray's eyes glowed with an ethereal light, a surge of power coursing through him. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, emanated from within Ray, the reborn surgeon, now inhabiting the body of a young man in a fantasy world. His chest pulsed with an otherworldly power. The onlookers, a group of knights and a woman in a naval uniform, watched in awe and wonder as the magical energy enveloped him. Their faces reflected a mixture of fear and fascination. The scene was punctuated by two stylized Korean characters, likely representing the sound of the magical energy. Ray, his transformation complete, stood before a large assembly of people. He addressed them with a calm confidence, his words carrying a weight that commanded attention. Some of the onlookers, their faces partially visible, watched him intently, their expressions a blend of curiosity and apprehension. Later, sitting by a campfire, Ray reflected on his speech. Iriel, a woman with long brown hair, commented, "That was an impressive speech." Ray's thoughts turned inward. He wondered if his words had been strong enough, if he had truly conveyed the gravity of the situation. He silently questioned his own intentions, "To make sure that you regret the decisions you made today, was that right?" Iriel, seemingly amused by his internal conflict, teased him, "Go ahead, make fun of me." Ray, seemingly unfazed, pointed to a pot of stew simmering over the fire. "Ha? Isn't that the stew from last time?" He explained, "Yeah, the priests managed to eat even my portion." His hunger, a simple human need, overshadowed the weight of his earlier pronouncements. "After all that happened, I was feeling hungry." Ray, a young man with short, light blue hair, offered a warm pastry to a woman with long, dark hair, partially obscuring her face. He suggested it tasted better warm. The woman, her face now fully visible, smiled brightly, eyes crinkling at the corners. Suddenly, Ray exclaimed, pointing upwards, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. The woman, whose name is revealed to be Anya, gazed at the night sky, commenting that she hadn't seen it in a long time. She then suggested that seeing a shooting star was good luck. Another shooting star appeared, prompting Ray to reflect on his past name, now accustomed to being called Ray. Ray mused about making a wish upon a shooting star, remembering the old adage that wishes might come true. Anya reacted with excitement to the idea of wishes coming true. Ray, somewhat incredulous, questioned Anya's actions, noting that she was praying. He internally questioned whether a saintess would believe in myths. Ray recalled similar stories from the Empire, mentioning that seeing a shooting star with someone meant you'd die happily together. He and Anya shared a quiet moment, eating pastries by a fire. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, sat by a campfire, a thoughtful expression on his face as he ate. He mused aloud, questioning the concept of a happy death. He quickly dismissed the idea, stating that he didn't believe in such stories, there's no way a death could be happy. A woman with long, dark hair, seated beside him, shared his skepticism, voicing her own disbelief in the tale of a happy death. Still, the image lingered in Ray's mind. He wondered what a happy death might look like. The next day, traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, an attendant excitedly announced that they were approaching the Silos Duchy. Ray, still in the carriage, confirmed their imminent arrival in Silos territory. The Saintess, a woman with long brown hair and a regal bearing, inquired about their next course of action upon arrival. A glimpse of a man in a turban, presumably a local official, was shown. The Saintess, explaining their urgency, declared her intention to meet with the Duke immediately. A coastal city, bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, came into view. The scene was dominated by a grand castle, its imposing structure a stark contrast to the tranquil ocean. A carriage, laden with what appeared to be medical supplies, was making its way towards the city. Those inside planned to treat the injured as soon as possible, then immediately head for the Holy Empire to attend a baptism, fearing they would be late. The carriage, ornate and clearly belonging to someone of high standing, continued its journey along a cobblestone road. Arriving at the castle gates. Inside, a high-ranking official, seated on an ornate throne, greeted them warmly, stating that they had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. A man and a woman, dressed in fine clothes, approached the throne. The woman, in a flowing white gown, spoke of her anticipation at meeting them. The official was identified as the Duke of Silos. He had a kind, welcoming expression. The Duke explained that their purpose was to provide divine blessings to the suffering, a role befitting their status as saints. However, he quickly added a personal request, expressing his deep concern for his ailing daughter and asking for their urgent assistance. His concern was palpable. The Duke confessed his inability to bear the sight of his daughter's suffering. The man and woman readily agreed to examine the Duke's daughter immediately. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Duke's daughter expressed her heartfelt thanks, promising to do anything to ensure her treatment. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, pondered the immense trust placed in the Saintess. He mused on her impressive skills and character. A maid guided them toward the Saintess's arrival. A question arose, was this Lord Layla? The maid, her expression solemn, announced the Saintess's arrival. Ray and the woman accompanying him reacted with shock to the sight before them. Ray, a young man with silver hair and a concerned expression, stared at something unseen. His eyes widened slightly, and a silent thought echoed in his mind. This. Half of her body was covered in red spots. The young woman, Layla, lay listlessly in bed, her skin marred by a disturbing rash. Erythematous papules, a severe case of dermatitis herpetiformis. Ray's medical expertise immediately diagnosed the condition. He muttered to himself. They should have been treating her before she got to this state. What have they been doing? Layla, ashamed and distressed, covered her body with a sheet. It's hideous, isn't it? She thought, her voice barely a whisper. Another woman, with long brown hair, approached the bed. Layla, she began, her voice soft with concern. She extended her hand. Would you please give me your hand? She asked gently. Layla hesitantly offered her hand, her skin still blotchy with the rash. It's been tough for you, hasn't it? Ray observed, his gaze softening with empathy. In an ornate room, a young woman with brown hair and purple eyes, dressed in a nun-like outfit, smiles serenely as she touches the hand of another woman with long blonde hair. A soft, golden light emanates from the point of contact. The golden light intensifies, swirling around the blonde woman's hand. As the light envelopes her completely, the light begins to recede, revealing the blonde woman's skin, now clear and healthy. In another part of the room, two men watch in astonishment. One, an older man in military attire, exclaims, "Incredible, divine powers." The younger man extends his hand towards the blonde woman, a golden light emanating from his palm as well. And the two hands meet, bathed in a brilliant golden glow. The blonde woman gasps, "Huh, my skin." She touches her arm, a look of wonder on her face. The brown-haired woman nods, the treatment is complete. A worried father, his face etched with concern, anxiously awaited news of his daughter. He expressed his relief, stating that it should be fine now. His relief turned to overwhelming joy as he embraced his daughter, who cried out "Father," in a heartfelt reunion. The father expressed his gratitude, exclaiming that his daughter was better now, a wave of relief washing over him. He thanked the young woman profusely, calling her a saintess for her help, his daughter having suffered for years and he having given up hope. The young woman, however, humbly deflected his gratitude, stating there was no need for thanks. She insisted that her actions were simply an act of God. Observing the scene, a young man with short, gray hair, wearing a yellow jacket, muttered to himself about the long-term treatment that would normally be required for such an ailment. He pondered the fact that the young woman was able to heal instantly with a touch, questioning the relevance of medicine in this world. His expression turned pensive as he considered the implications of this magical healing. The scene opens with a sweeping view of a grand castle, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Its imposing architecture, a blend of Gothic and classical styles, is reflected in the still waters of a central fountain. The night sky above is a deep, star-studded blue. Inside, a lavishly set table is laden with a feast. A man with silver hair and a jovial expression sits at its head, addressing two other figures. A young woman with brown hair and a modest demeanor, and a young man with spiky, light-colored hair. The man gestures expansively, his words filled with boisterous hospitality. The young woman politely expresses her gratitude for the meal, her words a quiet counterpoint to the man's exuberance. While the young man quietly observes, his thoughts revealing a quiet awe at the scene before him. He reflects on the rumors he'd heard and finds them to be an understatement. Lord Hopel, the silver-haired man, expresses his heartfelt thanks for the care shown to his sister, the young woman at the table. The young woman, in turn, humbly deflects the praise, attributing the safety of her and Lord Gaia to the Lord's kindness. Lord Hopel, impressed by her humility, remarks on her saintly nature. The young man, however, seems somewhat uncomfortable, his expression hinting at a growing unease. The silver-haired man notices the young man's quiet demeanor and inquires if the food is not to his liking. Ray, the reborn surgeon, dismissed a question with a wave of his hand, his mind elsewhere. He was lost in thought, pondering something far removed from the present conversation. A gentle smile playing on his lips as he offered an apology for any worry he may have caused. The saintess, a woman of faith and compassion, reassured him, attributing his pensive state to the weight of his responsibilities. Observing his demeanor, a nearby attendant noted the saintess's words and concluded that all was well. However, the saintess's concern lingered, prompting her to approach Ray and inquire about his well-being. Ray, weary from his internal struggles, simply replied that he was tired. Accepting his explanation, the saintess suggested that he rest at the castle for the night. Ray, though outwardly compliant, remained troubled. His thoughts drifted back to his past life, a poignant question echoing in his mind. Why did he endure such hardship to become a doctor, only to find himself in this unfamiliar world? Despite being reborn with all his memories intact following a fatal car accident, Jin Yusung found himself in a new world. A world where his vast medical knowledge proved utterly useless. Now known as Ray, he questioned the necessity of abandoning his past life as Baek Yusung and simply embracing his new reality. A voice called out to him, asking if he was asleep. Ray lay in bed, lost in thought. A woman, appearing concerned, approached him, expressing uncertainty about his state but urging him not to lose faith in himself. She acknowledged that self-doubt is a common human experience. The woman hoped that whatever was troubling Ray wouldn't destroy what he had built up until now. She encouraged him to avoid restlessness and fatigue. Someone commented that Ray's prickly yet funny side suits him much better. Ray, however, remained unimpressed, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. His thoughts drifting to a piece of advice: don't lose faith in himself. Ray affirmed that he is now going by Ray, although he is still Baek Yusung, the former doctor. He contemplated his situation, a determined glint in his eyes. Ray resolved to find something only he can do. Meanwhile, another person, seemingly a woman, began to speak, her hands clasped together nervously. She wanted to tell Ray not to give up and she expressed her message to Ray, who listened attentively. Ray expressed his gratitude, relieved by her words. But then Iriel, the woman who spoke to him, had another question. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was this the first time someone had attempted to offer comfort? The scene shifted to a grand palace, its architecture hinting at a world far removed from modern medicine. A desperate need to understand the situation at hand filled the air. Two maids, their faces etched with worry, stood before a high-ranking officer. He questioned the completeness of a recent healing, his tone sharp with concern. The officer reacted with alarm to the news, his outburst a testament to the gravity of the situation. He demanded immediate action. A sense of urgency permeated the scene as the order was given to retrieve the saintess immediately. Elsewhere, a new character observed the unfolding events from a distance, their curiosity piqued by the commotion. The officer was informed that the saintess's symptoms had returned, a setback that filled him with dismay. He confronted the healer, questioning their competence and demanding an explanation for the failure of the treatment. The healer, a woman named Layla, explained that the treatment should have been complete, expressing confusion over the return of the symptoms. Despite the setback, Layla resolved to try treating the saintess one more time, and the officer gave his consent. Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, looked on with a concerned expression as a young woman with long brown hair and striking purple eyes tilted her head, a questioning "huh" escaping her lips. The woman, Layla, questioned aloud, Saint, her gaze fixed on Ray as he turned away, a thoughtful expression on his face. A young girl with blonde hair, her face marred by illness, whispered urgently, "Don't look." The camera focuses on the girl's distressed face, her eyes wide with fear and pain. Ray, his expression softening with concern, turned back to Layla, extending a hand and asking, "Layla? Would you please give me your hand?" A man in a military uniform scoffed, "How can a newly appointed saint treat something that even the saintess can't heal?" Ray's eyes narrowed in thought, a realization dawning on him, if my thoughts are correct. He silently concluded, I'm the only one that can heal her from this condition. A young woman with brown hair, wearing a white and black dress, looked at a man with short, light-colored hair and a yellow coat. She questioned him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern, "Saint?" The man, Ray, smiled faintly, his blue eyes reflecting a calm confidence. Ray extended his hand towards the woman, addressing her formally, "Lord Layla? Would you please give me your hand?" An older man with gray hair and a military-style uniform observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, questioning Ray's abilities, how can a newly appointed saint treat something that even the saintess can't heal? I think it'd be better if the saintess just... Ray's gaze hardened, a serious expression replacing his previous calm. He thought to himself, if my thoughts are correct, he was the only one capable of saving her. The thought solidified in his mind, I'm the only one that can heal her from this condition. The older man, surprised, questioned Ray's claim, what do you mean you're the only one? Ray confirmed, his tone unwavering, any treatment from the saintess won't work. We can have the saintess cure her and it'll be fine again, but after that, we'll be gone. The older man pondered Ray's words, his brow furrowed in thought. He asked, what are you going to do if the symptoms come back? A high-ranking officer, distinguished by his silver hair and ornate military uniform, addressed a younger man with short, graying hair. He stated that the woman's current need was not the treatment offered by the saintess. The younger man, his expression hardening, countered that she required his treatment, the treatment of the saint. The officer, however, voiced his doubt, mentioning that the younger man lacked any divine powers yet. He questioned the younger man's proposed method of treatment. The younger man calmly explained that his treatment relied not on divine intervention, but on his medical knowledge and skill. He would utilize all the information at his disposal to cure the illness. This was how he intended to treat her. Meanwhile, a young woman with blonde hair, looking distressed, spoke to her father, the officer. She argued that if the saint was correct, and they had exhausted all other options, then there was nothing else they could do. She expressed her desire to believe in the saint's ability to cure her condition, as they had already tried everything else. The officer, visibly conflicted, appeared to be considering her plea. Finally, the officer relented, granting permission for the saint to treat the woman, and the woman herself pleaded with the saint for help. A young man with silver hair, Ray, stood before a worried-looking woman and another individual. His expression was earnest as he pleaded with them, his words a heartfelt request for their help. Ray's gaze hardened, a resolute expression replacing his earlier plea. He made a silent promise to himself, his determination evident in his eyes. A promise to heal the young lady, a commitment reflected in the confident curve of his lips. And a renewed sense of purpose filled him as he prepared to take on the challenge. The scene shifted to a grand castle nestled amidst snow-capped mountains. This was Ray's new workplace, a place where he would put his medical skills to the test. He started with the basics, checking for any issues with hygiene. However, he quickly ruled out poor hygiene as the cause, noting the meticulous cleaning practices of the castle staff. Given the castle's magical barrier, external parasites were also deemed unlikely. Ray's investigation continued, his keen eye for detail leading him to consider other possibilities. He noticed a commonality in the young lady's daily meals: flour. This seemingly innocuous detail sparked a new line of inquiry for Ray, suggesting a possible link between the flour and the young lady's skin condition. In this world, bread was the most commonly consumed food, so much so that even meat dishes often included flour as a side or outer layer. A visual representation of this prevalence was shown through a large sack of flour and a bundle of wheat stalks, emphasizing the importance of bread in their daily lives. A woman's condition worsened after every meal. This led to a suspicion: flour contains gluten and insoluble protein. The woman's skin showed signs of irritation. The diagnosis was gluten sensitivity dermatitis, an allergy-induced skin condition. Fortunately, it's easily treatable. The problem was the lack of modern medicine in this world, making treatment difficult. A young man with short, gray hair contemplates this medical challenge, considering the lack of familiar medicinal plants. Even if it took time, the only viable solution was to change the woman's diet by removing all gluten-containing foods. Ray, a young man with short, messy white hair and a bandage on his forehead, pointed downwards with a concerned expression. His gaze was intense, conveying a sense of urgency. Lady Layla, a young woman with long blonde hair, lay in bed, looking pale and unwell. A question mark floated above her head, indicating her confusion and uncertainty. She weakly murmured a questioning yes? A voice, presumably Ray's, asked permission to enter. Layla, startled, responded with a soft "oh." Ray entered Layla's room, apologizing for the intrusion. He addressed her as Saint, indicating a level of respect and familiarity. Ray greeted Layla with a quiet good morning. Ray explained that he was there to check on Layla's condition, his expression conveying concern. Layla confirmed that her condition had worsened since their last meeting. She seemed resigned to her fate. Ray informed Layla that there were important things he needed to tell her, prompting her to ask what he meant. A doctor, his face unseen, instructs a patient to avoid foods containing flour, such as bread. He continues, advising against scratching, even if an itch develops. The patient, a young woman with blonde hair and skin blemishes, expresses surprise at the bread restriction, prompting the doctor to explain that this is the extent of his current treatment. The woman reveals that bread is her favorite food, her disappointment palpable. She questions the doctor's honesty and considers calling for guards. The woman contemplates whether the doctor might use magic to heal her. The doctor, Ray, explains that his instructions are a type of treatment to prevent the condition from spreading further. He chuckles. He proposes squeezing the blisters once a day. He will personally perform the procedure, given his knowledge of her condition. Ray concludes the consultation, advising the patient to rest. He emphasizes the importance of rest. A young woman with blonde hair and numerous dark spots on her skin lies in bed, a troubled expression on her face. She wonders aloud if her condition will improve if she eats more. Elsewhere, someone asks about the young woman's condition. A woman in a white dress, possibly a saint, reports that the patient's condition has worsened. A man with short, gray hair listens intently. The saint explains that she understands the man's perspective, but suggests a different course of action. She believes it would be better to treat the patient again. The man, however, counters that the previous treatment's effects have returned. The saint questions why this dietary approach wasn't tried initially if it was a viable solution. The saint expresses her faith in the man, but notes that the king does not share her confidence. She reminds him that their current situation is precarious and they cannot stay for long. The man silently agrees with the saint's assessment. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair and piercing blue eyes, stared blankly ahead. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper: luck. A woman, clad in a nun's habit, sighed, her expression a mixture of exasperation and pity. She stated that despite his intense gaze, she couldn't do much about their circumstances. Ray clenched his fist, his jaw tight. He silently resolved that this situation would determine how he treated his patients from now on. He looked at the nun, his expression softening slightly. He requested just 1 week. Ray assured her that he would make sure she was completely healed within that time. He pointed a finger, his determination unwavering. The nun's eyes widened, a flicker of hope in their depths. The next day, a series of pained cries echoed through the halls. The nun cried out, "I don't want to." A desperate cry escaped Jin Yusung's lips as he found himself in an unknown, surreal place. He was urged to drink something, the voice echoing in his ears. A startling amount of water, 3 liters a day, 21 liters a week. Layla, a young woman with blonde hair, protested, questioning the necessity of such a large quantity of water. Yusung, now going by Ray, explained that the water was crucial for managing an allergic reaction. He went on to explain the science behind allergic reactions and histamine production, detailing how excess histamine causes detrimental effects, and how sufficient water intake helps regulate this process. Ray emphasized that drinking enough water would allow the body's cells to function properly, reducing the effects of allergic reactions. A young man with short, light gray hair and a cheerful expression poured a liquid into the open mouth of a tearful, overweight blonde woman. He urged her to drink it, while she seemed distressed but compliant. The blonde woman's internal monologue questioned how this man could possibly be a saint. As the liquid flowed down her throat, her expression remained one of discomfort. But her thoughts shifted, calling him a good-looking maniac instead. 4 days passed uneventfully. The scene shifted to a grand castle, suggesting the passage of time and a change in location. The blonde woman, Layla, sat at a table in the castle, looking distressed while eating. A narration box explained that initially, Layla disliked the young man due to his dietary restrictions and forced hydration, but she eventually came to trust him out of necessity. Layla excitedly called out to the young man, urging him to look at something. Layla's skin had completely healed, a testament to the young man's abilities. Her condition improved at an incredible rate. A young woman with bright blonde hair, Layla, smiled radiantly at a young man with short, light blonde hair. He had a kind expression as he told her, "I promised that I would help you heal." Layla's face lit up even more as she exclaimed that her condition had improved significantly after increasing her water intake and eliminating bread from her diet. The young man, however, cautioned that consistent treatment was still necessary, emphasizing the importance of continued care. He asked for her understanding with a reassuring smile. Layla's joyful expression confirmed her relief and gratitude. The young man, relieved by her progress, reflected that despite his initial concerns about cultural differences in treatment approaches, those worries were now unfounded. He concluded that Layla's full recovery was now just a matter of time. A narration box added that this was their assessment after 6 days of observation. However, the scene abruptly shifted to a broken plate on the floor, suggesting an unexpected problem. Layla's face contorted in distress, a desperate cry of bread escaping her lips. She was experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms, a narration box explained, including stress, reduced focus, irritation, anxiety, and nervousness. The narration continued, explaining that flour was a dietary staple in this world, making it difficult to avoid and thus making her withdrawal symptoms expected. A doctor's urgent warning filled the room. If the patient were to consume flour before the treatment concluded, all his efforts would be in vain. To distract her and alleviate her symptoms, a plan was devised. A desperate attempt to comfort the distressed patient, tears streaming down her face. A new strategy was needed. And a chess piece was carefully examined. A question arose, Saint? A woman questioned the man's actions, prompting him to explain that he was creating game components. He wondered if this was sufficient. He offered the woman a closer look, asking for her thoughts. He prompted her to consider what came to mind upon seeing the piece. The woman pondered the object in his hand, identifying it as a castle, possibly representing the Holy Empire, and noting its crown-like features. A conversation unfolds between two unseen individuals. One inquires if a crown holds significance for the other, to which the second replies affirmatively, though with a caveat about the importance of the matter. A young woman with dark hair and purple eyes watches as a man with short, white hair and a yellow coat excitedly departs, carrying a brown bag. He urges someone named Iriel to follow him. The scene shifts to an elegant room. A woman, dressed in a nun-like habit, informs someone that she was summoned. Inside the same room, the white-haired man from earlier, now identified as Ray, speaks with a man and a woman. He mentions this is the first time he's been called like this and offers his assistance. He then requests the help of the man, addressed as Duke Hopel. Ray explains that his help will address Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms, but he needs their assistance as well. Duke Hopel and the woman inquire about the object in Ray's hand. Ray reveals it's a game called chess. The image shows a chessboard with pieces scattered across it, and the woman expresses confusion. A group of people, including a man with short, gray hair, sat around a table. The man explained the rules of a game that would reveal who among them was the better commander. The gray-haired man, holding a chess piece, questioned the rules of the game, specifically how each piece moves. He clarified that the piece he held was the king, explaining its limited movement of only one space per turn. In contrast, he noted that the queen's movement was far more versatile. He then showed a chessboard, highlighting that each piece has its own unique rules of movement. He continued, explaining that despite the simple rules, the game offered a wide array of strategic possibilities, making it useful even for military training. A blonde woman, intrigued, commented that she believed her father would also find the game interesting. Following this, the gray-haired man proposed a game to the blonde woman and another woman in military attire. The two women sat down at a chessboard, ready to begin their game. The woman in military attire challenged the blonde woman to a game, assuring her that she wouldn't go easy on her. A young man with short, white hair, dressed in a mustard yellow coat, sat with his arms crossed, observing a chess game. He seemed pleased, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His thoughts focused on the player opposite him. He mused that her enjoyment of the game would help alleviate her withdrawal symptoms. The camera focused on a chess piece, a white knight, bathed in a soft, golden light. The young man's internal monologue questioned his next move. As a woman with long brown hair, dressed in a Holy Empire uniform, triumphantly declared her victory. Her words echoed the power of the Holy Empire Gaia. The woman, radiating confidence, challenged her opponent, suggesting surrender and subjugation. She pointed out the futility of resistance. As the blonde woman across from her let out a defeated sigh, her face etched with frustration. The blonde woman admitted defeat, while the brown-haired woman reveled in her victory, finding the game immensely enjoyable. A new man, with blonde hair, approached the brown-haired woman, requesting a match. He seemed intent on avenging his sister. The brown-haired woman accepted the challenge, confident in her abilities and the power of the Holy Empire. The young man with white hair observed the new challenger, impressed by the unexpected turn of events. Observing the chess match, a thought crossed Ray's mind. It seemed like his opponents were enjoying the game. With a confident smirk, Ray moved a piece, announcing, "This is check." The Duke of Silos, impressed by Ray's skill, exclaimed, "You are formidable." Ray's opponent, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "Did you think our dukedom would lose that easily?" He challenged her to make her next move, addressing her as Saintess. Ray declared that he would show them what their dukedom was made of. His opponent, however, urged him to calm down, suggesting they not get too carried away. Ray reflected that the game had initially been intended as a distraction from the Saintess's withdrawal symptoms. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Father!" An older man, appearing to be the Saintess's father, entered the scene, explaining that the game they were playing was called chess, a game created by the saint. He continued, explaining that Hope had shown the game to the Duke of Silos, highlighting its sophisticated system and perfect game design. The Duke agreed, confirming its sophistication. A man in a military-style uniform, his face alight with a confident smile, addressed someone unseen. He declared that with a certain object, one could easily gauge the strategic capabilities of any military commander. An older man, his expression one of awe, listened intently. The word chosen by God floated above him, suggesting the significance of what he just heard. The uniformed man, still smiling, commented on the incredible potential of the object, emphasizing the importance of its proper use. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a grand castle, showing a pathway leading through an arched gateway. A narration box explained that after the Duke developed an interest in chess, things took a strange turn. Another narration box revealed that a week had passed since an agreement, yet there was still no news. A young man with short, light-colored hair, wearing a yellow jacket, appeared confused, questioning the identity of the people he saw. He wondered aloud why the servants were playing chess. The young man, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, questioning the reason behind their actions. The young man realized that everyone around him seemed to be playing chess. A final thought bubble revealed that chess was intended as a therapeutic game to help alleviate Layla's withdrawal symptoms. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, stood amidst a strange, unfamiliar landscape. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he looked around in confusion, his brow furrowed in a mixture of bewilderment and unease. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of his surroundings. He wondered how he'd ended up here, his mind racing as he recalled the events that led to this moment. The thought of the Silos castle, now under siege, filled him with a sense of disbelief and dread. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair and a tan trench coat, stood at the foot of a grand staircase, alongside a young woman in a flowing white dress. At the top, seated upon an ornate throne, sat an elderly man in a military-style uniform, his silver hair neatly combed. The scene radiated power and authority. The woman, addressing the seated man, stated that they had arrived in response to his summons. Ray remained silent, his expression unreadable. The elderly man welcomed them both, his tone cordial but formal. The narration box explained that within that short time, the saint had managed to cure Layla's condition and even invented the game of chess. Ray, visibly surprised, muttered to himself about the saint's incredible abilities at such a young age. The elderly man, his face beaming, confirmed that Layla's condition had improved significantly. He expressed his gratitude for the saint's actions, emphasizing the emotional toll of watching his daughter suffer. Layla, the young woman in white, also expressed her thanks for being freed from her suffering. Ray humbly deflected the praise, explaining that he had done nothing, the saint's treatment was solely responsible for Layla's recovery. An older man with silver hair, dressed in a military-style uniform, spoke, dismissing any attempt to downplay the protagonist's actions. He insisted on expressing his gratitude to the protagonist for their help. He continued, offering a gift as an apology for his previous rudeness and as a token of his appreciation. The older man presented the gift, a beautifully crafted chest, as a thank you for the protagonist's actions. The protagonist, a young man with short, white hair, looked at the chest with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. As the older man explained that the chest contained a ring, a family heirloom given to them after saving a dwarf. A precious item that held significant value to their family. The protagonist was shocked, expressing disbelief at receiving such a valuable gift. The older man insisted that it was his way of apologizing and urged the protagonist to accept the gift. Initially hesitant, the protagonist's expression quickly changed as he realized the value of the ring, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The older man encouraged him to take it and try it on, and with a grateful smile, the protagonist put on the ring. The narration box revealed that the saint was in the process of putting on a ring. Ray, the reborn surgeon, received the ring, commenting that it was too large for constant wear. He examined the ring, a thoughtful expression on his face. And then, to his astonishment, the ring magically shrunk to fit his finger perfectly. Ray, marveling at the ring's magical properties, exclaimed in wonder. He noted that, since a dwarf crafted it, it likely possessed additional capabilities. Expressing his gratitude for the precious gift, though slightly unsure of how to properly accept it. He mused that even the dwarf who made it would be pleased to see a saint wearing his creation. Someone inquired about Ray's upcoming trip to the Holy Empire the following day. Offering to sponsor the trip to ensure Ray's comfort, a woman explained that the journey would be long and tiring, urging him to rest before departing. Ray expressed his gratitude once more for their assistance. The woman commented on how well everything worked out, expressing her positive opinion of Ray. She then reflected on his ability to easily gain favor with others. Ray, a young man with silver hair, sat alone in a lavish room, a troubled expression clouding his features. He was plagued by dark thoughts, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. A knock echoed through the quiet space, startling him from his reverie. He looked up, a question forming on his lips. A young woman with brown hair, dressed in a simple yet elegant white and black dress, entered the room. Ray questioned if they were expecting a visitor. The woman, unsure, admitted she couldn't think of anyone. Ray pondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. As the door opened to reveal a man and a woman. The man, with blonde hair, apologized for the late visit. Ray recognized them as Lord Hope and Lady Layla, figures from the stories. He was surprised and honored by their visit. Lord Hope explained that he wished to express his gratitude for Ray's help with his sister's illness and for creating the game of chess. Ray humbly deflected the praise, stating it wasn't much. The woman, smiling warmly, expressed her enjoyment of his company and lamented their impending departure. Lady Layla then extended an invitation to join them for a picnic in the night garden, highlighting the beauty of the stars as viewed from the castle gardens. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, grinned broadly. Beside him, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes, dressed in a dark, ornate outfit, mirrored his enthusiasm. The woman, clearly delighted, expressed her gratitude for their acceptance of her request. She promised to prepare everything quickly, asking for patience. They left the room, the woman's cheerful demeanor radiating warmth. They assured Ray that they would be waiting for him. Ray and the woman stood together, a comfortable silence settling between them. Ray's expression turned thoughtful. Ray pondered aloud, questioning if this gathering was a farewell party for them. The woman responded, finding the situation charming and endearing. Ray reflected on his past, noting his constant busyness and the resulting lack of close relationships. He wondered if the world had changed while he was preoccupied. The woman, noticing his pensive mood, commented on a feeling she'd never experienced before. Ray, lost in thought, wondered about the nature of this new feeling. The narrative opens with a flashback, recounting the protagonist's first encounter with Iriel. He recalls her as cold and driven, her ambition blinding her to other considerations. And alarmingly violent. But now, the old Iriel is gone. Iriel had previously questioned whether the world around them had changed, however, the true change was far more profound than she could have imagined. The scene shifts to the present. Someone urges the protagonist to stop staring into space and move on. The protagonist, Ray, and a woman, presumably Iriel in her new form, stand in a grand hall. The atmosphere is calm, a stark contrast to the previous scene. Ray quietly confirms his suspicion, it was indeed Iriel. Suddenly, a sense of urgency fills the air. A voice shouts that the saints have arrived. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting, showing a grand estate at night. The arrival of the saints is imminent. As they share this moment, a final warning is given, avoid eating flour-based foods after Ray leaves. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a pink dress, sat across from a young man with short, gray hair and a mustard-yellow jacket. He explained that if she ate flour again, her illness would return. The young woman looked concerned, clutching her chest. The young man continued, explaining that because her body reacted to the chemicals in flour as poison, it would be difficult to fully heal her condition. However, he offered a compromise, if she avoided flour, her condition should improve within 5 years. 5 to 5 years? The woman despaired, she couldn't avoid flour for that long. The young man chuckled, revealing he had prepared something else for them. A third individual, a blonde man in military attire, appeared, smiling warmly. The woman, tears streaming down her face, asked if he had prepared something. The blonde man, with a confident smile, gestured with his hand, stating he would brighten the area with his presence. With a flourish, he unleashed a burst of magical energy, creating a spectacular fireworks display. The vibrant colors filled the night sky, illuminating the scene with breathtaking beauty. The gray-haired young man smiled, pleased with the result. He commented on its beauty, and the blonde woman agreed, expressing her gratitude. A blonde man, dressed in a lavish military-style uniform, chuckled, his gaze fixed on a young man with silver hair. It must have cost you a lot of mana for something this impressive, he remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. The silver-haired man, in simple, casual attire, smiled faintly. Since it may be the last time we see each other, I wanted to do everything I possibly could. He thought, a serene expression on his face. The blonde man continued, if that's the case, allow me to return the favor. The silver-haired young man's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He responded with a single word, light. With a flick of his wrist, a bright light erupted, followed by a small explosion. The light intensified, sparkling brilliantly, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks, filling the night sky with vibrant colors. The spectacle continued, a breathtaking display of light and color. Inside a grand building, two maids watched the fireworks from a large window, their expressions a mixture of awe and wonder. Elsewhere, a man in a military uniform, holding a glass of wine, observed the fireworks with a knowing smile. A young woman, her eyes wide with wonder, gazed at something unseen. That's amazing. Saint, she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. She continued, her voice hushed with reverence, I've never seen such beautiful flames before. Another person, a man with blonde hair and a warm smile, chuckled. I don't think I'll be able to forget this night, he said, clearly charmed. A third individual, a young man with silver hair, smiled gently. I'm glad that I was able to make such great memories with all of you. There was a time that I was. The scene shifted to a group of 4 individuals seated on a richly patterned rug. Due to the convenience of magic, I denied my own aspirations. But in the end, I was able to reaffirm that my medicine works. A breathtaking fireworks display filled the night sky. He resolved, I'll continue my journey to save as many people as possible. And with that, we finally headed for the Holy Empire. Rei, along with the Holy Empire's dispatch squad, embarked on a journey towards the Holy Empire Gaia. Despite the considerable distance, their journey was surprisingly smooth, thanks to the generous support of a certain duke, ensuring a comfortable and efficient travel experience. The dispatch squad was already aware that this support was all thanks to Rei. As time passed, Rei's status continued to rise. Days into their journey, Rei reflected on his adaptation to the rigors of camping, noting that he had already grown accustomed to it. Rei, startled, looked around in confusion. Inspired by a game Rei had made, called chess, the squad decided to learn and strategize the game. They politely requested a lesson from Rei on how to play. A young woman with long brown hair, dressed in a blue and white uniform, looked around in awe, holding a book. She murmured to herself, questioning the sheer number of people present. A group of similarly uniformed individuals stood before a man with short, gray hair. He nonchalantly shrugged, stating that he was bored and didn't mind the large crowd. The gray-haired man's expression shifted, a glint in his eyes. He declared that he would not go easy on any of them. The man, Rei, smirked, adding that his leniency wouldn't extend even to the beginners among them. The uniformed group, apprehensive, responded with a nervous agreement. One of them expressed a bad feeling about the situation. The narration box explained that this was the beginning of the dispatch squad's chess tournament. Rei swiftly checkmated his opponent. His opponent was shocked by the speed of the checkmate, achieved in only 4 moves. The scene shifted to show Rei's past chess matches. It was revealed that he had consistently won previous tournaments, often checkmating opponents in as few as 4 moves. Rei's undefeated streak and impressive skill left a lasting impression on everyone. The dispatch squad's opinion of Rei improved significantly after witnessing his chess prowess. The panel shows the squad members' shocked and impressed expressions. As another day passed, a nomadic camp nestled amidst rolling hills under a twilight sky. The tents, illuminated by flickering torches, suggested a temporary settlement. The journey continued, under a bright sun. Rei, a young man with short, silvery hair, expressed his frustration. He questioned their lack of progress, wondering if the difficult path was to blame. His companion, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, reassured him that things would improve once they left the area, as the Holy Empire wasn't far. Rei, relieved by her words, expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, Rei felt a sharp pain and collapsed, his companion looking on in shock. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man wearing a helmet with a yellow arrow symbol, letting out a pained cry. News of a horde of ogres appearing spread quickly. The knights immediately prepared for battle, taking up defensive positions. Observing the approaching threat, a young man with silver hair and a woman with brown hair discussed the situation. The young man questioned whether they should intervene, while the woman expressed confidence in the knight's ability to handle the ogres. Despite the woman's confidence, the young man suggested they go to help, pointing out that there were only 3 ogres. The woman countered that intervening would disrupt the knight's formations and cause more problems. The young man, though acknowledging her point, still felt uneasy. The woman reiterated that they should trust the Holy Empire knights. Suddenly, the ogres launched a massive rock at the knights. But the knights skillfully deflected the attack with their swords. The battle between the knights and the ogres raged on. A knight, clad in shining white and blue armor, lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he cleaved through the air. The impact echoing as he struck his foe. He commented on the surprising strength of the ogre, noting that even such a creature proved a formidable opponent. Despite the blow, the battle was far from over. Advanced Squad Leader Hario, a grizzled veteran with graying hair, barked orders to his men, instructing them to protect the priests and priestesses. Hario stressed the importance of preventing the approaching ogres from reaching the Saint and Saintess, who were waiting behind their lines. Suddenly, a warning cry pierced the air. Lord Hario! Look out! Hario's eyes widened in alarm as a massive ogre's fist hurtled towards him. But before the blow could land, a figure appeared, moving with impossible speed. With a powerful punch, the newcomer sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The force of the blow shattering the ogre's magical shield. The savior, a young man with silver hair and a yellow coat, landed gracefully, his expression calm despite the chaos. He questioned Harrio's near-death experience. A knight, his face etched with worry, gasped, "Lord Saint?" He warned urgently, "It's dangerous out here." A young man with silver hair, Ray, calmly replied, "This is fine enough." "It looks like the ogre is stronger than you though?" Two ogres lunged at Ray, roaring menacingly, "RHHAA." But Ray, seemingly unfazed, raised his hand, a surge of energy emanating from him. The energy intensified, his eyes glowing with power. As he unleashed a combined attack, Entangle in Earth, Spear and Fire. The ogres were ensnared by earth and fire, their movements restricted. Then, impaled by earth spears, they were consumed by flames. The knight, awestruck, exclaimed, "Phew. Are you hurt?" Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, smiled brightly. He was riding a horse alongside a grizzled older man in knightly attire. Ray reassured his companion, "Don't worry about it, we're all here to help each other, anyways." The older knight, his face etched with concern, pondered aloud. If his memory served him correctly, the saint was only 15 years old. How could he wield magic of such immense power? Meanwhile, Ray inhaled deeply, a curious expression on his face. The scent of burning meat filled the air. "Are ogres tasty?" he wondered, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The knight continued his internal monologue, marveling at Ray's abilities. He had effortlessly cast the 4-circle Earth Spear spell with only a verbal activation chant. A feat usually only achievable by 5-circle mages. No, the knight realized, Ray's power transcended even that. He might have already reached the 6th circle, a level no mere human should be capable of attaining. Ray, oblivious to the knight's awe, simply smiled and addressed him as Lord Saint. A young woman with brown hair, dressed in a white and gold religious attire, approached them, her expression stern. She admonished Ray, "Why don't you stop spreading rumors that you're a genius at magic?" The woman continued, What is there to say to me?" Ray responded with a grim expression, I think it's already too late for that." Two goblins emerged from the bushes, their expressions fierce. A soldier, part of a larger group, looked on in surprise, questioning aloud, "Goblins?" An older man, seemingly a leader, scoffed at the sight of the goblins. He muttered to himself, "To think mere goblins would obstruct our journey to the Holy Empire." The soldier's helmet was visible, indicating he was preparing for action. He stated, "We'll take care of them. Try not to waste any time." The soldier's order was met with immediate obedience. Another soldier, his face obscured by his helmet, responded with a sharp, "Understood." The soldier lunged forward, sword raised, aiming a blow at one of the goblins. He roared, "You goblin bastard. Die." The goblin, however, unexpectedly dodged the attack. The soldier, momentarily stunned, could only utter, "Huh." The soldier's surprise was evident on his face, now visible beneath his helmet. He questioned, the goblin dodged. The goblin retaliated with a swift counterattack, its claws striking the soldier. The soldier, reeling from the unexpected blow, could only exclaim in disbelief, but how? A figure, clad in dark clothing, bore a deep wound across their chest, blood staining their attire. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they muttered, "How does the goblin have this much strength?" The source of their astonishment was revealed, a small goblin, radiating an unnatural golden aura, stood amidst a forest clearing. It was wielding a strange power, a small orb of light crackling in its hand. The figure gasped, "There's no way a goblin can have such power?" Observing the scene from a distance were two individuals, a young woman in elegant, almost priestly attire, and a young man in more casual clothing. The woman tilted her head, thoughtfully commenting, Looks like he's much stronger than goblins usually are." The woman continued, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "It seems so. I didn't want to." But a flicker of determination crossed her features as she added, "But I think." The pair stood poised, ready to act, the woman's elegant dress contrasting sharply with the man's more practical attire. They were clearly prepared for whatever might come next. The chapter opens with a dramatic close-up of a woman's leg in a white, high-heeled boot, adorned with a golden cross. A powerful magical blast erupts from beneath her foot, sending a shockwave that ripples outwards, engulfing several grotesque, goblin-like creatures in a blinding flash of golden light. The woman, with long brown hair, is shown at the center of the magical explosion, her arms outstretched as if channeling the energy. The golden light swirling around her in a mesmerizing vortex. She effortlessly deflects the goblin's attacks with her magical prowess. Meanwhile, a young man with short, silver hair observes the scene from a distance. His expression is one of concern as he mutters to himself, noting that the woman, Iriel, is physically stronger than he is. He also hears someone refer to her as a saint. Suddenly, a goblin lunges at the young man from the shadows. He reacts swiftly, announcing his attack as Windcutter. A blue energy slicing through the air towards the goblin, and bisecting it cleanly. The woman, Iriel, approaches him, stating that if they let the goblins continue their advance, they won't be able to handle them. Ray, a young man with silver hair, wearing a simple, ochre-colored jacket, considered the situation before him. His expression was serious, thoughtful, as he mused about the best course of action. It would be ideal to resolve everything at once. He decided. Why not try to deal with everything simultaneously? With a confident shout, Ray called out to a group of goblins nearby. The goblins, two of them clearly visible, looked at each other with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, their guttural sounds echoing through the forest. Ray's face broke into a mischievous grin, he playfully pinched his cheeks, sticking out his tongue. He seemed ready for whatever came next. A moment later, the goblins charged, their angry growls filling the air as they rushed towards him. The goblins swarmed Ray, their crude weapons raised high. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging their attacks with ease. A woman, dressed in the garb of a saint, watched in astonishment. She questioned the nature of the magic she had just witnessed, wondering if such a skill even existed. The goblins' bodies suddenly crumbled into dust, leaving only faint traces of their presence behind. The impact was so sudden and complete that it left the surrounding area eerily silent. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of Ray's mysterious power. The scene was strangely quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. Ray's feet landed softly on the ground, leaving only faint imprints in the damp earth. He seemed completely unaffected by the display of power he had just unleashed. Reborn into a fantasy world, Jin Yusung, now known as Ray, found himself facing a horde of goblins. He let out a breath, his eyes assessing the sheer number of creatures before him. wondering if he was far enough from the dispatch squad to safely test his new magical abilities. He decided to start with a simple fireball and unleashed it towards the goblins. Two of them scoffed at the meager display of power, finding the humans' magic amusingly weak. Ray smirked, unimpressed by their reaction, and prepared a more substantial attack. Multiple fireballs erupted from his hand, engulfing the goblins in a fiery explosion, leaving behind only ashes and the sound of their terrified screams. Ray smiled, revealing that he had prepared a fireball for each and every one of them. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the forest, the source of an intense magical energy that shook the very ground. Two figures, locked in fierce combat, were barely visible within the radiant explosion. One of them, a grizzled warrior in shining armor, grunted in pain as he was thrown back by a powerful blow, his eyes widening in alarm as he recognized the direction of the fleeing figure, the saint, escaping the scene of the battle. The warrior, despite his injuries, pursued the fleeing saint, calling out to him with a mixture of concern and urgency. As the dust settled, the warrior stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A massive crater marked the spot where the saint had stood moments before, utterly bewildered by the sheer destructive power displayed. Meanwhile, a short distance away, a young man with short, gray hair emerged from the shadows. His companion, a taller figure in a yellow jacket, readily agreed. Night fell over a tranquil forest. Ray, the reborn surgeon, spoke to his companion, Iriel. He expressed curiosity about something concerning them. Iriel questioned whether the monsters they faced were unusually strong. A bonfire crackled in the background. The conversation shifted to Ray's mana, prompting Iriel's concern. Iriel revealed that undergoing baptism would cause Ray's mana to vanish. Ray reacted with surprise to the news of his mana disappearing. Iriel clarified that the baptism at the Holy Empire grants holy power from God himself. However, she cautioned that the human body can only hold one type of mana. If holy power were to enter Ray's body while his mana remained, his body would explode from the incompatibility. A surge of blue energy enveloped Ray as the potential danger became clear. A diagram shows the transformation of mana into holy power. The narrator explains that the process involves completely replacing the subject's mana with holy power, prompting a question from a young man with silver hair and a young woman with brown hair. What happens to those who lack mana? The narrator explains that those with holy power circles can store holy power without issue, but the average person cannot, leading to a further question. The question is posed, does this mean that people without circles cannot receive holy power? A blond man in a white robe answers that this is not quite right. A radiant light surrounds him. He explains that God will create mana vessels within the body to allow for the use of holy power, and that these vessels, called taboos, will manage the mana circulating through the body. The silver-haired young man and the brown-haired young woman react to the term taboo. The blond man further explains that taboos refer to actions that violate one's faith, similar to how one cannot go against God's word. Ray, a young woman with braided brown hair and striking purple eyes, stood in a sun-dappled clearing. She wore a unique, almost ecclesiastical-looking outfit, and her expression was one of deep contemplation as she examined something in her hands. A strange, glowing object. Beside her, a man with silver hair and a yellow jacket watched her with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Isn't that funny? We can't even say what we want to about that, Ray remarked, a hint of frustration in her tone, referring to the limitations placed upon them. The man's expression turned serious. He wondered what would happen if they defied the established taboos, a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Ray continued, remember those taboos I mentioned that manage the mana in your body? She explained, her voice taking on a more serious tone. The image shifted to show a close-up of a withered branch, symbolizing the consequences of defying these rules. If you go against the taboos, all the mana in your body will disappear, she stated, the gravity of her words palpable. The next panel showed the branch bursting into flames, a visual representation of the potential loss. A fiery spectacle that mirrored the potential destruction. Ray's face was illuminated by the flames, her expression resolute. Forever, from this world. She finished, emphasizing the permanent nature of the consequence. The man's eyes widened in alarm. One wrong word could make you disappear from the world? Acknowledging the severe repercussions of defying the taboos, Ray nodded solemnly. I've heard that there are quite a few who have disappeared for that reason. She explained, her tone matter of fact. Well, that's why I make sure I stay on top of things. She looked at the man, her expression softening slightly. Just be aware that the mana you currently have will disappear. Ray, a young man with silver hair, pondered aloud. If all his mana disappeared, would his body fill with holy power? He continued his line of questioning, wondering if the lost mana would ever return. And if not, would his body remain functional? A woman, seemingly a saintess, with long brown hair and a kind smile, offered an answer. While he couldn't use magic, he could still provide holy buffs to others, and he would still be able to help in battle. Ray knew that if his mana didn't disappear, he could use holy power. He resolved to find another way. From outside the carriage, a voice announced their approach to the Holy Empire. The majestic Holy Empire came into view, a sprawling city with a grand castle at its heart. Ray, observing the scene from within the carriage, smiled. Their journey had finally reached its destination, though it had taken quite some time. A priest, his face etched with the wisdom of years, instructed a young man with dark hair, once we enter the borders, please go straight to Salonia. The young man, his expression serious, replied, understood, heading for the capital. He then questioned a young woman with long brown hair, we're going to the capital? Are you telling me we're going to have the ritual without even taking a break? The woman, slightly taken aback, responded, are you kidding me? Oh, we're not going to hold the baptism right away. The woman continued, explaining, the baptism ceremony is an event that's celebrated by everyone. However, as you do not know anything about the Holy Empire, you'll need to learn as much as possible before the ritual. The young man, thoughtfully, wondered, learning about the Empire, right, that's important. Who will be teaching me, then? The woman answered simply, me. She elaborated, from the small things like the baptism, to bigger things like etiquette, regulations, and the natural order. She smiled confidently, her eyes gleaming with determination, and concluded, I'll be sure to teach you everything. The scene opens with a sweeping view of a majestic castle, its spires piercing the bright blue sky. A sense of wonder and awe permeates the image. The camera angle shifts, focusing on the intricate details of the castle's architecture, highlighting its grandeur and age. Inside the castle, a young man with short, silvery hair and a curious expression observes his surroundings. He thinks to himself that the place is even more impressive up close than he had imagined from the outside. He lets out a soft chuckle, marveling at the sheer magnificence of the mansion. It's on a completely different scale from anything he's ever seen before. Suddenly, a voice booms, revealing that this estate is where all the saints reside, a sacred location requiring special permission to enter, even for the Pope. A woman with long brown hair, dressed in elegant attire, approaches the young man, assuring him that the people working inside have been specifically selected and are of high status, so there's nothing to worry about. She explains that while he will be staying there, she will be guiding him through everything. The young man, slightly annoyed, greets the woman, calling her saint. A maid, her dark hair pulled back severely, approached Ray. "I'll be leading you to the room you'll be staying in," she stated, her tone professional yet somehow commanding. She began to walk down a long hallway, her dark skirt flowing behind her as she moved with an air of quiet confidence. Ray, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark surroundings, followed silently, a hint of awe in his eyes. "Follow me," the maid instructed, her voice barely a whisper. Ray's eyes widened slightly as he took in the maid's demeanor. "Oh, okay." He thought to himself, wow, her charisma. It was just as Iriel had described. Sure enough, she must be some type of noble. Ray, slightly startled, responded with a simple, "Oh, okay." Ray's jaw dropped. "What the? It's amazing." The maid, seemingly unfazed by Ray's reaction, politely added, "Please get some rest. I'll be taking my leave." Ray replied, "Thank you for everything. It's starting to hit me. I really am becoming a saint." The scene opens on a sprawling, majestic city, its architecture hinting at a blend of European and fantasy influences. A voice, sharp and impatient, cuts through the air, now. Please pay attention, saint." A woman, dressed in what appears to be a formal, yet practical, teaching outfit, addresses someone unseen. Her tone is serious, yet laced with a hint of urgency. "We don't have much time, but we have a lot to cover. Stay focused." The woman, holding a slender rod, gestures towards a stack of papers. "Why don't we take a look at the handouts I've given you," she says, a hint of exasperation coloring her words. A young man with short, gray hair stands beside her, looking less than enthusiastic. "It riles me out that she's so enthusiastic," he thinks to himself. The young man, seemingly overwhelmed, flips through the pages. "I've memorized it," he mutters, his voice barely audible. The woman prompts him further. "Now, if you take a look at the first page," she says, a slight edge to her voice. "Excuse," he trails off, clearly struggling. The pages detail a complex ritual, broken down into 3 parts, a greeting ceremony, a pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and a final, solitary step involving the reception of holy power. The baptism ceremony will take place over 4 days in 3 parts, the text explains. Further details are revealed about the etiquette expected during the baptism. During the baptism, the saint isn't allowed to lower their head, the text states. The young man, Ray, is shown with a calm, almost amused expression. The text continues, outlining additional rules of conduct, and they're only allowed to greet others using their left hand laid on their chest, and bow with their arm at a 70-degree angle. 3 main table manners are listed: never make sounds while eating, never lower your head, and always have your back straight with your elbows in front of your upper body. Ray, seemingly having absorbed all the information, asks a question. "How's that? Did I miss anything?" he inquires. The woman, impressed, responds, "To think you memorized all of that. How are you human?" Ray then expresses his concern about the third part of the ceremony, as the instructions lack details on what he's supposed to do. "I was wondering about the third part of the ceremony. What exactly do I need to do?" he asks, to which the woman replies, "It didn't say anything about what I was supposed to do." Ray, the protagonist, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His thoughts echoed, "The only thing I know is that I'm supposed to show my sincerity to God." A woman, seemingly a teacher or authority figure, questioned him, "What did you do?" "Just so I know as a reference." Ray responded, "I didn't do anything." The woman retorted, "You did nothing? Stop joking." Ray insisted, "I'm being serious. It's true, I just ate and slept for a week." The woman explained, "After that, mana vessels appeared within my body, and I could feel the holy power flowing through my body." Ray was taken aback. Holy power and mana vessels appeared without her noticing? Is that even possible? Maybe that's why he's called God. The woman dismissed his wonder, stating, "Anyway, you've got everything right, however, the issue is with your manners." She continued, "Even if your memory is beyond human comprehension, there's no way you've internalized the customs. Memorizing it with your head and actually doing it are 2 different things." As the scene shifted, the woman announced, "Since it's already mealtime." The woman took off her glasses, signaling the end of the conversation and the start of a new scene. Someone suggested that they should see how much practice Ray has had with his new abilities. And Ray, seemingly agreeable, responded with a nonchalant affirmation. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, sat calmly at a table, enjoying a meal. His expression was serene and content. Across from him sat a woman, her face etched with concern. She asked if the food was good. Ray confirmed that it was, but the woman pointed out that there was still much to cover. He wondered what he was waiting for. Was he about to fight or something? He questioned why she was being so strict, especially now that his mouth was full. She retorted that he should cover his mouth when he speaks. Ray expressed confusion, prompting the woman to explain that this was to prepare him for interactions with the picky nobles. She elaborated that this training was necessary to ensure that everything they discussed became second nature to him. Ray sighed, mentioning that he needed a break. The woman responded that she couldn't take a break while facing such an important task, and she was thinking of staying with him. She concluded by addressing him as Saintus. A dark-haired individual, dressed in what seems to be religious attire, addressed someone unseen. They apologized profusely, requesting permission to speak. Their words prompted a response from a woman with brown hair, seated in an ornate room. She inquired, "Yes, what is it?" A young man with light-colored hair, also present in the room, reacted with a subtle expression of recognition. He muttered to himself, "Oh, it's that person." The dark-haired individual continued, explaining that revealing certain information would attract unwanted attention and rumors, particularly concerning the 2 of them. They emphasized their intention was merely to share information to prevent trouble, acknowledging the rudeness of their approach. A man with dark hair and striking purple eyes listened intently, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The conversation shifted to introductions. Someone asked, "What's your name?" The dark-haired individual's expression hardened upon hearing the name. A thought bubble appeared above the dark-haired individual's head. Did she say Belle Lacroix, from the three noble families? The revelation of Belle Lacroix Sia Euclidwood's identity caused a noticeable shift in the atmosphere, as the brown-haired woman looked on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The narration box explains the Holy Empire's structure. 3 families serve the saints, and 6 additional families hold the title of Sia due to their accomplishments. A woman, her expression thoughtful yet amused, questions why someone as important as her servant is at the saint's estate. She adds that while she initially treated it as a joke, she understands the need for caution. A man declares it a good time to return, while another person bids farewell, urging haste. The woman from earlier fixes her gaze on someone, a hint of suspicion in her eyes, adding, "Also, you." A woman in a nun's habit replies that it's her honor. A young man with light hair murmurs, "Belle Lacroix." The nun observes that if she has a title, she must be a noble. The young man reflects on the fact that even nobles work as servants, and that being a saint is more important than he initially thought. That night, the scene shifts to a nighttime view of a building, suggesting a clandestine movement. Jin Yu-sung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, lay asleep. A faint, ethereal glow illuminated the room, hinting at something extraordinary. A mysterious woman with striking blue hair and intense red eyes stood in the shadows, her expression unreadable. An air of foreboding hung heavy in the atmosphere. She approached the sleeping figure, her gaze fixed on him. A single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper, "Saint." A woman's hand reached out, gently touching Yu-sung's face. A subtle shift in the light suggested a change was imminent. The touch seemed to trigger something within him, a faint tremor ran through his body. The mysterious woman watched, her expression unreadable, as a faint purple light enveloped Yu-sung. The woman, seemingly a priestess given her attire, stood over Yu-sung, her gaze intense and unwavering. Her presence radiated power and mystery. Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, sat calmly, a serene smile playing on his lips as he savored a cup of tea. A maid, her dark hair pulled back severely, approached him, her expression polite but distant. She complimented his tea-making skills, explaining that it was brewed with Ceylon flower petals. Later that night, Ray lay asleep in his bed, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding around him. A narration box revealed that Euclidwood, a mysterious figure with striking blue hair and intense red eyes, entered his room silently, her presence undetected by Ray's heightened senses. Despite her visit, Euclidwood took no action, leaving Ray undisturbed. The following day proceeded as normal. However, Ray's suspicions were piqued. He sensed something was amiss with Euclidwood. The maid informed Ray that preparations for a ritual were complete and requested his presence. Ray, slightly confused, questioned the timing, as he had expected the ritual to commence in the afternoon. The maid explained that there was significant preparation required before the ritual could begin, leaving Ray to contemplate the meaning of prepare. A young man with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes smirked, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. He was dressed in an ornate, white ceremonial outfit. "You'll need to impress a lot of people today," he stated, the words laced with a hint of mischief. A woman with reddish-brown hair, dressed in a frilly, dark-colored dress, looked up in surprise. "Oh my, the ceremonial outfit suits you well. Isn't that surprising? Has anyone been able to take their eyes off you?" she exclaimed. The young man, his face partially obscured, sighed. He muttered an apology, explaining that he would gather everyone and train them. Another voice, seemingly belonging to a companion, asked if they were at the designated location. A calm reply confirmed their arrival. Inside, the Pope and high nobles awaited. A wave of anxiety washed over the young man as he stood before the large doors. He could only manage a strained, "Ugh. This is nerve-wracking." He steeled his resolve. "I have no choice. Let's do this," he muttered, his hand reaching for the door. The young man, now revealed to have blonde hair, stepped out into a bright courtyard, accompanied by a woman with dark hair and a maid's uniform. An announcement echoed, "The saint and saintess have entered." He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. Several onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief. "That kid is a saint," one of them whispered. 2 men in formal attire, their faces alight with anticipation, stood beside a young woman dressed in a simple maid's outfit. The woman looked downcast, her expression hidden behind a handheld fan. One of the men, his eyes gleaming with excitement, muttered to himself, "This is my chance." The other man, equally eager, addressed the approaching figure, "It's nice to meet you, Saint." "I've..." A young man with short, platinum blonde hair, dressed in elegant white robes, approached them. He bowed deeply, stating, "It's an honor to finally meet you. If you'd allow me to introduce myself." He extended a hand towards the woman, a look of polite curiosity on his face. A woman with long brown hair, dressed in a dark, formal robe, stepped forward, her expression stern. She stated, "I understand that all of you are excited to meet the saint, but this is not proper etiquette preceding the ceremony." She continued, "After we're done, I believe you'll have a chance to greet him." The 2 men, slightly embarrassed, mumbled apologies. One of them stammered, "Es saintess. What you said is right." The woman in the robe, her expression unchanged, added, "If you'd please be courteous towards the saint before the ritual, and please avoid any rude behaviors." The young woman in the maid's outfit flinched, her face paling. The woman in the robe addressed her sharply, "The young lady of the Belle Lacroix family." The young woman stammered an apology, "Why yes, sorry." One of the men whispered, "Why is she wearing a maid outfit?" The woman in the robe, turning to the young man in white robes, said, "Right this way, Saint, I'll lead you out." As they walked along a sun-drenched path, lined with meticulously manicured gardens and elegant street lamps, one of the figures, dressed in simple, dark robes, quietly questioned, "Aren't we already out?" The other, in ornate white robes, responded, "Once we arrive, if you'd please share a couple of words as you get ready to officially become a saint." The dark-robed figure's brow furrowed slightly. Is it really that important?" A thought bubble appeared above the dark-robed figure's head, "So that's what she meant about me having to impress a lot of people." The white-robed figure continued, "Don't worry. For the saint, just say whatever. Since the people will make their own interpretation as they please." The other figure, with dark hair and a cross pendant, added, "Just be pleasant as they always do." The scene shifted to the dark-robed figure, now alone, a troubled expression on his face. He wondered, what am I supposed to say? Suddenly, the white-robed figure reappeared, shouting, Saint. Good luck. The dark-robed figure smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He replied, all right. A vast crowd had gathered in the town square, their faces indistinct from a distance. The sheer number of people was striking. Ray, a young man with blonde hair, stood on a raised platform, addressing the crowd. Although he felt a little better, a hint of unease remained in his expression. He looked out at the sea of faces, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why were so many people here? He wondered if this was some kind of royal event. A woman approached him, offering him an object. Saint, please take this, she urged. The woman explained that it was a magical tool, holding it would amplify his voice, allowing him to project it further. Ray, however, declined the offer. He didn't want to interrupt, but he doubted the people would even be able to hear him over the noise of the crowd. Despite his reservations, a surge of bright blue energy erupted from Ray's hands as he began to speak. The woman gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gic? Ray, seemingly unfazed by his newfound magical abilities, introduced himself as the newly selected saint. His words were met with a mixture of awe and disbelief from the onlookers. One man, in particular, seemed taken aback by Ray's choice of words. A young man with short, light gray hair and a bright smile stands confidently against a backdrop of a sunny courtyard. He declares, I was an ordinary little boy that grew up in the countryside of this nation. The scene shifts to show the same young man, now slightly older, his expression more serious. He continues, explaining that despite his humble beginnings, he was chosen as the nation's saint. And made a promise before arriving at this place. The young man's face is partially obscured, but his determined expression is visible. He reveals that his promise was to ensure the Holy Empire would reach the pinnacle of the continent. A scene depicting soldiers of the Holy Empire is shown, underscoring the weight of his vow. He declares this as a promise to the people of the land, emphasizing his commitment with a resounding, I promise. The young man, now looking upward with a determined gaze, reiterates his promise, to make the Holy Empire Gaia the strongest on the continent. A close-up shot focuses on the young man's confident smile and the ornate details of his white robe. The young man acknowledges that his bold claim might seem funny to some. He raises his hand, a burst of light emanating from it, emphasizing the power behind his words. However, his declaration is met with a skeptical gaze from a woman with long, dark blue hair, dressed in a nun's habit. Her intense stare suggests doubt and perhaps even a hint of threat. A young woman, her face alight with excitement, clasped her hands together, a joyful expression illuminating her features. She seemed to be in the midst of a crowd, though only her and a glimpse of another woman were visible. Meanwhile, a man with light brown hair stood nearby, his face etched with worry and concern. His eyes darted around, reflecting his apprehension. A regal figure, dressed in ornate white robes, addressed the crowd, his voice filled with confidence. He declared, as long as you believe in me and support me. He continued, his words resonating with power, I will also do my best in order to support all of you. As he spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from his hands. The light coalesced into a massive, fiery orb, resembling a meteor hurtling towards the ground. A gasp escaped the onlookers. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Rock. Is that a meteor? One person whispered, their voice filled with awe and disbelief. The narration box explained the phenomenon, a nine-circle magic that only grand magicians can use. The new saint is a grand magician. Ray, the reborn surgeon, watched the spectacle with a subtle smile playing on his lips. He seemed pleased, yet also slightly amused. He muttered, hooray. The golden light dissipated, leaving behind only the cheering crowd. Hooray. In a bustling fantasy town square, Ray, a young man with blonde hair and a bright smile, stood in the center of attention. Clad in pristine white robes adorned with golden embroidery, he was hailed as the saint. A hint of uncertainty flickered in his eyes as he mused, now, where do I go? A woman in dark robes approached him, her expression serious. She instructed him curtly, follow me right this way. As they walked, the woman added, also, if you could talk a little quieter next time. It was a little loud for the listeners. Ray responded incredulously, you're telling me this now? They arrived at a circular platform surrounded by white flowers, situated within a grand, ancient-looking temple. Ray questioned, is this it? The woman instructed him, yes, please lie down within the circle. She continued, explaining, once you feel that you're spiritually ready, you ask for an audience with God. Ray, looking slightly bewildered, muttered to himself, ask for an audience, you say? He hesitated, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. He thought, I don't even know what to say. He then called out, hello? Lord God? Can you hear me? A bright, ethereal glow emanated from Ray, a swirling vortex of light particles, causing him to exclaim in surprise. His eyes widened, reflecting the intense light. A wave of shock washed over him as he processed the sudden, inexplicable event. Ray, now fully awake, lay on the ground, a smile playing on his lips. He had fallen asleep. He shifted slightly, a grimace twisting his features. His back ached from sleeping on the hard ground for days. His thoughts turned to Euclid, his concern outweighing his discomfort. He wondered where she was and if she had been in the same position for days. He imagined her exhaustion. Despite his own discomfort, he decided to get up for her sake. He stood up, his movement catching Euclid's attention. She looked up at him. Euclid's question hung in the air, a silent query about the divine intervention he'd experienced. Ray, a young man with silver hair, stood amidst a flurry of rose petals. His eyes, though bright, held a hint of uncertainty. He mused to himself, realizing that his voice, in this new world, couldn't quite grasp his past memories. He smiled, a serene expression settling on his face, as if a weight had been lifted. A woman with dark purple hair and a stern expression addressed Ray. She commented on his impressive speed in completing a task, noting that even Lord Iriel had taken a full day to accomplish it. Ray responded with a humble, almost dismissive, really? The woman declared him a saint, a title Ray found amusing. He chuckled, downplaying his actions as insignificant. Ray hesitated, internally debating whether or not to reveal the truth of his abilities. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit corridor, two figures discussed the implications of Ray's emergence as a new saint. One of them suggested a change of plans, given the looming threat of the Holy Empire. They agreed that patience was key, waiting for the opportune moment to act. However, their plans hinged on a crucial event, the collapse of the Holy Empire. A gasp of surprise escaped someone unseen. The words, "He's done with the ritual already," hung in the air, echoing the disbelief. The unseen speaker continued, impressed, noting that the ceremony could now begin. Another voice, equally astonished, questioned if the ceremony was truly ready. Elsewhere, a young man, his voice tinged with uncertainty, asked his father if he had summoned him. His father, Marquis Nerald, a stern-faced man, responded that he trusted his son had already heard of the new saint and archmage capable of summoning meteors. The young man, his thoughts revealed, resolved to ensure they were on the good side. He saw this as their chance. Despite acknowledging that they had missed an opportunity with a previous saint, he remained determined. The young man and his father, standing together, discussed the potential benefits of gaining the new saint's favor. His father's eldest son, Birith, believed this would strengthen their family's influence over the Holy Empire. Marquis Nerald instructed Birith to befriend the new saint during the upcoming banquet, emphasizing the importance of treating him with respect, regardless of his true age, while cautioning against antagonizing him. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a fine burgundy suit, stood before a distinguished older gentleman in a brown suit and vest. He offered a quiet, respectful, "Yes, father." The younger man continued, reassuring his father that there was no need for worry. He dismissed the subject of his concern as merely a country bumpkin. His thoughts turned inward, a smirk played on his lips as he considered how best to play around with this newcomer. Elsewhere, within the opulent confines of a palace, two individuals discussed the recent ascension of a new saint. One of them expressed surprise upon learning that the new saint was, in fact, a commoner. The conversation continued, with one observing that the new saint's rise was remarkably swift and fortunate. The possibility of teaching him basic manners was then raised. A third person, observing the scene, reacted with a questioning "huh?" His attention was drawn to a revelation, the identity of the new saint. The blond young man from earlier was visibly agitated. He was shocked that the new saint, a person he knew, had attended a banquet, something he had never done before. Suddenly, an announcement was made, Zeke of the Trade Duchy had arrived. A young man with striking purple hair and intense golden eyes stands in a lavishly decorated room. He is addressed with a formal greeting, "Welcome, Zeke." Zeke, the young man with purple hair, exchanges words with a blond man holding a champagne flute. The blond man expresses surprise, stating that he didn't expect a member of the Trey family to be present. Zeke lets out a short, almost amused, "Ha." The blond man, whose name is revealed to be Birith, and a blonde woman in a pink dress engage in conversation. Birith explains that he didn't come to see Zeke, and the woman asks who Zeke is looking for. The blonde woman, Lady Sareth, and Zeke continue their conversation. Zeke inquires about the arrival of a saint, noting that they still haven't arrived. Lady Sareth replies that she hasn't met the saint either, suggesting they wait together for his arrival. Birith, smiling slyly, listens to their conversation. Birith confirms that the saint has not yet arrived. Zeke, observing Birith, silently curses him as a shameless bastard. Ray, a young man with short, white hair, dressed in a newly tailored, ornate red and gold outfit, examined his attire with a pleased expression. He murmured to himself that it was incredibly comfortable, feeling as though it had been custom-made to his exact measurements. A nearby servant confirmed his assessment, simply stating that it was precisely as he described. The servant, a woman with dark hair pulled back, explained that the outfit was made using Ray's measurements, ensuring a perfect fit. She expressed surprise at his ability to provide such accurate measurements without a physical examination. Ray responded that with enough practice, anyone could accurately estimate another's measurements. Ray beamed, pleased with himself. The servant commented that he was even more amazing than she initially thought. The servant then offered to escort Ray to the banquet hall. She politely requested that he follow her. Ray chuckled, noting her lack of surprise at his abilities, comparing her to a machine. The scene shifted to a grand banquet hall, showing a large staircase and several elegantly dressed people. In an opulent hall, a man and a woman engaged in polite conversation. The man, dressed in formal attire, remarked that the arrival of the saint was later than anticipated. The woman, elegantly gowned, agreed, suggesting that he likely required time to prepare. The woman then shifted the topic, inquiring about the events that transpired during the recent ritual. A young man, also formally dressed, responded that he had heard of the events but lacked specific details. He added that, from what he understood, the new saint had delivered a truly impressive speech. The young man dismissed the saint's speech, considering him merely a commoner. He then called for everyone's attention. Announcing the saint's arrival, the young man's words were met with a sigh of relief from the man and woman. The saint, radiating a divine light, made his grand entrance, accompanied by a maid. His appearance was striking, a stark contrast to the expectations of those present. The young man, along with the others, was visibly surprised by the saint's unexpected appearance. The saint's calm and confident demeanor further surprised the onlookers. It was quite different from what they had anticipated. The young man, overwhelmed by the saint's presence, could only utter that everything was perfect. The saint introduced himself as Birith, the eldest son of Marquis Harold, to which the young man responded with a polite greeting. A man, his fist clenched, reflects on someone, unable to find any fault with them. Sareth, from the family of Marquis Crelene, and Grayan, from the family of Count Grain, are introduced. They exchange pleasantries. Sareth worries that his plans will be ruined. Grayan, confirming that he used to be a commoner, resolves to gain the upper hand. Grayan reveals he is from a small village in the Tsilian kingdom. Sareth observes that this must be Grayan's first time attending such a banquet, as commoners are not usually allowed. Grayan's impressed expression is shown. Grayan confirms that it is his first time at a banquet, reiterating that commoners are not allowed. However, Grayan is no longer a commoner, so the rule does not apply to him. Grayan acknowledges that there are always people like Sareth. The narration boxes revealed an underlying tension. Those lacking power couldn't compete with the established order, yet they couldn't stand idly by. So they pretended nonchalance, attempting to insert themselves into the political machinations. A harsh judgment was delivered, such people were deemed worse than trash. The scene shifted. A new character, a man with silver hair, appeared, questioning the belief that status dictated worth. He dismissed the notion, stating it was simply common sense. The silver-haired man expressed his unfamiliarity with this lifestyle, making it difficult for him to grasp the ongoing conversation. The silver-haired man declared, "Here we go." A new character, a man with blonde hair, revealed that the silver-haired man was once a commoner, just like the others. The blonde-haired man's expression turned dark as he spoke. A golden light emanated from a mysterious object, its brilliance momentarily blinding. Ray, a young man with silver hair, watched with wide, startled eyes as the light intensified. A gasp escaped his lips. A surge of energy, a torrent of blue light, erupted from the object, engulfing Ray in its ethereal glow. The scene shifted, revealing Ray, now seemingly unharmed, standing amidst a lavishly decorated palace hall. A blonde man stood beside him, eyes wide with alarm, while a dark-haired man in ornate clothing watched from a distance, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The blonde man clutched a glowing crystal, its light pulsating with an inner energy. His face contorted in a grimace of pain as the crystal's power threatened to overwhelm him. A cry of anguish escaped the blonde man's lips as the crystal's power surged uncontrollably. Ray, however, managed to quell the outburst with a display of his own magical abilities. He looked relieved, but also slightly embarrassed. The dark-haired man approached, his expression a mixture of concern and reprimand. He questioned Ray's actions, emphasizing the danger of his actions. Ray apologized profusely, explaining that he had only just arrived and was still adjusting to his new surroundings and powers. He expressed deep shame for the incident. The dark-haired man, though still somewhat stern, offered a conciliatory apology for the abrupt and dangerous introduction to their world. A young man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in ornate brown and gold clothing, stood firm. His expression was one of controlled anger. He declared that he wouldn't allow the continued disrespect towards someone. He admitted that his actions were rude, but he couldn't help himself. A man with silver hair, dressed in elegant white and red robes, looked on in shock. He stammered, asking what was happening. Another man, this one with dark blue hair, approached. He asked the silver-haired man to allow him to speak as well. He then stated that the words spoken by the man with purple hair were blasphemy, and that he should be punished for overstepping his bounds and insulting the silver-haired man. The man with purple hair agreed, suggesting that Biritha's throat should be cut and his family punished accordingly. A blonde man, dressed in a brown jacket and yellow cravat, looked on, utterly bewildered. The silver-haired man, seemingly understanding the situation, stated that he would be right back. However, the purple-haired man immediately responded that there was no need. A woman with long brown hair and purple eyes watched the scene unfold from the second floor. She smirked, noting the situation. She then addressed the man beside her, who appeared distressed, with a single word, "You." The blonde man, seemingly overwhelmed, stammered incoherently. A blonde man, his face contorted in a furious grimace, was sent flying backward by an unseen force. His eyes widened in shock as he yelled, "Idiot!" He crashed to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips as he landed hard. Ah! The blonde man was then roughly grabbed by the scruff of his neck by another man. "You damn fool! What did I tell you? How dare you disrespect the saint?" The man holding him continued his tirade, his voice laced with contempt. "You're trash. Utter rubbish." Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched the scene unfold. One of them, a young woman, pleaded with the aggressor, "Father. Stop." Another whispered, "Should we stop him?" A man in a fine suit prostrated himself before another figure, his face etched with deep remorse. He offered his most sincere apologies to the person he addressed as my saint. His words revealed the reason for his contrition, his failure to properly educate his child, leading to the current situation. He pleaded for forgiveness for his son's rudeness. The son, equally distraught, echoed his father's apologies, his face contorted in a mixture of shame and fear. Meanwhile, another man, observing the scene, questioned the appropriateness of their actions in the presence of the saint. He offered to immediately take care of the situation. The saint, a young man with silver hair, calmly instructed everyone to stop and calm down. He then paused, contemplating how best to handle the situation. His gaze swept over the anxious faces of the father, son, and a priest, his expression unreadable. Turning to the father, the saint, now identified as a marquis, asked what he considered an appropriate punishment for the son's actions. The father, visibly shaken, stammered a response, his eyes welling up with tears. A close-up on the father's face showed his teeth gritted, a silent scream of anguish barely contained. A man, grief etched onto his features, whispered a name, "My son, Birith." He continued, his voice thick with emotion, "He lost his mother at a young age, and I felt sorry towards him for having failed as a father. A solemn vow formed in his heart, I swore to give him a life that's unlike mine." His silent prayer echoed in the hallowed space, a good life that lacks nothing. However, the promise that I made to myself weighed heavily on his conscience. Before a group of onlookers, he pleaded, "If you would bless us with the grace to forgive my son for his actions. As an apology and a sign of my regret, I will renounce my title and donate my fortune to the temple." A bystander questioned the decision, "Isn't this something that can be resolved by just punishing Birith? How can a parent not be at fault for the wrongdoings of their children?" Biritha's brother observed his father's sacrifice with a conflicted expression. To think he would renounce his title to protect his son. Only when the source of water is clear can fresh water flow. Birith, startled, responded, "Why yes. You called me?" A young man knelt before a towering figure, his head bowed low. His blonde hair fell over his face, partially obscuring his features. The imposing figure, dressed in regal attire, loomed over him, their expression unreadable. "Do you understand what you have done wrong?" the figure asked, their voice carrying an undercurrent of authority. The kneeling man stammered a response, I've dishonored your name with blasphemous talk." The regal figure considered this confession, their gaze unwavering. "That's not all," they stated, their tone sharp. "Your bigger sin is that you've made your father get on his knees." The regal figure paused, a thoughtful expression crossing their face. "I was thinking of punishing you," they mused, "but seeing your father's sincerity, and the love he has for his child, I've decided to let it pass." Their words hung in the air, a moment of stunned silence before the kneeling man whispered, "That means." The regal figure smiled slightly, their eyes twinkling. "That means that I forgive you." A nearby observer, a man with blonde hair, gasped in disbelief. Are you really letting it go like this, my saint?" The regal figure chuckled, a mischievous glint in their eyes. Is it a little too much if I just move on without doing anything?" They continued, "If you would just donate generously like you mentioned just now." The woman smiled, shaking her head slightly. "Such a light punishment for something as severe as blasphemy. I guess he handled it the way I thought he would, though." The scene opens on a grand estate at night. A young man with silver hair, dressed in elegant attire, stands before a large gate. He addresses someone unseen, his words laced with concern. He apologizes, calling the unseen person my saint, and asks if they are all right. He continues, stating that if given the word, he can immediately take care of the situation. A man with purple hair and a stern expression, wielding a sword, stands beside the silver-haired young man. The young man asks him to put the sword away, as it won't be needed. He then reflects internally that the purple-haired man has been following him for some time. The young man muses that the purple-haired man's presence felt so natural that he hadn't found it strange at all. The purple-haired man's expression shifts to one of alarm and anxiety. He asks for the young man's name. The purple-haired man exclaims in shock, seemingly realizing something significant. The silver-haired young man calmly states that he only wants to know the purple-haired man's name. The purple-haired man, now on the ground, reveals his identity, Treasia Zeke of the Trey Duchy. The silver-haired young man is surprised to hear Sia in his name, prompting him to ask what it means. He learns that Sia is a title held only by the three families that serve the saint and saintess. A symbol of loyalty was presented to the newly reborn Rei, a fact he only just now understood. The young man, with silver hair and a regal bearing, questioned the necessity of three families pledging their loyalty. He found one more than sufficient. A priest, with dark blue hair and intense red eyes, observed the scene with a serious expression. The priest explained that this tradition had been established since ancient times, urging the young man not to feel pressured, but to consider it God's will. Another priest, this one with purple hair, passionately insisted on being the sole family to serve the young man, promising their utmost dedication. The silver-haired man, showing a hint of exasperation, stated that he wouldn't force anyone to quit, urging them to avoid conflict. He then inquired about the absence of the third family, prompting an explanation. The remaining family was tasked with protecting the young man from unseen shadows lurking within the Holy Empire. The young man was informed that the identity of these shadows remained unknown, but their proximity to the saint was deemed necessary. Suddenly, the young man's attention was caught by something unexpected, leaving him surprised and questioning what had just happened. Rei, the reborn surgeon, now known as Rei in this fantasy world, focused intently. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural blue light, scanned his surroundings. A faint smile touched his lips as he confirmed their proximity. Now aware of his new magical abilities, Rei could sense the magical energy, or mana, of those nearby. He began to count the distinct signatures he perceived. 6 distinct magical signatures were clearly present. But then a 7th appeared, surprising him. Rei's jaw dropped in surprise as he realized there were 7 individuals nearby. He was clearly taken aback by this unexpected discovery. Meanwhile, Zeke, a man with purple hair, and a woman with dark hair, dressed in a nun's habit, stood together, seemingly unaware of Rei's discovery. The woman, whose name is implied to be Zeke's companion, turned to him, her expression questioning. Rei, observing from a distance, felt a sense of certainty. His intuition told him something was amiss. Hidden in the shadows, a figure watched Rei. Even from afar, the figure recognized Rei's potential, despite his youth. The scene opens in a grand, sunlit hall, the air thick with the quiet dignity of a place of worship. A voice, calm and measured, breaks the silence. Good morning. The camera focuses on a pair of elegant, dark-heeled boots, pausing on the ornate floor before. Slowly panning upwards to reveal a woman in a maid's uniform, her gaze fixed on a coat of arms depicting 2 crossed swords. The emblem is clearly significant to her. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A harsh command cuts through the quiet. Get up now. A man, his face contorted in anger, confronts the maid. He accuses her, his voice sharp with disappointment. You're a Bellacroix. If you can't even do this. He continues, his words laced with scorn. Do you really think you can carry the Bellacroix name? The maid, her eyes welling with tears, apologizes. I'm sorry, father. The father's voice booms, his words cutting like a whip. Those who are to serve the saint cannot be weak. Pick up the sword. He explains the rigid rules governing the saint's service. There has never been a case where 2 saints existed at the same time. Given that there's already a saintess, there wasn't supposed to be a saint in this generation. The maid, her face etched with frustration and despair, grips the sword tightly. She silently questions her fate. Must I suffer like this? A brilliant, sun-drenched sky filled the panel, a swirl of clouds suggesting a powerful, unseen force at play. The announcement of a new saint's selection echoed through the land. The image showed Euclid, a striking figure with intense red eyes, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, 2 other individuals, Iriel and a man with light brown hair, discussed the next stage of a ritual. The man questioned the significance of Iriel's role. Iriel explained that the more attractive person was tasked with guiding them to the ceremony. The man found this explanation difficult to comprehend. Euclid, addressing the newly chosen saint, identified as Rei, requested an explanation. Euclid clarified that, except for special occasions, only saints could enter the ritual location. This had nothing to do with appearance. Iriel and the man reacted to this revelation. The man found the situation humorous, while Iriel seemed amused. As they ventured outside, the man expressed his surprise at discovering a forest behind the castle. Iriel guided Rei through the forest. They neared their destination, and the man expressed surprise at their quick arrival. Rei, the reborn surgeon, found himself before a heavily guarded area. Holy knights stood vigilant, their presence hinting at something of great importance within. He observed the scene, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The need for such heavy security suggested a place of immense power or significance. A question mark forming in his mind as he pondered the implications. A woman's voice cut through his thoughts, her words confirming his suspicions. This was the entrance. A long staircase ascended before them, bathed in sunlight, leading towards a radiant, ethereal glow at its peak. The woman explained that to show respect, they must ascend the entire staircase without using any magic. Rei's skepticism was evident as he listened to the woman's instructions. He questioned the seriousness of this seemingly arbitrary rule. The woman, undeterred, explained that this part of the ceremony was designed to demonstrate respect for their god, requiring complete abstention from the use of mana. Her cheerful demeanor belied the gravity of her words, leaving Rei utterly bewildered. Rei's reaction was immediate and visceral. He found the request unreasonable and excessive. Rei, reborn in a fantasy world after a fatal car accident, found himself gazing at a breathtaking sunset over a landscape unlike any he'd ever seen. A gasp escaped his lips. As he struggled to his feet, his mind racing. He called out to Iriel, urging her to wait, pleading for a short rest. His exhaustion was evident. Iriel, however, was unsympathetic, teasingly suggesting he needed to build up his stamina. Ray, noticing some nearby guards, felt a flicker of hope. He thought that if he could use his mana, traversing the stairs ahead would be effortless. But Iriel quickly dismissed the idea. She explained that mana use was forbidden at the ritual site and that he would have to continue his journey alone from that point forward. Iriel reiterated the prohibition against using mana as she and Ray began their ascent of a long staircase. As they climbed, Iriel promised to meet Ray once he reached the top. A breathtaking sunset painted the sky in hues of purple and orange, as golden leaves danced on a gentle breeze. The air hummed with an almost imperceptible magic. Following a winding path, a young man with short, light blonde hair made his way up a long staircase. He appeared weary, yet determined. He muttered to himself, his words barely audible above the rustling leaves, "It shouldn't be much longer." He reached the top of the stairs, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as he whispered, "Finally." The young man, Ray, stood bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. He was clearly exhausted, but a sense of triumph shone in his eyes as he declared, "I'm here." He collapsed onto the ground, his body heavy with fatigue. He wondered aloud, what was I talking about just now? That took so long. Looking around, he noticed a small, cozy house nestled amongst the trees. He thought, at least there's a house here. That's nice. He had expected nothing more than an empty clearing, but this was a welcome surprise. He added, "I'm glad that's not the case." Approaching the house, Ray paused at the doorway, a question forming in his mind, "I just need to spend 1 week here, right?" Ray, the protagonist, found himself in an unfamiliar fantasy world. He reflected on his instructions from someone named Ariel, realizing he didn't fully understand his task despite being told to report for duty. A sudden realization washed over him. A grin spreading across his face as he came to a cheerful conclusion. He mused that this was essentially a vacation of sorts, deciding to make the most of his unexpected time off. Ray confidently declared that he would rest and recover, believing the week would pass quickly. However, unbeknownst to him at the time, significant trials awaited him in this new world. The harsh reality of his situation was yet to be revealed. Ray, seemingly oblivious to the challenges ahead, picked a fresh apple from a tree. He took a bite. But his enjoyment was short-lived. A look of disgust crossed his face as he revealed his distaste for the fruit. Ray, a young man with blonde hair, stood in a clearing, his expression one of frustration. He hurled a small, glowing orb, muttering, "This is just cruel." He continued his task, his face contorted in exertion. He explained to himself, "I made sure not to use mana, and did everything by hand." But it wasn't going as planned. He complained, "But it's not like they told me exactly what I'm supposed to do." He held up a large fish, clearly exasperated. "Isn't this much enough? What more do you want me to do?" Ray stared at a small fire, 2 fish cooking over the flames. He was clearly upset. They said 1 week. They said this would be over in a week. He ate the fish, his frustration growing. Then, why haven't I heard from anyone for the past month? Ray stood in the jungle, his anger boiling over. He shouted, "At least tell me something is going on. Did they think I came here to learn how to survive in the jungle? To hell with being a saint." His face showed a mixture of anger and confusion. A golden light enveloped Ray. He gasped, "Oh, wait. Is this?" The light intensified, and Ray grinned, "Are you finally answering me because I got angry?" A surge of golden energy erupted from Ray, the reborn surgeon, as he stood amidst a lush forest. His body glowed with an otherworldly light, the air around him shimmering with magical power. He felt a powerful force coursing through his veins, a sensation both exhilarating and terrifying. The intensity of the energy growing exponentially, his body straining under the immense pressure. Until finally, with a triumphant cry, he felt it, the holy power he'd been waiting for. Ray stood tall, his body radiating a soft, golden aura. He felt invigorated, empowered, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. But as quickly as it had arrived, the feeling began to fade, a wave of unease washed over him as he realized something was wrong. The holy power, it was gone. Panic seized him, what was he supposed to do now? He tried to dismiss it as a joke, a momentary surge of energy, but another wave of power, even more intense than before, erupted from him. Multiple golden blades materialized around him, spinning wildly. Ray's eyes widened in alarm, what was happening? A pillar of golden light appeared before him, and he felt an irresistible pull towards it. Was this the answer? The culmination of his newfound abilities? A surge of energy erupted from Ray, a young man with short, gray hair, as golden light streamed from his outstretched hands. He stood in a clearing, surrounded by lush green foliage. A look of confusion etched across his features. He questioned what was happening, wondering if some divine entity was playing a cruel game with him. The scene shifted, revealing a bright, sunny sky above a quaint village. A sense of peace permeated the air. Then a brilliant, golden light descended from above, bathing the area in its radiant glow. The light intensified, creating a blinding spectacle. Ray's face was partially visible, his expression one of frustration and disappointment. He muttered to himself about the wasted effort of a month's work, yielding no holy power. He commanded the power to stop, frustrated by its immediate dissipation from his body as he walked away. The golden energy trailing behind him like a shimmering tail. He felt the surrounding air improving, making the lack of holy power even more irritating. Ray expressed his profound disappointment, questioning who would help him now. He was deeply let down. Iriel, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes, stood in a state of distress. Her mouth hung open in a silent gasp, her expression a mixture of shock and alarm. The word Iriel burst from a speech bubble, emphasizing her urgent state. A man with short, white hair and a worried expression appeared, clutching a pair of chopsticks. He observed Iriel, a hint of concern in his eyes. He muttered to himself, reflecting on the unusual encounter. It was the first person he'd seen in a month, and the fact that it was Iriel made him feel truly touched. He wondered how she knew he'd be there that day. The scene shifted to Iriel's perspective. A bright, almost blinding light filled her vision, indicating a powerful magical surge. Confused, Iriel asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" The man with white hair explained that he couldn't use holy power or mana. Iriel suggested he try using mana now that the ritual was over. Iriel questioned his attire, noting the strange clothing. She explained that she sensed a strong holy power and rushed to the location. A surge of green energy emanated from Iriel as she focused her attention on her own body. The man with white hair watched with a look of curiosity and concern. She realized she could still use mana. The man expressed relief at this discovery. Iriel explained that she could use the mana in the air, but not holy power, leaving the man pondering the reason for this limitation. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a simple green dress, grinned mischievously. She declared that if anyone spoke unnecessarily, she would teach them a lesson with magic. She mused that perhaps the pleasant air and its sweet scent were due to the holy power emanating from the man with short, gray hair standing beside her. He seemed to be slightly uncomfortable. The man, questioning the woman's comment about the pleasant scent, received a response that it was a warm scent that made one want to be near her. The man, now with a slightly worried expression, decided to keep his distance until he could control this holy power. Two individuals, a man and a woman, both with dark hair, approached, announcing that they had come to congratulate him on completing the ritual. The gray-haired man greeted them, identifying them as Euclid and Zeke. He thanked them for coming. Euclid and Zeke replied that they came as soon as they heard. The gray-haired man politely declined, offering to carry it himself and asking if there was anything else he could do. Zeke and Euclid looked at the gray-haired man with a mixture of awe and concern. Ray, in his new life as a fantasy world inhabitant, found himself surrounded by people who seemed strangely wary of him. He desperately cried out, wanting to return to his old life, his words laced with panic. As he questioned why they were following him, one of his pursuers explained that, as members of the three families, they were sworn to serve him at any time. Ray found this suspicious. And the scene shifted to a nighttime view of a grand castle. He mused that there was no end to the strange occurrences in this new world. Later, inside a room filled with books, Ray decided that this was a good place to start. He reflected on a promise he made when he became a saint. A promise to make the Holy Empire the greatest. Now officially a saint, Ray began to plan his first step towards fulfilling that promise, to learn everything about the Holy Empire, from its history and climate to its commerce and industries since its founding. To understand all of this, he knew he needed to introduce a new system. The scene opens on a majestic palace, bathed in the warm glow of a bright sun. This is the Holy Empire. Ray, the reborn surgeon, now finds himself addressing a gathering of nobles. Under the bright sun, the assembled nobles voiced their criticisms of the Holy Empire's inefficiencies. Ray, unfazed, calmly proposed adjustments to the agriculture, commerce, and trading industries. Among his suggestions was the implementation of the Milpa solar system for agricultural improvements. This system, a traditional agricultural method from Mexico, considers environmental factors when selecting crops. A vibrant image of a thriving milpa field filled the room, illustrating the potential of Ray's proposal. As the nobles reacted with overwhelming approval, Ray's suggestion was adopted, marking his first success in the Holy Empire. However, a note of caution emerged. As Count Grain expressed concern over a specific detail in Ray's plan. Count Grain questioned Ray's proposal to utilize priests as mercenaries. A high-ranking official, distinguished by his sharp features and blonde hair, posed a question to his companion. His concern was evident in his tone. Are you suggesting we send our priests into battle? The other official, dressed in a simple green coat, calmly replied, yes, that's correct. A grave expression fell upon the blonde official's face as he continued, if that's the case, the resulting death of priests will lead to the fall of our nation. On top of that, the number of people aiming to become priests will decrease as well. A younger man with silver hair, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, offered a solution. He confidently stated, of course, the priests will be stationed at the rear of the battle. He continued, explaining his strategy, as long as those injured on the front lines are brought to the priests. The blonde official, however, remained unconvinced. He countered, even if that's the case, it's still a battlefield. The older official agreed, adding, he's right. If they were to be attacked from the flank. I'm well aware. The battlefield is not a safe place. It would be ideal for all priests to return home safely after participating in battle. The silver-haired man responded, I'm not forcing them to join the battlefield without a clear plan. With the paladins accompanying them, we should be able to secure the safety of the priests. A man, his face partially obscured, hesitated, trailing off mid-sentence. He mumbled something about a complication, explaining that utilizing priests as mercenaries was simply another strategic option. Even if they ended up not needing them, having the option would prove useful. The scene shifted to a priest, his face mostly hidden, walking through a forest. He reflected on the value of witnessing the battlefield's harsh realities firsthand, concluding that this experience would be invaluable for the priest's development. Back in the initial setting, a conversation continued. One man questioned the practicality of using priests as mercenaries, wondering about alternative options if money and honor weren't the primary concerns. But the other man countered, stating that the money and honor were merely bonuses, the true objective was securing support from other nations. He emphasized that the request for support from other nations was the primary goal. The man with silver hair considered this new information, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. Support from other nations. He continued his internal monologue, reasoning that from the perspective of nations needing the Holy Empire's aid, they wouldn't dare do anything to endanger the Empire. And since they were only borrowing forces, compensation could be requested in case of casualties. A man with a weary expression and a scar above his eyebrow sits pensively. He muses that while concentrating their forces would allow them to take more decisive action, it would also be incredibly dangerous. A woman's elegant white boot is shown, followed by a suggestion to use the lives of their priests as a guarantee. A young man with gray hair agrees with the idea. A young woman with brown hair, wearing a simple white dress, expresses her agreement, stating that even she finds the saint's ideas to be excellent. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a grand building. Despite the merit of the plan, a concern is raised about potential backlash against the idea of mercenary priests. The gray-haired young man inquires about securing the favor of the nobles. The brown-haired woman confidently assures him that it's easily done, she can help. The brown-haired woman explains that winning over the nobles isn't necessary, they can simply overcome any opposition. She confidently asserts that they can overcome any opposition. The woman, radiating confidence, laughs and states that all she needs is for the greatest beauty of the holy nation to help her. The gray-haired young man observes, impressed, commenting on the extraordinary influence of the woman, whose name is Iriel. A man with silver hair and a shrewd expression stated that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that all the central nobles were Iriel's supporters. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and intense purple eyes countered that if Iriel were to support him in this situation, it would be difficult for anyone to object. The silver-haired man, despite acknowledging the cheesiness of the plan, internally mused that this was the easiest way, and he had no other choice. He announced to the assembled crowd that it seemed they were done here and invited anyone with ideas on improving the Holy Empire to share them at their leisure. A bystander whispered that they thought his ideas were pretty good. Another person in the audience agreed with the saint's ideas. The Holy Empire slowly completed things as planned. After receiving positive opinions from the priests themselves, they were utilized. The Holy Empire's mercenary priests, renowned for their healing abilities, had become highly sought after by many nations. This influx of requests resulted in a substantial increase in the empire's funds. This financial boon allowed for significant reinvestment in agriculture and commerce, leading to the empire's overall growth. A sigh of relief escaped someone. A young man with silver hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt, contemplated the next steps. To ensure the empire's continued prosperity, he knew he needed to find knowledgeable personnel for each sector. He acknowledged the difficulty of such a task. He decided to take his time to carefully consider his options. The scene shifted to a grand library, filled with towering bookshelves and a quiet, scholarly atmosphere. A librarian, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair styled in a braid, stood behind the counter, surprised. The librarian gasped, exclaiming in surprise at the return of Lord Clay. Lord Clay, a woman with gray hair, confirmed his return after a 3-month absence. She confirmed the time frame, noting that it had indeed been 3 months. Lord Clay commented on the unusual number of people in the library, noting that it was far busier than usual. A jovial-looking priest, his face beaming, addressed another individual, unseen except for a shoulder and part of their face. Well, the saint has been visiting the library for the past couple of days. The subject of their conversation, a young man with silver hair and glasses, sat engrossed in a book, surrounded by roses. He seemed completely absorbed in his reading. The priest continued, a knowing smile playing on his lips. They've all fallen for that face of his, is that right? The silver-haired man looked up, startled, as a hand reached for the book he was reading. A woman with long, light brown hair and glasses appeared, leaning over a stack of papers. Yes, is there a problem? The priest's internal monologue revealed his surprise. Who's this? And why is she? Are these books all regarding medicine? The woman, addressing the silver-haired man, asked, were you reading up on these? He replied, yes, do you need something? She responded, if you've read all of them, I'm sure you understand most of it. The woman continued, a sly smile on her face. Then, can you tell me how you should treat a cut from a rusted sword? Ray, a young man with short, silvery hair, is shown in profile, his expression thoughtful as he considers something. A voice suggests a method for treating poisoning, preventing symptoms using holy cure and then healing. Ray, still in the grand library, firmly rejects this approach. An older man with spectacles and a sly smile offers an alternative, cutting around the poisoned flesh. Ray questions this unconventional method, asking why one would cut around the affected area. The older man explains that while a rusted sword cut is similar to poisoning, it's not exactly the same. Ray, his expression one of slight amusement, listens intently. The older man clarifies that it's not the cut itself that causes poisoning from a rusted sword, but the infection of the wound and surrounding cells. He concludes that a simple holy cure and heal won't suffice for a perfect recovery in such cases. Ray agrees, suggesting it would be better to cut around the affected region and then use holy cure and heal on the remaining healthy tissue. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself in a fantasy world, his medical knowledge now challenged by the unfamiliar magic system. He questioned a woman with gray hair and dark eyes about the nature of certain cells, a concept seemingly foreign to this new reality. Realizing with a jolt that the very term cell was absent from this world's lexicon. The woman, seemingly unfazed by this revelation, explained that the cells in question could not be healed by conventional holy magic, prompting Ray to question the barbarity of surgically removing the affected area. She countered that while brutal, it was the most effective method. Ray conceded that as long as the patient was cured, the method was secondary. The woman, however, clarified that this wasn't quite what she meant. But Ray insisted he understood her perfectly. The woman, whose name was Clay, invited Ray to her library, suggesting a more in-depth conversation would be more fruitful there. Before departing, she apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Clay revealed that she managed the high-ranking priests. A woman with striking green hair, sharp features, and spectacles, a sly smile playing on her lips, uttered a single word, Clay. A young man with short, silvery hair, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, pondered aloud, Clay, that manages Clay's priests. Is this person Chief Priest Clay? The scene opens on a grand palace, its imposing facade hinting at the wealth and power within. Before it stands a young man with silver hair, his expression calm yet observant. He is addressed by a woman with long gray hair, her words suggesting this is their first formal meeting, though she claims to have heard many stories about him. The woman, her eyes gleaming with an almost unsettling intensity, offers to answer any questions he might have about medicine. However, she immediately follows this with a skeptical observation, questioning why someone of his apparent status, a saint, would pursue such an inefficient field of study. The young man, seemingly unfazed, simply hums in response, his gaze falling upon a stack of books. He points out the inconsistency in her statement, reminding her that she herself had previously deemed medicine inefficient. The woman, caught off guard, hesitates before responding. She reveals that her interest in medicine stems from a desire to find a cure for a personal ailment, a condition she seems to have been born with. The young man, intrigued, presses further, asking if it's a congenital condition. The woman's expression shifts subtly as she observes his lack of surprise at her revelation. A young woman with long, gray hair and a serious expression sits in a dimly lit room. She confirms, yes, it has been like this since birth. A man with short, light brown hair approaches her, concern etched on his face. He asks if she is experiencing any pain and if she can see out of her eye. She replies that she feels no pain but can barely see anything. The man, his curiosity piqued, asks if he can take a closer look at her eye. The woman, in a well-stocked library, grants him permission to examine her eye. A close-up of the woman's eye reveals a clouded lens. She diagnoses herself, stating, oh, this is cataracts. The man, though unsure, notes that she seems to see better at night. He questions how this is possible. The woman confirms that she does see a little better in the evenings, further solidifying the diagnosis of cataracts. The man proposes to explain cataracts to her, starting with a diagram of the human eye. He begins his explanation, pointing out the pupil and lens of the eye. He explains how the lens focuses light, allowing us to see clearly. He then points out that in her case, the lens is cloudy, causing her impaired vision. Ray, a young man with ash-gray hair, furrowed his brow in concentration. He muttered to himself, questioning if something was amiss. He pondered aloud whether his inability to heal himself was due to a disease, suggesting that if it were, his healing magic should work. The scene shifted to a well-lit room, suggesting a library or study. Ray continued his internal questioning, wondering why his holy magic wasn't working. A man with short, light gray hair, explained that holy magic targets and heals irregularities in the body. The man continued, proposing that Ray's condition might not be recognized by his body as an irregularity, thus preventing his magic from working. Ray, still questioning, considered whether his blindness was irregular enough to be detected by his magic. He then clarified that his blindness was only from the perspective of others. The man suggested that to cure his cataracts, Ray would need to clear his clouded lens. Ray, in response, questioned how this could be done. The man responded that they would need to carve into the lens. Ray reacted with horror at the suggestion of carving into his eye. The man reassured him that it was only part of the treatment process, explaining that they would first remove the clouded lens. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, contemplated a medical procedure. He muttered to himself, resolving to find a substitute for the missing lens. Although he acknowledged the difficulty of proceeding without the proper tools, carving out a lens without the proper equipment seemed a daunting task. His internal monologue continued, questioning the feasibility of his plan. He realized that artificial lenses were non-existent in this new world. And even if he could remove the cataracts, vision restoration would be impossible without a replacement lens. He was deep in thought, a hand to his chin, as a woman with long gray hair and glasses observed him. The woman, seemingly unconcerned, expressed confidence in his abilities. She stated that he would surely find a solution soon. Ray, however, felt a surge of self-doubt. He questioned his own skills, wondering if he was truly incapable of fixing this problem, even in a world with different medical technology. His eyes widened in disbelief. Ray's expression shifted to determination. He declared his intention to fix the woman's eye, a renewed confidence evident in his posture. The woman, amused by his resolve, smiled knowingly. The woman burst into laughter, finding Ray's confidence amusing. She exclaimed that he was truly funny. Despite her amusement, she gave him permission to proceed. A figure, their back to the viewer, gestures towards something unseen. They speak, their voice calm yet firm. Follow me, there's a place I want to show you. The figure leads the way into a large, well-stocked laboratory. Shelves overflow with alchemical ingredients, glass vials, and various scientific instruments. The room is bathed in a warm, golden light, suggesting a well-maintained and frequently used space. And the figure stops, turning to face the viewer. They indicate the room with a gesture, stating simply, "This is my lab. Although this is a lab that the Holy Empire created for me to study medicine in." They add, with a warm smile, "Feel free to use it whenever you want." The figure, now identified as Ray, explains their reasoning. "Yeah, I was getting lonely here anyways, this is the least I can do for someone else in the field." Ray beams, a genuine smile lighting up his face. His expression is one of sincere happiness and contentment. A large, imposing estate is shown. The narration box states, and with that, Ray started researching in Eclay's estate. 1 month later, Ray is shown examining various vials and containers in his new lab. He mutters to himself, "Let's see." A gloved hand delicately held a test tube containing a vibrant green liquid. The text in the speech bubble confirmed that the liquid was Troll's blood, and that upon contact with air, it would quickly solidify. Ray, a young man with short, light gray hair, poured some of the Troll blood onto a surface. It began to change consistency, becoming malleable. The liquid quickly hardened into a jelly-like substance. Ray mused that different monsters' blood would have different properties, suggesting a path for further research and progress. Ray and a woman with shoulder-length brown hair discussed the challenges of mixing different species' blood, noting the usual incompatibility. The woman, however, mentioned an exception: orc blood, due to its adaptability, could be mixed with other types of blood. She explained that orcs' high adaptability allowed their blood to be compatible with other blood types. Ray, intrigued by this information, wondered if there was a way to verify this unique characteristic of orc blood. The scene shifts to an idyllic landscape, showing a castle in the distance. A sprawling castle, majestic and imposing, stood in the distance, its white stone walls gleaming under the golden light of the setting sun. The scene was framed by lush green trees, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. A sigh of relief escaped the lips of the figure hidden amongst the foliage. A young man with short, silvery white hair knelt on the forest floor, carefully arranging the contents of a worn leather satchel. He seemed relieved, a sense of accomplishment settling over him as he finished his task. He stood, adjusting his bag, satisfied with his preparations. Then, a flicker of something in the periphery caught his attention. An orc and a troll lay unconscious on the forest floor, their bodies still and lifeless. The young man approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the scene for any signs of danger. Wondering if they had been fighting. He noticed the orc was badly injured, blood staining its rough hide. His gaze shifted to a nearby boar-like creature, also injured and bleeding profusely. He approached it hesitantly, questioning whether it was still alive and concerned about the possibility of shock due to blood loss. The creature's injuries were extensive, suggesting a fight against a much larger opponent. He pondered the situation, observing the orc's body. The young man seemed to be considering something. A sudden realization dawning on him. A new character, a person with long, gray hair and piercing eyes, appeared in a separate panel, explaining that orcs have a high adaptability to different blood types. The young man, now with a determined look on his face, decided to use this opportunity to test a new technique, resolving to save the injured boar. A large, boar-like creature lay on the ground, its heavy breathing audible even from a distance. Its eyes were closed, and a deep exhaustion seemed to permeate its very being. A deep gash marred its side, a stark reminder of a recent struggle. A pained grunt escaped its lips, a testament to its suffering. A young man with short, light-colored hair knelt beside it, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. He carefully tended to the creature's wound, his movements precise and efficient. The boar stirred slightly, its eyelids fluttering open. A voice, soft and surprised, broke the silence. "Ha, you're already awake?" the young man asked, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. The boar, however, reacted with a startled cry. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the boar's body, causing the young man to stumble back in surprise. He reacted instantly, his hand outstretched. The young man's calm demeanor belied the intensity of his actions. He worked quickly, his movements precise and controlled as he channeled the energy. "Calm down, I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to save you," he reassured the boar, his voice gentle but firm. He explained his actions. He was clearly in a hurry, his movements swift and precise as he worked to stabilize the boar's condition. "Since I was in a hurry, I'm not done treating you." The boar, now recovering, noticed something peculiar. "Huh, what's this? Blood. But why is it clear?" Ray, the reborn surgeon, stared at his hand, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. A previously muddled vision began to clear. And a triumphant grin spread across his features. With newfound clarity, he realized he could finally do it. Ray, a young man with silver hair, arrived at a clearing in a sun-dappled forest. He thought this was the place Clay had told him to go to. A place where he could continue his research. He recalled that when he transfused troll blood into an orc, the blood became clear and malleable enough to use. He mused on the unexpected results of mixing the blood of two species. This discovery led him to believe that with enough research, he could create an artificial lens to cure Clay's cataracts. For now, however, he needed to gather more troll and orc blood. He wondered where he should go to research these creatures. His gaze fell upon a nearby apothecary's workbench. And he posed his question to the apothecary, a woman with long gray hair and spectacles. The apothecary informed him of a small, abandoned village called Jihil near the outer wall of the castle, where both trolls and orcs were known to frequent. Ray set off towards this location. Ray, a young man with silver hair, walked through the deserted streets of Jihil. He reflected on the town's dilapidated state, a stark contrast to its former glory, silently questioning the accuracy of the rumors he'd heard. His initial skepticism gave way to a dawning realization: the rumors weren't exaggerated. Jihil was truly abandoned. Until he spotted two children huddled together in a desolate corner of the town. Ray's gaze fell upon the children, a boy and a girl, their faces etched with worry. He wondered if they, too, had been abandoned. The boy, visibly distressed, looked up, his eyes wide with apprehension. As Ray approached, offering them some food. "Would you like to eat this?" he asked gently. Ray held out a small package of food, a reassuring smile on his face. He hoped this small act of kindness would help. The boy eyed the food cautiously, his suspicion evident. He asked if it was poisoned. Ray reassured him, "It's okay to take it. I swear it hasn't been poisoned or anything." Ray watched as the children hesitantly accepted the food, a sense of relief washing over him. This was the only way he could help them, at least for now. A man in a light blue shirt carefully held a worn leather briefcase. He seemed to be deep in thought, his expression unreadable. The only sound was the quiet rustle of papers within the case, as he murmured to himself that the only way to help was to provide food and sustenance. He then turned to two young children, a boy and a girl, huddled together in what appeared to be a dimly lit alleyway. He instructed them to take something from him. He offered the girl a piece of what looked like dried meat. The boy watched with wide, anxious eyes as she hesitantly accepted and ate it. Next, he produced a small pouch from his briefcase. As he opened it, a glittering cascade of gold coins spilled out, catching the light with a dazzling shimmer. Turning back to the children, he told them to take the coins and go to Salonia. He assured them that it would be enough to find shelter and food. The boy, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and confusion, questioned why the man was helping them, strangers. The man simply replied that there was no reason, a carefree smile on his face. The boy, still bewildered, could only utter a confused ah, unable to comprehend the man's generosity. The man, now alone, walked away, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A lone figure could be seen in the background, seemingly observing him from afar. He reflected on the recent events, noting that trouble had struck so soon after he left the capital. He realized that the current laws wouldn't be of help, and he would need to investigate further. A sweeping vista of a nighttime city unfolds beneath a star-studded sky. A lone figure, silhouetted against the cityscape, utters a determined vow: "One day, I'll bring glory back to this place." Their ambition extends beyond mere restoration, they aim to forge a better future. The words echo their resolve, in order to create the best version of the Holy Empire. The scene shifts dramatically to a sun-drenched mountain range, lush greenery carpeting the slopes. A sense of tranquility hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous scene. The camera focuses on a dark cave mouth, partially obscured by foliage. The air crackles with an unseen energy. A young man with short, silvery hair and a thoughtful expression approaches the cave cautiously. He carries a satchel over his shoulder. He hesitates, a question forming in his mind: is this a troll's cave? His face reflects a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He whispers a silent prayer, hoping to avoid unwanted attention. "Gotta be careful, so I don't wake them up." Inside the cave, two large, muscular figures lie asleep. Their heavy breathing is barely audible. The young man peers into the darkness, his gaze fixed on the sleeping trolls. He proceeds with extreme caution. In a dimly lit room, a hand carefully holds a syringe, its needle poised. A mumbled apology escapes the unseen figure: "I'm sorry for barging in here like this." The owner of the hand is revealed, a young man with short, silvery hair, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He holds the syringe with an air of practiced ease. He explains his intentions, a hint of playful mischief in his tone: "I'm just going to borrow some blood." The scene shifts to a sunny clearing, several tents pitched amidst a verdant landscape. Mountains rise in the distance. Two pig-like humanoids stand together, expressions of confusion etched on their faces. Question marks float above their heads. The young man from the previous scene approaches them, a friendly wave in his hand. He states his purpose: "I'm here to ask for a favor." The pig-like creatures react with a guttural growl: "Krrrrrr." Their anger erupts as they charge towards him, a furious aah echoing through the clearing. The young man watches them approach with an amused expression. He asks, "You have no intention of listening to me?" Suddenly, a chain appears, wrapping around the charging pig-like creatures. A shout rings out: "Hold!" Ray, a young man with short, white hair, looked down at a boar-headed creature bound in chains. He asked if the creature remembered him, reminding it that he had saved its life when it was dying. He then explained that he needed to ask a favor, intending to pay the creature back for its work and requesting its help. A wide shot revealed a medieval-style town, nestled within sturdy stone walls, windmills turning lazily in the distance. The camera focused on a section of the town's imposing walls, showing a large, ornate gate. Ray, now walking through the town, explained that thanks to the orcs, he had successfully tested something. He planned to head back and organize his findings. A close-up showed a pair of worn leather boots walking on a stone path. As Ray approached a young girl with short, reddish-brown hair. The girl, surprised, asked who he was and what was wrong. Her expression shifted to concern as she inquired about a possible incident nearby. Suddenly, a young man with green hair appeared, collapsing dramatically onto the ground. A burly man with blonde hair and a scarred face, wielding a large wooden club, sneered. He addressed someone unseen, his words dripping with smugness. Why hadn't they simply given him what he wanted when asked nicely? The man's attention shifted to someone else, a figure partially obscured from view. He held out a small pouch, seemingly containing money, and curtly demanded its return. The partially visible figure, a young man with short, dark hair, reacted with outrage. His mouth agape, he shouted a demand for the return of his money. The scene shifted, showing the young man on the ground, clearly distressed. Two other men, one bald, stood over him, their expressions menacing. One of them voiced his anger at the young man's audacity. The blonde man's rage intensified. He roared, his face contorted in fury, threatening the young man for daring to talk back. A blur of motion suggested a swift attack. Suddenly, a young man with short, silver hair appeared, interrupting the attack. He questioned the blonde man's actions. The blonde man, momentarily stunned, demanded to know the silver-haired young man's identity. The silver-haired young man was struck by the blonde man's club. The impact was clearly shown. A close-up on the silver-haired young man's face showed a flicker of surprise and perhaps something else, as he wondered about the attacker's actions. A hand, calloused and strong, clutched a small pouch of coins. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Did he steal the money? A gruff voice cut through the silence. It was a comment on the protagonist's attire, suggesting a wealthier background than his current surroundings. Ray, the protagonist, stood his ground, a calm yet wary expression on his face. He carried a messenger bag and was dressed in simple, yet clean clothing. He was alone, and the two men before him were clearly hostile. The larger of the two men sneered, his words a clear threat. He suggested that Ray's current location was not safe for a lone traveler. The man barked an order to his companion, initiating an attack. Ray reacted instantly, turning to face his attacker. Delivering a swift, powerful punch that sent the man sprawling to the ground, leaving him stunned and speechless. The sheer unexpected power of the blow was evident in his shocked expression. Ray's expression turned serious, a hint of grim determination in his eyes. He was assessing the situation, aware that this was far from over. His confidence was tested as more assailants appeared, armed and ready for a fight. Ray, the reborn surgeon, stood amidst the aftermath of a chaotic event, several figures lying unconscious on the ground before him. He let out a shaky breath, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. A young man with green hair knelt beside a young woman with auburn hair, cradling her gently. A man with silver hair and a calm expression watched from a distance, his concern evident. He asked if the young woman was all right. The silver-haired man, his face etched with a gentle sorrow, apologized for the incident. He then offered to take them both to a safe place. The scene opens on a sun-drenched, idyllic town square. A nun, her face etched with disapproval, firmly refuses a request, explaining that this is a holy place reserved exclusively for previous saints and their staff. Another nun, echoing the first sentiment, reinforces the rule, stating that children of unknown origin cannot reside there. A young boy and girl, the subjects of the discussion, look on anxiously. A young man with silver hair, Ray, arrives on the scene. He listens to the nun's explanation with a thoughtful expression, revealing to himself that he was unaware of such a strict rule. Ray assures the children not to worry, confidently stating that he can find them another place to stay if necessary. Ray then reveals a charming house, newly purchased, as their new home. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself in a quaint fantasy town, its charming architecture a stark contrast to his previous life. He was approached by a group of children, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He paused, realizing he hadn't even learned their names yet. A young boy, a girl, and a woman in a maid's uniform stood before him, their expressions expectant. The children revealed a surprising truth: they didn't have names. Ray, taken aback, expressed his astonishment, prompting him to consider giving them names himself. He pondered the significance of a name, a good name. And then, inspired by a Christmas tree he saw nearby, he suggested Mary for the girl and Chris for the boy. Ray explained that these were names with significant meanings in his homeland. The children, Mary and Chris, looked at each other, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and wonder. Mary seemed hesitant, unsure if she liked the name. She tried to explain her reservations, but struggled to articulate her feelings. She couldn't quite explain why she felt uneasy about the name. Chris, however, was overcome with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes as he expressed his overwhelming gratitude for receiving a name. Jin Yusung, a brilliant surgeon renowned for his life-saving skills, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had been reborn into a fantasy world, his past life a distant memory now. Now known as Ray, he knelt before a stern-looking maid and two young children, a sense of responsibility settling upon him. A grand castle loomed in the distance, a symbol of his new reality. Ray's hands moved with practiced precision, a faint blue glow emanating from a small, delicate tool. A surge of energy pulsed from the tool, a vibrant blue light illuminating the scene. Clay, a concerned individual, questioned Ray's continued work on a mysterious project. Ray, focused on his task, reassured Clay that he was working tirelessly for him. With a final burst of energy, Ray completed his creation, announcing, "It's done." Clay, however, seemed less than thrilled, questioning Ray's persistent focus on repairing his eye. In a dimly lit apothecary, two figures stood in conversation. One, a man with long, silver hair, dressed in dark clothing, looked skeptical, questioning the other with a raised eyebrow and a simple, "Really?" The other, a younger man with short, light gray hair and goggles perched atop his head, grinned confidently. He declared that he had finally found a way to help his companion. He then presented a small vial containing a clear liquid, explaining that it held the ingredients to fix his companion's eye. The older man, his expression a mixture of surprise and doubt, questioned if this was truly going to fix his eye. He then inquired about the nature of the liquid and its origin. The younger man revealed that the liquid was Troll's blood, remarkably clear in its appearance. He explained that he had mixed it with orc blood, clarifying that the process resulted in the blood becoming clear. This was due to the orc's unique ability to adapt to foreign substances, making the resulting mixture malleable enough for manipulation. Therefore, by transfusing Troll blood into an orc, they could produce clear blood suitable for use. The older man, finally understanding, asked if this meant the younger man could use the mixture to fix his eye. Ray, a young man with short, white hair and goggles perched atop his head, addressed the older, gray-haired man before him. His expression was one of earnest appeal as he stated that he needed the other man's trust. A request met with understandable skepticism. The older man questioned the necessity of placing his trust in Ray, his doubt palpable. Ray, however, remained undeterred. He explained that a procedure was required, involving a glowing orb that would be placed directly onto the older man's eye. The older man's reaction was immediate and sharp. He exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the sanity of placing a blob of blood in his eye, especially considering the initial mention of cataract removal. Ray calmly explained the technicalities of the procedure, clarifying that they would be removing the affected portions of the lens and replacing them with the glowing orb. Observing the older man, Ray mused that this procedure was unlike anything he'd ever encountered before, a testament to the unique challenges of this fantasy world. Ray's expression turned serious as he prepared for the next step. Ray bowed deeply before the older man, a gesture of respect and deference. The older man, however, was taken aback by this unexpected show of respect, questioning Ray's actions and the implications of a saint bowing their head. The older man's surprise quickly turned to alarm as Ray's actions seemed to escalate the situation further. He understood why she would be hesitant to trust him. It sounded crazy, and it shouldn't even be possible. That's why he asked for her trust just this once. He would take responsibility for her eye and do his best to fix it. She paused, considering his words. She could feel the sincerity in each word he uttered. His determination to fix her eye, and his pure intentions. She still thought it was crazy. But she agreed to try. She had no use for the eye anyway, and if there was even a sliver of hope, she would take it. He began the procedure, cleansing the area around her eye. With a wave of magical energy, he prepared to use mana to keep her eyelids open. In a brightly lit operating room, Baek Yusung, a surgeon with piercing blue eyes, is shown mid-procedure. His hands, glowing with a faint blue energy, move with practiced precision. He explains his surgical plan. After making an incision in the lens, I'll break apart the affected area. Then, after removing the entire affected area, I'll just insert the artificial lens in its place. The image focuses on the eye, highlighting the precision of the procedure. Yusung continues his internal monologue, although the procedure itself isn't that hard. Given that there aren't any types of modern equipment to assist me, it's hard to be precise. I have to do everything by hand. A moment of introspection washes over Yusung as he pauses in his work. He questions his identity, but who am I? With newfound clarity, Yusung reveals his true identity. I'm Baek Yusung, the Hand of God. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room, where a voice calls out, Clay, are you awake? A close-up on an eye with golden irises suggests that someone is awakening from a deep sleep. In a brightly lit room, Ray, a young man with long, light brown hair, sat up in bed, his hand instinctively going to his eye. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face as he whispered, my eye. A golden light emanated from his eyes, a radiant glow that filled the panel. The light intensified, bathing the room in a warm, ethereal radiance. Ray, still in bed, gazed out the window at the picturesque fantasy town below, a sense of wonder washing over him. A single tear traced a path down Ray's cheek as he processed the reality of his situation. A man with short, white hair entered the room, his expression one of concern. He asked, how do you feel? Can you see well? How is it? Ray replied, yeah, I can see perfectly. Please tell me that this isn't a dream. The white-haired man smiled reassuringly. The white-haired man and Ray looked out the window together, sharing a moment of quiet contemplation. A man in a suit, his face obscured, hurried down a city street, his pace quickening with each step. He burst into a grand hall, his voice echoing as he called out for the saintess. The man, his face now visible, revealed his worry. He explained that a large force had gathered at the border and was marching towards the Holy Empire. The saintess, a young woman in a white dress, looked shocked at the news of the approaching army. She asked where the army was from and how far away they were. The man replied that he had only recently received the news and didn't know the specifics, but that they didn't seem to be from any known nation. The saintess's eyes widened as she learned that the army was being led by a necromancer, and that it consisted of an army of the undead. A wide shot showed the Holy Empire under a dark, ominous sky, a clear sign of impending war. A single, delicate pink flower bloomed amidst the shadows of a dark forest. Its fragile beauty a stark contrast to the ominous purple energy crackling around a crumbling stone structure nearby. The ethereal glow spreading through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows. Revealing a terrifying sight, a spectral army materializing from the mystical energy. A hulking figure, wreathed in blue flames, stood at their center, surrounded by skeletal warriors and ghostly apparitions. More skeletal warriors emerged from the darkness, their glowing eyes fixed on something unseen. A booming voice echoed across the training grounds, announcing that tomorrow would be the day of the Holy War. The soldiers were being rallied for the upcoming battle. A resounding yes confirmed their readiness. The commander relayed the battle plan, paladins at the front, guardsmen and knights protecting the rear. He stressed the importance of mental preparation, reminding them that many lives hung in the balance. Amidst the solemn preparations, one knight nervously chuckled, still finding it hard to believe they were about to face the undead. His comrade, noticing his distraction, asked him what he was looking at. The knight admitted that such moments made him think of his family. He confessed that instead of praying to God, his thoughts turned to his loved ones first. His companion shared a similar sentiment, revealing that praying to God was the last thing on his mind before the battle. Two soldiers conversed, their words laced with a mix of hope and apprehension. One soldier mentioned the arrival of a new saint to aid them in battle, while the other expressed doubt, questioning if the saint was truly capable of wielding the power of meteors. The soldiers' discussion continued. They acknowledged the considerable distance to Salonia, a journey that would take 4 days on foot. However, they resolved to hold the line until the saint's arrival. The two soldiers stood vigil, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light of the forest. A palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air. A silent prayer escaped one soldier's lips, "May God be with us." A panoramic view showcased a majestic castle, bathed in the golden hues of a setting sun. The scene conveyed a sense of both grandeur and vulnerability. Inside the castle, a woman with long brown hair and intense purple eyes sat at a desk, a look of worry etched on her face. A single word escaped her lips, "Oh dear." She learned of the Pope's order. The saint was to be sent to the border. The order, she was informed, came directly from the Pope himself. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. She was determined to send the saint to join the battle. The woman then inquired about reinforcements from neighboring nations. She was told that it would take at least 4 to 5 days for them to arrive. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes voiced a question, her brow furrowed in concern. She wondered aloud who was traveling alongside the saint, given the circumstances. A man with blonde hair and a serious expression answered that the paladin, the Third Holy Order, and the royal guardsmen were en route to the border. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She urgently asked if those were all the troops they had. The man's face showed worry. He revealed that their opponent was a necromancer from the age of sorcery, causing the woman to exclaim in disbelief that the Pope must have gone mad. A narration box explained that in the distant past, magic was the subject of research. And the entire continent flourished with magical innovations. However, forces wielding dark magic brought an end to that era. The narration continued, describing the necromancer, the king of the dead, as the key cause of that downfall. And revealed that he had been revived. A serious voice announced a grave situation. Not only were external conflicts plaguing the kingdom, but internal rebellions were also brewing. The speaker, a worried-looking man in a fine suit, explained that due to these internal issues, they were unable to send reinforcements to the border. Consequently, the border was left vulnerable, a fact that the Pope seemed to exploit. A young woman with long brown hair, witnessing this, reacted with outrage. She vehemently questioned the Pope's decision to use God's representative as a mere pawn. Her anger was palpable, a grimace contorted her features as she ceded. Suddenly, someone called out, "Saintess!" Adding to the tension, a report came in that the enemy forces were approaching from the southern mountains much faster than anticipated. A messenger, his face etched with panic, burst into the room, his announcement echoing the gravity of the situation. He declared it a holy war, leaving the saintess visibly concerned. The saintess, startled, looked around the room as the gravity of the situation sunk in. Ray, reborn in this fantasy world as a former genius surgeon, felt a surge of urgency. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, he had to act. A dark, ominous sky loomed overhead as a skeletal horde approached. A soldier, his face etched with grim determination, shouted a warning to his comrades. The soldier's warning was immediately followed by Ray unleashing a torrent of magical fire. A fiery wave that engulfed the advancing skeletons. Many of them were incinerated by the sudden magical onslaught. Despite the initial success, a knight roared in exertion as he engaged in close-quarters combat with the remaining skeletons. He swung his sword with brutal efficiency. Another soldier, a young woman, pleaded for divine aid, her eyes filled with desperate hope. A young woman with long brown hair, dressed in a blue and white dress, raised her hands. A surge of bright, golden energy erupted from her, accompanied by the word bless, in a speech bubble above her. The energy enveloped a nearby knight in shining armor. The golden energy continued to flow, strengthening the knight. He exclaimed, "Perfect, I feel stronger." Another speech bubble below him added, "This makes things easier." The empowered knight swung his sword with renewed vigor, easily cutting down his opponents. A speech bubble appeared, stating, "We might be able to end things before the reinforcements come." Another knight, his face etched with worry, shouted, "Don't let your guards down. The enemies we've faced are only the weakest of them all." His words were followed by a close-up of his anxious face, and a narration box ominously stated, "The strongest have yet to come." Suddenly, a new threat emerged. A knight exclaimed, "Damn it, they're here." Banshees. Several ghostly figures, banshees, appeared, their forms swirling with icy blue energy. They attacked the knights. One of the knights, observing the banshees' power, shouted, "They have death knights too." Another knight, seeing the overwhelming force, roared, "Ye everyone, retreat. Regroup and..." A terrifying banshee loomed, its icy form radiating an aura of death. Ray, the reborn surgeon, found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. A surge of magical energy, a vibrant blue, crackled around him. A violent explosion rocked the ground as a nearby soldier was thrown back, blood spraying from a grievous wound. His desperate cry, "Run away," echoed through the air. Another soldier, his face contorted in terror, tumbled through the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Panic seized him as he watched the carnage unfold. A knight, clad in shining armor, fought valiantly, but a dark, shadowy figure struck him down with brutal efficiency, leaving him wounded and gasping for breath. The shadowy figure's icy grip tightened around the terrified soldier's throat, cutting off his air supply. His silent scream was evident in his wide, panicked eyes. Another victim, cloaked and desperate, cried out for help as the shadowy figure's power continued its deadly work. His pleas were lost in the chaos. The figure, now revealed to be a cloaked figure, laughed maniacally as they watched the carnage. Their amusement was chilling. The cloaked figure reveled in the violence, stating that it was always enjoyable to watch humans be cut to pieces. With a cruel command, the figure ordered their undead minions to leave no survivors. A dark purple orb pulsed in the figure's hand, radiating an aura of sinister power. A knight, clad in shining white and blue armor, braced himself against a powerful, dark purple energy emanating from a skeletal arm. The energy crackled and surged, threatening to overwhelm him. His captain, a towering figure in similar armor, bellowed orders from above. The scene was chaotic, filled with the desperate struggle of soldiers against a seemingly endless tide of dark energy. The captain, his face etched with grim determination, felt the weight of his responsibility. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he realized the dire situation. He was losing his men. Suddenly, a warning cry pierced the air. A massive, shadowy figure wielding a spiked mace appeared behind the captain, ready to strike. The mace swung down with terrifying speed. But at the last moment, a blinding flash of green energy erupted from the captain, deflecting the blow. He stood, momentarily stunned, but alive. The green energy pulsed around him, a strange, unfamiliar power. Meanwhile, a young man with short, silver hair watched the battle unfold from a distance. He muttered to himself, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. He saw the captain's unexpected display of power, a surge of blue energy emanating from the man's body. A smirk played on the young man's lips. So many of them, he thought, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The battle, it seemed, was far from over.